Dorothy Donovan was born on May 18, 1921 in Burrsville, Maryland. She was a 70-year-old grandmother who lived on a 163-acre farm on Killens Pond Road near Harrington, Delaware. Throughout her life, she experienced numerous tragic instances. In the 1940s, she married Wallace Holden, and together they had 3 children named Charles, Diana, and Brenda. However, in 1958, when their children were ages 8, 7, and 4, Wallace died of a heart attack at 44 years old. A few years later, Dorothy remarried to farmer Ralph Donovan, but she was widowed again when Ralph died of a stroke in 1987. At the time of her murder, Dorothy maintained an extremely close relationship with her adult children. She called her daughters twice daily and continued the routine of packing lunch for her 41-year-old son Charles, who worked at a local factory. Charles lived in a trailer approximately 60 feet away from Dorothy's farmhouse on the same property. Dorothy would stay awake each night waiting for Charles to return home from his work shifts, demonstrating the tight-knit nature of their relationship. The evening of Saturday, June 22, 1991 began as normal for Charles Holden, though it would become the most harrowing night of his life. Charles had completed his regular shift that ran from 4 p.m. to midnight at his factory job. Every night, Dorothy would stay awake waiting for Charles to return home. After clocking out shortly before midnight, Charles made an irregular out of routine decision. Around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday, June 23, 1991, he stopped at the Hardee's restaurant located at the intersection of US Highway 13 and State Highway 14 in Harrington. Charles wanted to grab a quick meal before heading home. He ordered coffee and a hamburger. As Charles returned to his vehicle in the Hardee's parking lot, a stranger approached him. The man was African American, described as being in his late 20s to early 30s, approximately 5 feet 8 inches in height with a slender build. He had a pockmarked face and wore distinctive plastic-framed glasses with oversized lenses that would later prove crucial in his identification. The man's overall appearance suggested someone who had been living rough, and witnesses would later note that he appeared to be under the influence of substances. The hitchhiker approached Charles with what seemed like a genuine plea for help. He claimed that his sister had just had a baby and was at Milford Hospital, and he desperately needed to get there as soon as possible. He appeared frantic and emotional, playing up the urgency of his situation. Charles was initially cautious. It was after midnight, he was tired from his shift, and he didn't know this stranger. He initially declined to give the man a ride, explaining that it was late. However, the hitchhiker was persistent and increasingly hysterical in his pleas. He continued to emphasize the emergency nature of his situation and the importance of getting to the hospital immediately. Ultimately, the man's emotional manipulation worked. Charles began to feel sympathy and agreed to give the man a partial ride to the hospital. The stranger eagerly accepted this offer, appearing grateful for any assistance. The two men got into Charles's truck with the hitchhiker settling into the passenger seat. As they began driving, Charles attempted to make conversation, perhaps trying to be friendly or simply to fill the awkward silence of driving with a stranger in the early morning hours. The hitchhiker had mentioned his sister's baby, so Charles asked a natural follow-up question. "How long has your sister been pregnant?" This innocent question seemed to catch the hitchhiker off guard, and Charles immediately began to sense that something was wrong with the man's story. The hitchhiker's response was evasive and inconsistent, causing Charles to start having second thoughts about his decision to help. Charles began experiencing what he would later describe as, quote, the whole thought spiral of, oh no, who did I just let into my car, and does he even have a sister? As they drove down the highway, covering approximately 3 miles from the restaurant, the atmosphere in the truck became increasingly tense. Charles was growing more suspicious and uncomfortable, while the hitchhiker may have been sensing Charles's growing wariness. After driving for about 3 miles, Charles reached the intersection of Killens Pond Road and Delaware Route 14, the point where he would normally turn to head toward his home. Charles pulled over and informed the hitchhiker that this was as far as he was willing to take him. In his fury, the hitchhiker grabbed a screwdriver that had been sitting on the floor of Charles's truck. The man began swinging the screwdriver at Charles, attempting to strike him. The confined space of the truck's cab made the attack even more terrifying, as Charles had limited room to defend himself or escape. The hitchhiker's demands escalated beyond simply completing the ride. He now wanted Charles's money and threatened to take his truck. The man's substance-fueled state made him increasingly unpredictable and dangerous as he made threats against Charles's life. Recognizing the immediate danger he was in, Charles exited the vehicle. At this point, both men got out of the truck, with the fight continuing on the road. Charles, faced with this life-threatening situation, attempted to reach a nearby business called Blake's Garage for help. He ran toward the establishment, hoping to find someone who could assist him or at least provide a safe haven from his attacker. However, given that it was well after midnight, the garage was closed and dark, with no one available to help. Charles found himself banging on the windows and doors of the closed business, desperately trying to rouse someone inside, but to no avail. The man pursued Charles to the garage, still wielding the screwdriver and becoming increasingly agitated. He caught up with Charles before he could reach safety, and he continued to threaten to kill him. Faced with the immediate threat of death or serious injury, Charles made a decision. He agreed to the demands, telling him that he would take him wherever he wanted to go and pleading with him to calm down. The man's rage subsided somewhat, and he agreed to return to the truck to continue their journey. As the two men walked back toward the truck, Charles was frantically trying to devise an escape plan. He knew that actually driving the hitchhiker to his destination would likely end in robbery, assault, or worse. When they were yards away from the truck, Charles made his move. He suddenly broke into a sprint toward his vehicle, catching the hitchhiker completely off guard. Charles reached the truck, yanked open the driver's side door, and jumped inside before the hitchhiker could react. He quickly started the engine and began to drive away, leaving his attacker stranded at the intersection. As he drove off, the hitchhiker began running after the truck, still carrying the screwdriver. Charles could see the man in his rearview mirror following him down the road while swinging the screwdriver over his head. However, the hitchhiker could not maintain his pursuit for long. Charles continued driving until he was confident that he had lost his pursuer, finally able to breathe again but still deeply shaken by the encounter. Rather than heading directly home after his escape, he chose to drive around for approximately 20 minutes before returning to his property so that he could be absolutely sure that the attacker wasn't somehow tailing him. Once he finally felt safe enough to return home, he drove toward his trailer, which was located approximately 60 feet away from his mother Dorothy's farmhouse. As he approached his residence, he was horrified to see a figure that looked disturbingly familiar. The same hitchhiker he had just escaped from was now prowling around his property. Deeply disturbed, Charles drove away from the property. At approximately 1:19 a.m., he called Delaware State Police from a payphone at the Hardee's restaurant where the incident had begun. He explained the situation about the attacker roaming his residence, but authorities treated it as a low priority. This decision would turn out to have tragic consequences. As a result, police did not arrive at the scene until 3 a.m., nearly 2 hours after the initial call. Shortly after the investigation commenced, Charles's mother Dorothy was found dead. Officials first examined Charles's trailer, which appeared untouched. However, when they approached Dorothy's farmhouse, they discovered that a window in the back door had been shattered, with glass scattered on the ground. Inside the bedroom, they made the horrific discovery of Dorothy Donovan's body. She had been stabbed more than 24 times, with sources indicating approximately 26 to 30 stab wounds in her face, chest, and arms. The medical examiner later determined that she died from massive hemorrhaging caused by multiple stab wounds to the upper torso. Despite the ransacked appearance of the house, nothing had been stolen. Dorothy's purse, which was in plain view and contained cash, remained untouched. Her estimated time of death was around 1 a.m. that morning, and no murder weapon was found at the scene. Charles immediately became the prime suspect due to several factors. Investigators discovered that Dorothy had recently taken out an accidental death life insurance policy, with Charles named as the beneficiary. This raised immediate red flags, especially when combined with Charles's known financial difficulties. Additionally, police were particularly skeptical of the hitchhiker's story. They questioned how the stranger could have known where Charles lived to target his mother's house specifically. The hitchhiker would have had to walk approximately half a mile from the intersection, make a turn, pass several other homes with lights on, and then specifically target Charles's property, all after having just met him minutes earlier. The timeline also seemed problematic, as investigators initially believed it would have been nearly impossible for the man to walk to Charles's home and kill Dorothy in the time it took Charles to drive around and return home. When Charles was brought in for questioning, investigators noticed he had bruises on his face and marks around his wrists, which they interpreted as potential signs of a struggle. During initial questioning, Charles was heard saying to himself, "I can't believe he killed her," which investigators found suspicious. His refusal to take a polygraph test further heightened police suspicions. Despite their suspicions about Charles, investigators discovered crucial physical evidence that didn't match him. A partial bloody palm print was found on the stair banister, and a drop of blood was discovered on a light switch. When this evidence was tested, it was confirmed not to belong to either Dorothy or Charles. This DNA evidence became the cornerstone that would eventually solve the case, though it would take more than a decade to yield results. The investigation team initially theorized that Charles might have hired someone to kill his mother and then fabricated the hitchhiker story to cover up the hit. They also considered the possibility that the alleged hitchhiker had actually been the man Charles had hired to commit the murder. However, the DNA evidence consistently pointed away from Charles's involvement. Eventually, investigators interviewed people who had been at the Hardee's restaurant on the night of Dorothy's murder. These witnesses confirmed that Charles had indeed spoken to a black man in the parking lot and that this man had gotten into Charles's truck and driven away with him. This corroboration lent credibility to Charles's account of the evening's events, but the case would ultimately go cold for nearly 15 years. Throughout the investigation, Charles Holden remained under a cloud of suspicion despite the lack of physical evidence connecting him to the crime. The seemingly impossible coincidence of his story made it difficult for many to believe his account of events, leaving him in the difficult position of being the primary suspect in his own mother's brutal murder. The breakthrough in the case came in November 2005, when Delaware State Police entered the DNA evidence from the murder scene into the CODIS system. The results stated that the DNA belonged to 41-year-old Gilbert Cannon of Delmar, Maryland. Gilbert Cannon was a career criminal with an extensive rap sheet that included multiple convictions for theft, robbery, and substance charges. It took police 2.5 months to locate Cannon after receiving the DNA match. He was finally arrested on January 18, 2006 at a Selbyville apartment complex and was charged with first-degree murder. Cannon was held without bail at Sussex Correctional Institution near Georgetown while the case proceeded. When initially questioned about Dorothy's murder, Cannon denied any involvement in the crime. However, when investigators confronted him with the DNA evidence linking him to the scene and Charles's detailed account of giving him a ride that night, Cannon's story began to change. Faced with overwhelming physical evidence, Cannon eventually confessed to murdering Dorothy. Cannon confirmed that every detail of Charles Holden's seemingly unbelievable story was accurate. According to Cannon's statement to Detective Sergeant Keith Marvel, he had been high that night and had asked Charles for a ride to another town where he hoped to obtain more drugs. After their violent altercation at the intersection and Charles's escape, Cannon found himself stranded and under the influence of drugs. He began walking down the road, looking for an empty house where he could shelter for the night and sleep off his substance-induced state. Cannon told investigators that he passed several houses, but they all had lights on, so he avoided those properties. Dorothy's farmhouse was the first dark house he encountered, leading him to believe it was abandoned. That's when he broke into the house by shattering a window pane in the back door. When Dorothy awakened and saw his face, Cannon panicked, fearing she would be able to identify him to police. Still carrying the screwdriver he had taken from Charles's truck during their earlier fight, he put his hands over her mouth and pushed her back onto the bed. Cannon claimed he didn't remember the actual stabbing, saying he only remembered putting his hands over her mouth. However, police believe he stabbed the elderly woman repeatedly in a cocaine-fueled panic. Interestingly, Cannon confirmed that he had no idea the house belonged to the mother of the man who had given him a ride earlier that evening. The connection was purely coincidental. Cannon stated unequivocally that he acted alone and had no prior knowledge of either Dorothy or Charles Holden. Ultimately, in April 2007, Gilbert Cannon pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. Rather than face the death penalty, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The plea agreement brought closure to a case that had remained unsolved for nearly 16 years and finally vindicated Charles Holden, who had lived under suspicion for more than a decade. Mark Jeffrey Dribbon was a 42-year-old United Airlines cargo worker at Portland International Airport who vanished without a trace in July 1999. Born on April 13, 1957, Mark was described as a responsible employee who stood at 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed 160 pounds with green hazel eyes. At the time of his disappearance, he sported a mustache and small goatee. He lived alone in a house located in the 3000 block of Northeast 137th Avenue in Portland, Oregon. His life appeared routine and stable, with no indication of the violent end that awaited him. Another key individual in this case is Kenneth Griffin, a 53-year-old part-time roofer who grew up in Portland as one of 6 siblings. Unlike Mark, Griffin had experienced periods of homelessness but was living with roommates at the time of his disappearance in February 2020. Despite his transient lifestyle, Griffin maintained close family connections and was expected at his mother's house for dinner on February 16, 2020. On July 2, 1999, Mark made his last official communication with anyone by calling his employer at United Airlines. He requested the night off due to what he described as a personal emergency. This phone call was completely out of character for Mark, who was known as an exceptionally reliable worker who rarely missed shifts or requested time off unexpectedly. On July 3rd, Mark was last definitively seen at the Eagle Tavern on Southwest 13th Avenue and Burnside Street in Portland. When Mark failed to report for work on July 6th and couldn't be reached by phone, concerned colleagues and family members reported him missing to the Portland Police Bureau. On July 18th, his vehicle was located abandoned near Southeast 43rd Avenue and Division Street in Portland. The location was significant because investigators determined that Mark did not typically frequent this area, suggesting his car had been deliberately moved there. The vehicle's placement indicated premeditation and an attempt to mislead investigators. During the summer of 1999, investigators conducted a thorough search of Mark's residence and made several disturbing discoveries. They found blood spatters on the walls throughout the house and clear evidence that someone had attempted to clean up a violent crime scene. The forensic evidence suggested that he had been murdered or attacked inside his own home, and the perpetrator had made efforts to remove evidence of the crime. Crucially, investigators recovered DNA evidence from an unknown suspect both inside Mark's house and in his abandoned vehicle. On August 11, 2000, after more than a year of investigation with no significant leads, the Oregon State Medical Examiner's Office issued a presumptive death certificate for Mark. With no body recovered and no viable suspects identified, the criminal homicide investigation officially went cold. The DNA evidence was preserved and entered into the CODIS database, but no matches were found. And before we're able to continue with Mark's case, we first have to discuss Kenneth Griffin. He was last seen alive on February 1st, 2020. When Griffin failed to appear for dinner at his mother's house as planned on February 2nd, family members immediately became concerned and reported him missing to police. For several months, there would be no sign of the missing man. However, in the midst of an investigation into a man named Christopher Lovrian, officials made a disturbing discovery. On May 19, 2020, detectives conducting a search of Lovrian's shed found Kenneth Griffin's dismembered remains inside 3 plastic totes. The discovery was made possible by an unusual circumstance. Lovrian's attorney at the time had actually invited police to search the outbuildings, advising them to bring a hazmat team. This invitation proved to be the undoing of Lovrian's attempt to conceal Griffin's murder. On May 21st, the medical examiner officially matched the remains to Griffin and his death was ruled a homicide. It was later revealed in court that Griffin and Lovrian had stumbled upon each other at the 82nd Street Bar and Grill. Lovrian was celebrating a gambling win and lured Griffin to his home by offering to share his winnings with him. Back in November of 2019, investigators had already began investigating Lovrian in regards to Mark's death. His first interview occurred just months before Griffin's disappearance, suggesting that the renewed attention on Mark's case may have triggered Lovrian's second murder. The timing raises disturbing questions about whether Griffin's death could have been prevented if Lovrian had been arrested immediately after the November 2019 interview. On April 16, 2020, police obtained a court-authorized search warrant for a sample of Lovrian's DNA. Several weeks later, the Multnomah County Grand Jury indicted Lovrian for the murder of Mark Dribbon, and an arrest warrant was issued. The DNA comparison had confirmed that Lovrian was the source of the genetic material found at Mark's home and in his vehicle. On May 6th, investigators conducted an initial search of Lovrian's house in southeast Portland. During the search, they discovered an arsenal of firearms, including several pistols, revolvers, and rifles. The weapons collection would later form the basis for additional charges against Lovrian as a felon in possession of firearms. As for his background, Lovrian was 53 years old when he was arrested in 2020. He worked as a metal fabricator and spent most of his time alone. Perhaps most disturbing were Lovrian's own statements about the murders, captured in recorded jail calls and grand jury testimony. In a recorded call to his brother from jail, he ominously stated, "There is more to this than has been revealed, and it's bad." This statement suggested that investigators might have only scratched the surface of his criminal activities. Regarding Mark, according to grand jury testimony, Lovrian claimed he met him at an adult bookstore and had sold him illegal substances on several occasions. Lovrian alleged that Mark made an unwelcome advance, which supposedly triggered the killing. He stated that he disposed of Mark's body on Larch Mountain, though the remains have never been recovered despite searches of the area. As for Griffin, Lovrian stated that he took his life with an axe, then proceeded to shoot him 5 times with a crossbow. Afterward, he took a week off from work and made plans to dispose of Griffin's remains in a river using his boat. However, he claimed he became depressed and never followed through with the disposal plan, instead keeping the remains in his shed. Lovrian callously remarked, "Easy, cheesy, nobody would have known nothing." On January 12, 2024, Lovrian entered into a negotiated plea agreement for Mark's murder. He pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Then in April of the same year, Lovrian stood trial for Kenneth Griffin's murder. In an unusual move, he initially served as his own attorney for most of the trial, but did not call witnesses, take the stand himself, or deliver an opening statement. But eventually, a defense attorney was assigned to him. Ultimately, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 26 years for Griffin's murder. Jerry Holbert was reported missing from Charleston, West Virginia on August 4th, 2003. At the time of his disappearance, Holbert was 64 years old and suffered from dementia. According to police reports, Holbert had intended to visit a relative in Ohio and was believed to have left his residence on foot, walking toward the local bus station with plans to make this journey. Investigators believe that due to his dementia-related confusion, Holbert mistakenly boarded the wrong bus. This single error would set in motion a chain of events that would ultimately lead him hundreds of miles away from his intended destination and result in his death in an unfamiliar location. On the morning of August 11th, exactly 7 days after the disappearance, a woman bicycling through Riverfront Park in Kingsport, Tennessee, made a grim discovery. Along the 1800 block of Netherland Inn Road, she spotted what appeared to be a suspicious object in the Holston River and immediately called authorities. The object was located approximately 20 yards offshore and about 75 yards downstream from the viewing point. When responding officers used binoculars to examine the object more closely, they confirmed that they had stumbled upon human remains. The Kingsport Fire Department's Swiftwater Rescue Team was called to the scene to assist with the recovery operation. The team worked to photograph the remains in their original position before retrieving and relocating them to the shoreline. The advanced state of decomposition made immediate identification impossible. Local forensic teams determined that the deceased was a white male who had been in the water for approximately 7 to 10 days. This timeline aligned closely with Holbert's disappearance date, though this connection would not be made for another 17 years. The forensic examination revealed several key details about the deceased. The physical characteristics showed a white male, estimated age between 40 and 80 years old, standing 6 feet tall and weighing approximately 180 pounds with partially graying hair. His clothing and personal effects included a white button-up shirt with blue and burgundy stripes, blue jeans, black shoes, and a two-tone silver and gold watch with a black face. Most significantly, investigators found a BB&T bank envelope containing $267 in cash in his pocket. The envelope represented the most promising lead available to investigators at the time. However, this clue would ultimately prove insufficient for identification purposes, as there were no B&T bank locations in Kingsport itself, with the closest branches located in Virginia and other Tennessee cities. The autopsy results determined that drowning was the apparent cause of death, with no indication of trauma or foul play. This finding suggested that whatever led to the man's presence in the river, it was likely accidental rather than the result of criminal activity. By June 2004, a clay model was created to estimate what the deceased may have looked like. This model was then released to the public, however, it did not yield much information. In June 2020, the case took an unexpected turn when a private citizen made an observation that would prove to be the key to solving the mystery. Patty Williams Childress, a private investigator from Jones, Oklahoma, was conducting her own research into missing persons cases as a personal interest. Childress had been systematically reviewing cases in the DNA Doe Project's pipeline when she noticed striking similarities between the Kingsport John Doe case and a missing person report she had encountered. Childress later described the moment of recognition, saying, "When I find a match, I can feel it in my bones and the hair stands up on my arms." The similarities that caught her attention involved the timing, physical characteristics, and circumstances surrounding both the disappearance from Charleston, West Virginia, and the discovery of remains in Kingsport, Tennessee. The 7-day gap between Holbert's disappearance and the discovery of the body was particularly significant. Upon receiving Childress's information, the DNA Doe Project team immediately began building out a comprehensive family tree for the potential match. This process involved extensive genealogical research to identify likely next of kin who could provide DNA samples for comparison. Ultimately, detectives were able to locate and interview a relative of the missing person from Charleston, West Virginia. On August 6, 2020, exactly 17 years and 22 days after the discovery of the remains, the police department was able to announce that the unidentified man had been positively identified as Jerry David Holbert of Charleston, West Virginia. The identification process also provided closure for Holbert's other family members, who had lived with uncertainty about his fate since 2003. The police department expressed hope that this resolution would help bring some measure of peace to his family, friends, and loved ones. Rochelle Stubblefield was a 20-year-old African-American woman described by those who knew her as sweet, kind, intelligent, and highly motivated. Standing 5 feet 5 inches and weighing approximately 135 pounds, she had brown hair, brown eyes, and wore black rectangular framed eyeglasses. She was a graduate of Portage High School who had enrolled at Calumet College of St. Joseph in Whiting, Indiana, where she was pursuing a degree in criminal justice. At the time of her disappearance, Rochelle was 8.5 months pregnant with her first child, a son she had chosen to name Amir Dashawn Stubblefield. Her due date was December 15, 2015, making her disappearance particularly urgent given that she was only weeks away from delivery. At the time, Rochelle lived with her mother, Thelma Thomas, in Merrillville, Indiana. On November 10, 2015, Rochelle followed her normal routine, attending classes during the day. Around 5 p.m., she sent a text message to her mother informing her that she would not be coming directly home after classes because she was planning to meet with Fuller about the baby. This text message would later become crucial evidence in the prosecution's case. After her classes, Rochelle attended a basketball game at Calumet College with friends, which concluded around 9:30 p.m. Following the game, she met Fuller at Williams Elementary School in Gary, Indiana, a location that abutted his residence at the time. This meeting would be the last time anyone would see Rochelle alive. When she failed to return home as expected, her mother attempted to contact Fuller, who claimed he had not seen Rochelle and suggested she had probably gone to Atlanta. On November 12, 2015, Thomas reported her daughter missing to authorities. The initial investigation was assigned to Lieutenant Robert Morgan of the Merrillville Police Department. During the early stages of the investigation, police discovered Rochelle's abandoned car in Gary, Indiana, near the Dory Miller housing complex. Nearby, investigators found disturbing evidence. Her broken eyeglasses, shoes, and asthma inhaler were all scattered on the ground. Since her disappearance, there had been no activity on her bank account or phone, indicating she had not voluntarily disappeared. Fuller, a 25-year-old former U.S. Army soldier stationed at Fort Knox, Kentucky, was quickly identified as a person of interest. Between November 16th and November 20th, 2015, Lieutenant Morgan spoke with Fuller by telephone, explaining that he was investigating a missing person case and needed to interview him. During these conversations, Fuller exhibited behavior that would later be seen as suspicious. He denied being Rochelle's boyfriend or the father of her unborn child, despite evidence suggesting otherwise. He claimed Rochelle had wanted to go to Atlanta and arranged to come to the police station for an interview. The case took a dramatic turn on November 20th when two of Fuller's cousins contacted police with shocking information. Andrew Barnes, one of Fuller's cousins who lived in Missouri, reported to local law enforcement that Fuller had called him and confessed to killing a woman who was 8 months pregnant with his child. According to Barnes, Fuller admitted that after unsuccessfully attempting to stab Rochelle in the temple, he had choked her to death. Fuller allegedly told his cousin that his motive was financial, as he didn't want to pay child support. Furthermore, Fuller claimed he had buried her body at an elementary school in Gary. Gary Police Commander Edward Gonzalez obtained a recorded statement from Barnes, and detectives immediately conducted a search of Williams Elementary School. During this initial search, investigators discovered Rochelle's shoes in a wooded area next to the school's playground and observed an area of ground that appeared to have been disturbed. They also found a shovel nearby, though the frozen ground prevented immediate excavation. The investigation revealed another crucial witness named Vallie Alexander, who was Fuller's girlfriend at the time of the disappearance. Alexander told investigators that Fuller had asked her to pick him up at Williams Elementary School on the night of Rochelle's disappearance. As Alexander drove Fuller away from the school, she witnessed him throwing several of Rochelle's personal items out of the car window, including her laptop computer and identification. These items were discarded in the same area where investigators later found Rochelle's glasses and shoes. Fuller then hid in the basement of Alexander's parents' house for several days. While hiding at Alexander's house, Fuller made additional incriminating statements. He told Alexander that he had killed Rochelle at the park by choking her because she had been stalking him. Fuller also sent text messages to his cousin Barnes about getting rid of the body. Based on the information provided by Fuller's cousin, law enforcement conducted multiple extensive searches of the Williams Elementary School grounds. On November 22nd, Barnes traveled from Missouri to Indiana, where Commander Gonzalez interviewed him. Jeff Kish, a former Gary firefighter and certified cadaver dog handler, was called to the school on August 25th, 2016 to conduct a cadaver search. His dog, Bane, indicated the presence of human remains in the wooded area. Detective Jeremy Ogden of the Metro Homicide Unit organized additional dog searches in 2017, during which several dogs indicated the presence of human remains in the same general area. In March 2023, detectives conducted another canine search, and 3 dogs indicated the presence of human remains within a 10-foot circle in the wooded area next to the playground. Despite these consistent indications from multiple trained cadaver dogs over several years, 2 subsequent excavations failed to recover any human remains. For nearly 5 years, the case remained essentially dormant. While investigators never officially closed the case, they lacked sufficient evidence to proceed with charges against Fuller. The circumstantial nature of the evidence, combined with the absence of Rochelle's body, created significant prosecutorial challenges. The breakthrough came in 2019 when the investigators re-interviewed Vallie Alexander, Fuller's former girlfriend. This time, Alexander provided a formal statement detailing Fuller's admissions and her observations of his behavior immediately following Rochelle's disappearance. Her testimony about witnessing Fuller dispose of Rochelle's personal items and his subsequent confessions to her provided the additional corroboration needed to move forward with charges. On July 22, 2020, nearly 5 years after the disappearance, authorities finally arrested Darren Fuller and charged him with murder. The charges included 2 counts of murder, 1 for Rochelle and 1 for her unborn son Amir, and 1 count of obstruction of justice. When police traveled to Fort Knox, Kentucky to arrest Fuller, he reportedly passed out upon seeing the officers, which they later characterized as, quote, the sign of a guilty man. Fuller's defense attorney dismissed this characterization as ridiculous, but it became part of the narrative presented to the jury. Fuller pleaded not guilty to all charges, setting the stage for a trial that would depend heavily on circumstantial evidence and witness testimony, given that Rochelle's body had never been recovered. Fuller's trial began on April 3, 2023, and concluded 3 days later after deliberating for approximately 2 hours. The Lake County jury found Fuller guilty on all charges. Then on May 25th, Judge Samuel Kappas sentenced Fuller to an aggregate term of 94 years in prison. Following his conviction, Fuller's defense team filed motions for a new trial, arguing that the guilty verdicts were against the weight of the evidence and that Fuller had been denied his right to due process due to the loss of key evidence. They contended that the case relied too heavily on potentially unreliable witness testimony and that the missing physical evidence could have provided exculpatory information. In October 2023, Judge Kappas denied Fuller's motion for a new trial. The court ruled that the circumstantial evidence sufficiently pointed to Fuller's guilt and that the state had met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge found no merit in the defense's arguments about due process violations or the reliability of witness testimony. Despite Fuller's conviction, the most heartbreaking aspect of this case remains unresolved. Rochelle's body has never been found. Her family continues to hope that someday they will be able to lay her and baby Amir to rest properly, but years of extensive searches have yielded no remains. Angelica Castillo was born on April 4, 1987 in Queens, New York, to parents Margarita and Genaro Ramirez. She came from a Mexican immigrant family struggling with poverty, domestic abuse, and more. Ramirez was described as abusive by multiple sources, creating an environment of fear within the household. In 1991, when Angelica was just 4 years old, her parents were separated. Margarita had taken Angelica and at least one other daughter to visit their father, leaving the children with him for several days. When Margarita returned to retrieve her daughters, they were gone. According to her later accounts, she was told by a woman at the location that the children's father was not there, and that she should return later when he was present. When she came back, the children had disappeared. Margarita assumed that Ramirez had taken the children back to Mexico as he had previously threatened to do. In reality, Ramirez had left Angelica in the care of relatives in Astoria, Queens, specifically with his adult cousin, Balvina, who lived in an apartment shared by 7 relatives. In July 1991, Angelica was still living in an apartment in Queens. The living situation was far from ideal. She was severely malnourished, weighing only 28 pounds at 4 years old. Detective Jerry Giorgio, who worked the case from its inception, later said they must have been starving her because she weighed all of 28 pounds. She certainly did not have a good life, that is for sure. Among the people also living in the apartment was a man named Conrado Juarez, who would become a key figure in the case. According to statements he would later make, he viewed Angelica as a burden forced upon the family. As time passed and the situation continued to deteriorate, Juarez did something absolutely horrendous. Conrado Juarez told detectives that one night he was out drinking and went home to the apartment severely drunk. He encountered Angelica in the hallway of the apartment and took her by the hand, leading her to an empty bedroom. Conrado was quoted saying that the girl went with him, suggesting that she viewed the man as someone she could trust, making the incident all the more heartbreaking. According to the confession and statements made by law enforcement officials, Conrado bound Angelica to a table in the bedroom. Over an unspecified period of time, Conrado tortured the victim through various means, including assault, which would later be confirmed during the autopsy. At some point during the assault, Angelica began to cry out. In order to silence her, Conrado placed a pillow over her face while carrying on. The medical examiner's office would later determine that the girl died from asphyxiation. The killer claimed that he, quote, didn't originally intend to kill Angelica, but suffocated her when she cried out. When she went motionless beneath the pillow, Conrado realized she was dead. The victim, who had trusted him enough to take his hand in the hallway, who had already suffered so much in her short life, had been tortured and murdered by her own cousin in an apartment full of relatives who apparently noticed nothing. Upon realizing that Angelica was dead, Conrado immediately summoned his sister Balvina from another room in the apartment. According to court documents, when Balvina discovered what her brother had done, her primary concern was not reporting the crime or seeking help for the murdered victim, but rather disposing of the evidence. She instructed Conrado to get rid of the body. She provided him with a 30-quart ice chest and told him, quote, fold the girl in half to fit inside. The siblings bound Angelica's body with rope and a Venetian blind cord. Her hands were pressed together and she was placed in a fetal position with her head resting on her knees. The body was then wrapped in a black plastic garbage bag. The cooler itself became a carefully constructed false scene. After placing the body inside, Conrado and Balvina filled the cooler with ice and unopened cans of soda to cover the body. After preparing the ice chest, Conrado and Balvina told their relatives in the apartment that they were going to the beach. The two then took a cab from Queens to Manhattan. Upon reaching their destination, Conrado and Balvina abandoned the cooler along an embankment near the Henry Hudson Parkway. The location was a patch of woods on an embankment that sloped down at a 45-degree angle from the highway toward the Hudson River. It was somewhat secluded, hidden from the direct view of passing motorists, yet accessible enough that the perpetrators could reach it. After disposing of the cooler, Conrado and Balvina separated and went their separate ways. They returned to their normal lives, and Angelica's body lay hidden in the woods in a picnic cooler, waiting to be discovered. Fast forward just 5 days, on July 23, 1991, construction workers stumbled upon the cooler. By this time, the ice had all melted and many of the soda cans had popped under the increasing pressure. This created a fluid that seeped through the lid of the ice chest, bringing with it a foul odor of decomposition. When authorities arrived to investigate, they found the body severely decayed. When investigators opened the cooler, they found that the victim was virtually a skeleton. Despite the decomposition, medical examiners were able to determine that Angelica had died of asphyxiation and had been sexually assaulted prior to her death. Early in the investigation, examiners concluded that the victim was possibly Hispanic, had dark wavy hair, and was estimated to be between 3 and 5 years old. A witness had reported seeing a Hispanic man and woman carrying a cooler in the location where the body was found, around the time the girl was estimated to have been murdered, though this lead did not immediately result in any breakthroughs. However, this witness refused to further help with identifying the duo, ultimately leading to a stall in the investigation. What followed was more than 2 decades of frustration. With no identification possible and no one reporting someone of that description missing, detectives named the victim Baby Hope. In 1993, 2 years after Baby Hope's body was discovered, NYPD detectives collected money from their own pockets to pay for her burial and headstone. Detective Giorgio's wife purchased a white dress for the little girl to be buried in, and a white casket was donated for the burial. Approximately 200 people attended the funeral, mass, and burial at St. Raymond's Cemetery in the Bronx. The headstone they purchased bore the inscription, "Because We Care," at the bottom. Each year on July 23rd, the anniversary of Baby Hope's discovery, detectives would return to the Washington Heights neighborhood. They canvassed the area, hung posters, distributed flyers with artist sketches of what Baby Hope might have looked like, and asked residents if they had any information. Detective Jerry Giorgio, who caught the case in 1991, worked on it throughout his entire career with the NYPD. Even after retiring from the police department, he joined the Manhattan District Attorney's cold case squad and continued pursuing leads. Assistant Chief Joseph Resnick, who had been a lieutenant when Baby Hope was found, also never gave up on the case. As forensic science advanced, investigators pursued every technological avenue available. In 2006, baby Hope's body was exhumed to obtain DNA samples. When that testing did not yield matches with existing databases, her body was exhumed again in 2011 to create a more complete DNA profile using newer technology. In the autumn of 1991, just months after baby Hope's discovery, suggestive photographs of an exposed child were found in New Jersey. Some investigators believe the images might depict baby Hope, as the girl in the photographs matched the victim's description, but this lead did not result in identification. Then, abruptly, an anonymous woman called the Crime Stoppers hotline after seeing the renewed publicity about the case in 2013. According to sources, the tipster told authorities that she had overheard a conversation approximately 2 years earlier in a Washington Heights laundromat. In this conversation, she heard a woman discussing a missing daughter in a way that made it sound like the woman was baby Hope's mother. The tip led detectives to investigate further, and they identified a woman in Washington Heights who might be connected to the case. Detective Donnell, who took the Crime Stoppers call, kept the caller on the phone for more than an hour to gather information. She had a good feeling about the tip, and it would prove to be the breakthrough that cracked the case. Armed with this lead, detectives located Margarita, a woman living in Washington Heights who matched the profile suggested by the tip. To obtain a DNA sample without alerting her to the full scope of the investigation, detectives employed a tactic that involved having Margarita lick an envelope for an unrelated purpose. The DNA from the envelope was compared to the profile created from baby Hope's exhumed remains in 2011. The results came back positive. After 22 years, baby Hope was finally identified as Angelica Castillo. On October 7, 2013, Police Commissioner Raymond Kelly announced that investigators had identified baby Hope's mother through DNA testing and that she was cooperating with the investigation. The mother was not considered a suspect. Once the identity was confirmed, detectives worked to piece together her family history and the circumstances of her death. The investigation led them to identify Angelica's father, Yanaro Ramirez, who was believed to be in either New York City or Mexico at the time. However, as the investigation progressed, attention shifted to other family members. The investigation led police to two of Angelica's paternal cousins, Balvina and her brother Conrado. Balvina had since died, but Conrado was located working as a dishwasher at a restaurant on Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village, Manhattan. On Friday, October 11th, 2013, detectives approached Conrado near the restaurant where he worked. He was taken in for questioning, and what followed was an interrogation that would last approximately 12 to 13 hours. During the interrogation, Conrado initially told police that he had helped dispose of Angelica's body but did not kill her. He claimed his sister had called him after the girl died and asked for his help. However, as the interrogation continued, he changed his story. According to Police Commissioner Kelly's announcement, Conrado ultimately confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had encountered Angelica in the hallway of their apartment and led her to an empty room where he assaulted and ultimately killed her. Furthermore, he shared that he asked Balvina for help in disposing of the remains. The confession was videotaped after an assistant district attorney arrived, but critically, the 12-hour interrogation that preceded it was not recorded. This would later become a point of contention in the legal proceedings. On October 11th, 2013, Conrado, age 52, was arrested and charged with second-degree felony murder. He was held without bail and arraigned the following day. After her daughter's identification and Conrado's arrest, Margarita faced intense public scrutiny and criticism for never having reported Angelica missing. Speaking to reporters through a closed door from her apartment in Elmhurst, Queens, she explained the complex circumstances that led to her silence. She said, "She wasn't missing, her father took the kids away, and maybe that was my mistake, letting him take them away. I did not go to the police because I was afraid of not being heard. I was afraid not knowing the language." Additionally, Margarita and other family members were undocumented immigrants who feared that reporting Angelica's disappearance would lead to deportation. Margarita told investigators that several years after her children disappeared, Conrado had contacted her, claiming he was raising her daughters and demanding money. When she went to his home, he only had one of her daughters and claimed he didn't know where Angelica was, saying that his sister said Angelica had died. Even then, Margarita did not go to the police, continuing to believe that Angelica might be with family members somewhere else. "We are never going to have peace," Margarita said after the arrest. "We are just waiting for justice." As news of the case began to spread, it revealed painful family secrets. Some members of Angelica's family had never known she existed. Angelica's sister, Lorena, who was 27 years old in 2013, said she first learned she had a sister who was killed when she was 11 years old, but it wasn't until the renewed publicity in October 2013 that she connected her missing sister to the Baby Hope case. "When I saw the news about Baby Hope on Tuesday, I got this feeling in my stomach," she told reporters. "I felt something like, could it be my sister? I was just crying because it was so horrible." She added that she had never met Conrado. Just days after his arrest, Conrado gave an interview to New York Times reporter Francis Robles from Rikers Island Jail. In this interview, Conrado recanted significant portions of his confession, claiming it had been coerced. He told the reporter that detectives had badgered him for hours during the interrogation, insisting on his guilt. He stated, "So after a while and after so much pressure, I accepted it and said what they wanted." He offered an alternative account, claiming that his sister Balvina had called him on his cell phone to say that Angelica had died in a fall down the stairs and that he had merely helped dispose of the body. However, as the New York Times noted, for this account to be accurate, Conrado would have had to be among the fewer than 3% of people in the United States who owned a mobile phone in 1991. His attorney, Michael Croce, challenged the validity of the confession from the beginning, stating that it was problematic and saw no evidence aside from the confession. The fact that the NYPD had not recorded the entire 12-hour interrogation became a significant issue. Despite Police Commissioner Ray Kelly's assurance the previous year that the NYPD would begin videotaping interrogations from start to finish, 2/3 of detective squads in the city had yet to implement this practice, and the room where Conrado was questioned was not equipped with video equipment. Legal experts noted that false confessions contribute to approximately 25% of wrongful convictions overturned with DNA evidence, and that recording interrogations from beginning to end is considered one of the best reforms to prevent coerced confessions. On October 21, 2013, a Manhattan grand jury indicted Conrado on an unspecified charge related to Angelica's murder. On November 20th, the indictment was unsealed in Manhattan Criminal Court, formally charging Conrado with second-degree murder. With a translator at his side, he pleaded not guilty. After 5 years in custody awaiting trial, scheduled to begin in March 2019, Conrado fell ill. On November 18th, 2018, at the age of 57, he died at Montefiore Nyack Hospital in Rockland County from complications related to pancreatic cancer. With this death, the case officially closed without a trial verdict. He died having entered a not guilty plea, maintaining to the end that his confession had been coerced. On April 21, 1988, 9-year-old Michael Henley Jr. embarked on what should have been an ordinary spring camping and hunting excursion that would instead become the start of a tragic missing persons case. Accompanied by his father and a family friend, the three ventured into the rugged wilderness of the Zuni Mountains for what was intended to be a fun and memorable adventure. The Zuni Mountains is a daunting mountain range located primarily in Cibola County of northwestern New Mexico, with a small portion extending into McKinley County. The range is situated largely within the Cibola National Forest and lies south of Interstate 40. The range's elevations span from 6,400 feet at the lower reaches to a peak of over 9,200 feet at Mount Sedgwick. Henley's group organized the camping trip to the Oso Ridge area of the mountains specifically to hunt wild turkey. When the hunting party arrived at the campsite that April afternoon, they immediately began setting up camp. This included setting up tents, organizing supplies, establishing a cooking area, and more. According to multiple accounts, the group had been at their campsite for approximately 20 minutes when Henley Jr. vanished without a trace. During this brief window, while his father and the family friend were occupied with setting up the camp and organizing their equipment, the 9-year-old boy simply disappeared. More than 400 volunteers would later turn out to search for the missing child. But in those critical first moments, Henley's father and friend conducted their own immediate search around the campsite area, calling out for the boy and scanning the surrounding landscape for any sign of him. They found nothing, no response to their calls, no visual sighting, and no indication of which direction Michael might have gone. The circumstances of the disappearance suggested that the boy had simply wandered away from the campsite, perhaps to explore the surrounding area, investigate something that caught his attention, or simply to move about after the drive to the mountains. For a 9-year-old boy in this new and exciting environment in the wilderness, it's not exactly unusual for him to accidentally drift off. However, the terrain of the mountains could disorient even experienced hikers. For a child, becoming lost in such an environment could happen within minutes, especially if he moved beyond the immediate sight and hearing range of the campsite. A critical factor that would linger at the forefront of the thinking of searchers and investigators was Henley's inadequate clothing for the environment. When last seen at the campsite that afternoon, he was wearing only a flannel shirt, pants, and a pair of tennis shoes. This light clothing might have been comfortable during the warmth of the April afternoon at the lower elevations or during the drive to the mountains, but it was woefully insufficient for the harsh conditions that can develop at high altitude in the mountains, particularly during the night or if weather conditions deteriorated. Despite the challenging conditions, search teams mobilized quickly to find the child. The intensive search operation lasted more than a week. Sheriff Ed Craig coordinated the efforts, and searchers left handwritten signs along the trails reading messages like, "This way, Michael, stay on road," in hopes that the lost boy might see them and find his way back to the base camp. As days turned into weeks with no results, the grim reality began to set in. The consensus among investigators was that Henley had likely wandered away from camp, become disoriented, and died of exposure to the elements. This tragic assessment was based on understanding of a phenomenon known as terminal burrowing, a behavior exhibited by victims in the final stages of severe hypothermia. When suffering from extreme cold, incoherent victims often instinctively crawl into tight, enclosed spaces for self-protection, such as hiding among boulders or beneath fallen logs. This survival instinct, ironically, can make the search for missing hikers in deep peril nearly impossible, as they effectively conceal themselves in the very moments when rescue is most critical. As months passed without any breakthrough, the disappearance gradually faded from the news cycle. For the child's grieving parents, there was no closure, no body to bury, and no definitive answers about their son's final moments. Then, more than a year after Michael went missing, something extraordinary happened that would thrust the case back into the national spotlight and connect it to one of America's most infamous unsolved mysteries. On June 15, 1989, approximately 14 months after the disappearance, a woman was leaving a junior food store in Port St. Joe, Florida. As she walked through the parking lot, she noticed a Polaroid photograph lying face down on the ground in what had been an empty parking space. The photograph depicted a haunting scene: a teenage girl and a smaller boy lying on what appeared to be sheets and a blue and white striped pillow in the back of a vehicle. Both individuals had their mouths covered with black duct tape, and their hands appeared to be bound behind their backs. The girl glared directly at the camera while the boy looked terrified. The woman who discovered the photo told police that when she had arrived at the store earlier, a white, windowless Toyota cargo van had been parked in that very spot. The van was being driven by a white male with a mustache who appeared to be in his 30s. By the time she returned to her vehicle and found the photograph, the van and its driver had departed. Also visible in the photograph were several intriguing objects, such as a copy of a novel titled My Sweet Audrina. The book was a 1982 bestseller about a young girl haunted by her sister's death that deals with themes of and PTSD. There appeared to be a partially readable phone number written on the spine of the book, though some digits were illegible. Experts later determined it could represent approximately 300 possible numbers, of which only 57 were valid phone numbers. Critically, officials from Polaroid examined the photograph and determined that it could not have been taken before May 1989, as that particular type of film was not available until then. This timeline would prove significant in identifying and eventually ruling out the people depicted in the image. The photograph made national news when it aired on the television tabloid program A Current Affair in July 1989. The broadcast caught the attention of family and friends in New Mexico, who immediately recognized a haunting resemblance in the bound girl to Tara Calico, a 19-year-old college student who had vanished under mysterious circumstances in Valencia County, New Mexico. Calico had disappeared on the morning of September 20th, 1988, 5 months after Michael Henley went missing, while on her daily bicycle ride along Highway 47 near Belen. She had left her home around 9:30 a.m., riding her mother's neon pink Huffy mountain bike for what was supposed to be a routine ride. Before leaving, she told her mother, Patty, to come look for her if she wasn't home by noon, as she had plans to play tennis with her boyfriend at 12:30 p.m. When Calico failed to return home by noon, Patty drove along her daughter's usual route searching for her, but found no sign of her. She then immediately contacted police. The next day, Patty discovered a Boston cassette tape belonging to her daughter lying on the shoulder of the road 3 miles from their home, on the opposite side of the highway, as if Calico had dropped it while riding away from her residence. Later, part of her Sony Walkman was recovered 19 miles east of Highway 47 near the remote John F. Kennedy campground. Near the cassette tape, investigators found bike tracks and marks resembling a scuffle or skids. Multiple witnesses reported seeing Calico during her bike ride that morning, with the last confirmed sighting occurring at approximately 11:45 a.m. on Highway 47, about 2 miles from her home. Several witnesses also reported seeing a dirty white or light gray 1953 Ford pickup truck with a white handmade shell following closely behind Calico as she rode, though she appeared to be wearing headphones and seemed unaware of the vehicle's presence. No one witnessed the actual abduction, and neither Calico nor her mother's pink bicycle were ever found. When the mysterious photo was broadcast on television, both the Calico family and the Henley family were contacted by people who had seen the program and believed they recognized their missing loved ones in the photograph. Patty met with investigators in Florida to examine the photograph firsthand. After spending approximately 2 hours examining the image and conversing with detectives, she stated that she was convinced the girl in the photograph was her daughter. Additionally, V.C. Andrews was reportedly Calico's favorite author, and My Sweet Audrina was one of her preferred books, making the presence of that specific novel in the photograph seem like more than a mere coincidence. Michael Henley's parents also traveled to Florida to view the image. After examining it, Michael's mother Marty stated that she was almost certain the boy depicted in the Polaroid was her missing son. Looking at the photograph of the frightened child, she told reporters, "He appears frightened, very frightened, but he seems to be in good health, and I'm thankful for that." Sheriff Ed Craig, who had overseen the initial search for Michael in 1988, called the television segment featuring the Polaroid quote, "the best lead we've had in 16 months." The photograph was forwarded to FBI crime laboratories for detailed analysis, including facial measurement comparisons with other photos of the missing pair. However, the FBI's conclusion was frustrating as they shared their findings were inconclusive. The FBI could not definitively determine whether the girl in the photograph was Calico or whether the boy was Michael. Adding to the confusion, a Scotland Yard analyzed the photograph and concluded that the woman depicted was indeed the missing Tara Calico. However, a second analysis conducted by the Los Alamos National Laboratory disagreed with Scotland Yard's assessment, determining that the girl in the photo was someone else. With the FBI's analysis remaining inconclusive and conflicting opinions from different forensic laboratories, no definitive identification could be made. Over the following weeks and months, reported sightings of both missing persons began coming in from various locations across the American South, as if their captor or captors were drifting from town to town. Michael was reportedly sighted in Arkansas. Each new rumor rekindled hope among the families that someday, miraculously, their children would be returned to them safe. Police staged roadblocks in an attempt to intercept the white Toyota van and its driver, but the vehicle was never located and the man was never identified. Then, in June 1990, approximately 2 years after Michael's disappearance, the case took an abrupt turn that would shatter the hopes of the Henley family and cast serious doubt on whether the boy in the Polaroid had ever been Michael at all. A rancher riding a fence line in the Zuni Mountains discovered a scattering of bones in a thick group of juniper trees. The remains were those of a child, located approximately 6 to 7 miles from the campsite where Michael had disappeared more than 2 years earlier. The discovery site was about 75 miles from the location where Calico had vanished. Scraps of clothing found at the scene were consistent with what Michael had been wearing when he went missing. Sheriff Craig immediately informed Michael's parents of his suspicions about the identity of the remains, though positive identification would take time. What makes it so hard to identify is that he didn't have enough medical records, broken bones, x-rays. He'd only been to the dentist twice, Sheriff Craig explained to the media. Without extensive dental records or other medical documentation for comparison, the forensic identification process was challenging. One by one, reports of other missing local children were accounted for and ruled out. It took 5 days for the Cibola County medical examiner to complete the analysis and make a positive identification. The skeletal remains were confirmed through dental records to be those of Michael Henley Jr. The autopsy and forensic examination revealed that Michael had succumbed to exposure to the elements, specifically hypothermia, after wandering away from his family's campsite. Crucially, the medical examiner found no signs of foul play whatsoever. The evidence painted a tragic but clear picture. Michael had walked away from the campsite while his father and friend were setting up camp, become lost and disoriented in the rugged terrain of the mountains, and died from exposure to the cold before searchers could locate him. The discovery location, approximately 7 miles from the original campsite, suggested that the frightened child had wandered for some distance trying to find his way back. The discovery of Michael's remains and the determination that he died of exposure in April 1988 definitively ruled out the possibility that Michael could have been the boy depicted in the Polaroid photograph found in Florida in June 1989. Given that Polaroid officials had confirmed the film used could not have been available before May 1989, more than a year after Michael's death, it became impossible for the boy in the photograph to be Michael Henley. This revelation cast serious doubt on the entire Polaroid mystery. If Michael's identification had been incorrect, despite his mother's near certainty, could Calico's identification also be mistaken? The fact that Michael Henley was definitively not the boy in the photograph raised questions about the reliability of parental identifications made under extreme emotional distress and desperate hope. Michael's father told reporters that learning the truth about what had happened to his son brought no relief. He said, "There is no closure in knowing your child died alone, frightened and cold in the mountains." Michelle Xavier and Jennifer Dwey were two young women whose lives were cut short during what should have been an ordinary evening out together. The two formed their friendship during their high school years at Notre Dame High School, a small all-girls Catholic institution in downtown San Jose. Michelle, who was 18 years old at the time of her death, was a recent graduate from the school. Dwey, 20 years old, had graduated earlier, and the two had maintained their close friendship even after their high school years. The events that led to the tragic deaths of these girls began with what appeared to be typical weekend plans. Initially, the pair had arranged for a double date with their respective boyfriends for the evening of Saturday, February 1st, 1986. However, these initial plans fell through when their boyfriends canceled the double date. Rather than let the disappointment ruin their evening, Michelle and Dwey decided to make the best of the situation and spend the time together. They decided to rent a movie and share a pizza together, but before carrying out their new plans for the day, they attended a family member's birthday dinner. This gathering was hosted by the Xavier family and took place in Hayward. During the gathering, a photograph was taken of Michelle and Dwey together, showing them smiling and appearing relaxed and happy. The dinner concluded at around 8 p.m., to which the duo left and planned to rent a movie. Their next documented location was a convenience store, specifically a 7-Eleven located in the area of Farwell Drive and Maury Avenue in Fremont. Sources vary as to what time they were seen at the store, but it ranges from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. At the convenience store, the two friends encountered their boyfriends. The group chatted for a little before going their separate ways. The girls' next stop was a video rental store at a Fremont shopping center, and it's at this point where the girls encountered their killer, who would be identified in 2025 as a man named David Misch. It's unclear how exactly David encountered the girls, but regardless of the exact circumstances, what is clear is that somehow he gained control over the vehicle that Michelle and Dwey were using and forced them to travel from the shopping center to a remote location on Mill Creek Road. Investigators have never been able to definitively establish exactly when, where, or how the initial contact occurred between the victims and their killer. What is clear from the investigation is that the girls traveled to the video rental store at the shopping center using Michelle's 1984 white Pontiac Sunbird convertible. The fact that the two friends encountered David at the shopping center suggests that this was not a case of being followed from a previous location. Instead, it appears that David was already present at the shopping center when Michelle and Dwey arrived, or that he arrived shortly after they did. In later accounts, David stated that he was in the area because the two girls had arranged to purchase several $100s worth of illegal substances. However, this explanation was met with considerable skepticism by prosecutors and investigators. The claim that Michelle and Dwey were seeking to purchase such a significant quantity of substances was inconsistent with what family members and friends knew about the young women. It was at the shopping center that David overpowered the women and gained control of the vehicle. Or rather, some investigators believe that he had total charge over the situation and commanded one of the women to drive to a particular destination, while the other was being held hostage. Afterward, David commanded that they be brought to Mill Creek Road, which is approximately 1.5 miles away from the shopping center. During this journey, Michelle managed to write some numbers and letters in pen on her hand. Officials would later determine that this information was a partial license plate number associated with a motorcycle that David owned at the time. Upon arrival at the location, both Michelle and Dwey were forced to remove their clothing. Mill Creek Road in 1986 was a desolate stretch of roadway that provided the perfect setting for violent criminals. The isolation of the location ensured that Michelle and Dwey would have no opportunity to call for help and no chance that passing motorists or residents might intervene. The remoteness also meant that David could take his time with the attacks, prolonging the victim's suffering without fear of discovery. Once the clothing was removed, David tossed them over a barbed wire fence nearby. Jennifer Dwey was killed by multiple gunshot wounds. Underneath her fingernails, officials discovered David's DNA, indicating that she had likely scratched him in an attempt at fighting back. As for Michelle Xavier, she was killed by having her throat slit. The bodies of the women were discovered shortly after midnight on February 2nd by a motorcyclist who was traveling along Mill Creek Road. The individual found them both nude and covered in blood left along the road rather than hidden in the terrain. Police were called immediately, and upon arrival, they discovered Michelle's Pontiac abandoned about 6 miles away from the crime scene. The car was left in the parking lot of the Mission Valley Shopping Center in Fremont. When the vehicle was examined by investigators, they found that the victim's personal belongings had been removed. Michelle and Dewey's purses, wallets, identification, and other personal items were never recovered. The case initially generated significant attention and numerous tips from the public. Despite thousands of leads and several persons of interest identified during the original investigation, the case eventually went cold. For years, the evidence collected at the scene remained in storage, waiting for technology to advance enough to provide answers. And such advancements would come in the year 2016, when DNA from under Dewey's fingernails were finally able to produce a DNA profile. This profile matched up perfectly to David Misch, who was registered in criminal databases. At the young age of 16, David had already been involved in criminal activities. And by the time of the previously mentioned murders in 1986, David had already established himself as a career criminal with a history of violence and offenses. His record included convictions for assault with a weapon in 1982 and commercial burglary just 2 months prior to the abduction of Michaela Garrick in 1988. At the time of the 1986 murders, David was a known commercial burglar and substance user living in the Fremont area. He was also a convicted. In December 1989, approximately 3 years after the murders, David committed another violent crime that would put him behind bars for life. He was convicted of the stabbing death of 36-year-old Margaret Ball in Hayward. It's said that David would often perform odd jobs upon Ball's request. Police investigators determined that Michelle and Dwey had no prior history or contact with David before they were killed. When David was faced with this evidence in prison, he concocted an elaborate story to explain away his DNA presence at the crime scene. He claimed that he had witnessed the 2 young women being kidnapped at gunpoint by 2 unknown men at a gas station and had attempted to intervene as a good Samaritan to save them. According to his account, the DNA found under Dewey's fingernails came from her scratching him during this supposed rescue attempt. He portrayed himself as a, quote, protector of all the girls and in the area. Obviously, this explanation was met with skepticism by investigators who noted numerous inconsistencies in David's story. During his 2024 trial, David offered yet another version of events, which was the previously mentioned substance deal that involved the 2 women. He testified that he and Dwey had shared a cigarette during this alleged transaction, which he claimed explained the presence of his DNA under her fingernails. "I walked off with her cigarette," David told the court, adding that he'd, quote, never even heard of Mill Creek Road until this case. On December 19th, 2024, after weeks of testimony and deliberation, the jury returned guilty verdicts on 2 counts of first-degree murder. On January 21st, 2025, David was scheduled to be sentenced for the murders of Michelle Xavier and Jennifer Dwey. What should have been a solemn moment of closure for the victims' families instead became a shocking display of disrespect. During the sentencing hearing, as family members and friends of the victims gave their impact statements detailing the decades of pain and loss they had endured, David began singing 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Even after being taken to a nearby holding cell, David continued his disruptive behavior by whistling, demonstrating his complete contempt for the proceedings and the victims' families. Ultimately, David received 2 consecutive terms of 25 to life. Given his age of 63 at the time of the sentencing, this effectively ensures that David will spend the remainder of his life behind bars. Oona Crown was reportedly born in either 1926 or 1927 in England, depending on the source, making her 86 years old at the time of her death in January 2013. She lived out her final years in the small market town of Wisbech, Cambridgeshire. Her home was a bungalow located on Magazine Lane, a quiet residential street where she had lived for many years. Oona was married to Jack Roland Crown for 6 decades until Jack passed away on December 26, 2009. His death occurred just over 3 years before Oona's own tragic murder. Throughout their long marriage, the couple never had children. This meant that in the years following Jack's death in 2009, Oona lived entirely alone in the bungalow they had once shared. Without children of her own, Oona's closest living relatives were more distant family members, including her brother Terry White and her niece Judith Payne. Oona stood at 4 feet 10 inches tall, but despite her advanced age and diminutive stature, she was described as vigorously independent and rather feisty. Her friends and family described her as a woman who was not afraid to speak her mind and stand up for herself. She also continued to cook, clean, and care for herself in her own home without requiring daily assistance. However, this does not mean she didn't face struggles. She was occasionally unbalanced on her feet and thus often used a walking stick when moving about. In her older age, Oona formed a weekly routine with Judith and her husband, John Payne. Every Friday morning, John would drive to Oona's residence to pick her up for their weekly trip to the supermarket for essentials. Oona could not drive herself to the store, and at 86 years old, with occasional unsteadiness on her feet, shopping independently was also challenging. But even during these regular Friday visits, Oona maintained strict boundaries around her privacy and the sanctity of her home. Prosecutors noted that she was fiercely protective of her own privacy. John was never invited into Oona's home after the shopping trips and always stopped short of the front door to allow Oona to bring all of the day's purchases inside. Additionally, the Paynes would take Oona out on Sunday to have lunch together. This routine would ultimately lead to the gruesome discovery of Oona's lifeless remains. At approximately 5 p.m. on January 12, 2013, Oona spoke on the telephone with her neighbor, Mrs. Swain. This phone conversation would become one of the last documented communications Oona had with anyone before her death. During the call, Oona said that all was well with her. She reported that she had already eaten dinner and had completed washing up the dishes afterward. She also shared that she didn't plan to do anything out of the ordinary that evening. After concluding the phone call around 5 p.m., Oona began watching her television. Based on the evidence presented at trial, prosecutors determined that Oona was murdered sometime between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. It was during this window of time that Oona was disturbed by an intruder entering her home. This intruder would be revealed as David Newton years after the incident. Evidence indicated that Newton had been drunk on the night of January 12, 2013. Prosecutors told the jury that Newton had been, quote, pestering elderly women on the telephone that evening. Newton had also attempted to visit some female relatives in Wisbech earlier that evening while under the influence of alcohol. Furthermore, a witness would later testify that they saw Newton out walking his dog on Magazine Lane, Oona Street, on the evening of January 12th. Newton's wife, Janette, who died in 2018, told police in an interview conducted in January 2013 that Newton had come home from walking the dog that afternoon for about half an hour. When asked by police what Newton was doing from 5 p.m. onwards that day, Mrs. Newton claimed she couldn't remember but didn't think he went out that night, stating he was home watching TV. However, other evidence would contradict this account. According to trial testimony, at approximately 8:30 p.m. on the day of the crime, a witness saw Newton drunkenly walking away from the direction of Oona's home. According to trial testimony, at approximately 8:30 p.m. on January 12, 2013, a witness saw Newton drunkenly walking away from the direction of Oona Crown's home. When John Payne arrived the following morning and discovered Oona's body, he found that the front door was locked from the outside. There were no signs of forced entry anywhere in the home. No broken windows, no damaged door frames, no evidence that anyone had physically broken in. This meant that the intruder must have either possessed a key to the property or had somehow persuaded or forced Oona to let him in. Given Oona's private nature, there were doubts that she would have voluntarily let Newton in under any condition. Justice Garnham was quoted saying, "She was very security conscious, and I have the gravest doubts whether she would have let you in if you had knocked at her door." Instead, the judge found as a fact that Newton, quote, had a copy of her backdoor key made for yourself when you had bought her a replacement key at the local locksmith's some months earlier. This unauthorized key copying had occurred during the repair work Newton performed on Oona's broken kitchen door lock. While helping with this repair, Newton had accompanied her to a locksmith to purchase a replacement key. During this visit, Newton had secretively arranged to have a duplicate copy made for himself. As for why Newton entered Oona's home that night, investigators believe the motivation was tied to a troubling pattern of behavior of Newton's. On numerous occasions, he had entered other people's property uninvited in search of conversation and company. For the most part, these encounters were harmless, but nevertheless, it made all of the victims very uncomfortable. And that's not to mention on some of these outings, Newton would also be drunk. Such was the case when he visited Oona. After hearing a noise, Oona went to investigate the source to find that it was Newton entering her home with the key he had copied. At some point during this confrontation, Oona attempted to call for help. The telephone in her home was later found hanging off its cradle. Brutal violence quickly ensued, with Newton first striking Oona's head, causing bruising to her ear. Newton then entered the kitchen to retrieve a large kitchen knife which he used to stab Oona multiple times. There were wounds on both her chest and neck, with several of the stabs striking Oona's heart and lungs. Throughout this vicious assault, Oona desperately tried to defend herself. She put up her hands in an attempt to stop Newton's attack. resulting in what pathologists identified as defensive injuries, particularly to her right hand. In her desperate struggle with the man who was stabbing her to death, Oona managed to scratch her attacker, picking up crucial evidence under her fingernails. This DNA would remain undetected for a decade, but would ultimately bring her killer to justice. After the murder, Newton attempted to destroy evidence of his crime by setting fires. He set 3 small fires within the home. One fire directly by Oona's body as it lay on the hallway floor, and 2 others elsewhere in the residence, including fires in the kitchen area. Oona's clothing was deliberately set alight in an apparent effort to both disguise her injuries and destroy forensic evidence. These fires caused only moderate amounts of damage to Oona's body and to the house. Before spreading to the rest of the property, they self-extinguished. Newton also engaged in theft after killing Oona. He emptied her purse, taking 80 euros in cash, and stole her wedding ring and front door key. On January 13th, the day after the murder, Newton was observed playing fruit machines during 2 separate visits to the Wisbech ex-Servicemen's Club, despite being on state benefits as his only source of regular income at the time. On Sunday morning, January 13th, John Payne arrived at Oona's home to collect her for their regular Sunday lunch. When Oona did not answer the door, John entered the property and made the horrific discovery of Oona's body lying face down in the hallway, surrounded by blood and burned newspaper. He then immediately called emergency services. When officers arrived at the scene, they made what prosecutor John Price KC would later describe as a grave error of judgment. Despite clear evidence that Oona had suffered a wound to her neck, significant amounts of blood on the floor, and 3 separate fires having been set within the house, the attending police officers concluded that the death was not suspicious. The officers theorized that Oona had accidentally set herself on fire while using her stove, attempted to put out the flames with a tea towel, and then died from a heart attack. They rationalized that the 2 cuts to her throat had most likely been caused by pressure from her scarf, which tightened around her neck as her body fell to the floor. Not all officers agreed on this though, creating a dragged-out dispute. Eventually, a more senior officer was called in, but by the time they arrived, the scene had been significantly contaminated. The crime scene had not been sealed off for 2 days. During this critical period, numerous people moved freely through the residence, including police officers, firefighters, paramedics, and even Oona's relatives, with some physically touching and moving her body. It was not until the post-mortem examination began that the true nature of Oona's death was revealed. When mortuary assistants saw wounds not only to the neck but also to her chest, responsibility for the examination was passed to forensic pathologist Dr. Nat Carey, a specialist who investigates suspicious or sudden deaths. Dr. Carey then concluded that Oona was indeed murdered. Despite the catastrophic errors at the crime scene, David Newton actually came to the attention of investigators relatively quickly. He was first arrested on suspicion of murder on January 31st, less than 3 weeks after Oona's death. He was held and questioned over the course of 2 days before being released on bail. He was interviewed again in June 2013, during which he denied any involvement in the murder. Once again, he was released on bail. Finally, on July 1st of the same year, Newton was told he would not be charged based on the evidence that was available at that time. The reason for the decision not to charge Newton in 2013 was simple. Despite suspicions, investigators did not have sufficient forensic evidence to link him definitively to the crime scene and prove his involvement beyond reasonable doubt. For the next decade, Oona's case remained unsolved. In the years that followed, Cambridgeshire police made regular appeals for witnesses and information, but no charges were brought. In March 2023, a full decade later, police made a renewed push to solve the case. The charity Crime Stoppers offered a reward of up to 20,000 euros for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible. The case was also featured again on the BBC's Crime Watch Live program in March 2023. The breakthrough came through the application of a pioneering DNA testing technique called YSTR testing, which had not been available in 2013. This specialized technique specifically targets areas only on the Y chromosome, meaning that only male DNA is detected. When investigators retested Oona's fingernail clippings, they found not only traces of Oona's blood, but also a male DNA profile. This profile was ultimately determined to be that of David Newton. On March 20th, 2023, Newton was visited at his home by police officers and asked to provide a new DNA specimen. On April 15, 2024, Newton was rearrested at his home. He was taken into custody at Thorpewood Police Station in Peterborough. That same day, he was formally charged with the murder of Oona Crown. The announcement of Newton's arrest and charge brought a mixture of relief and renewed grief to Oona's family, who had waited more than a decade for answers. David Newton, who was 70 years old at the time of trial, denied the murder charge. However, he did not give evidence during the trial, and his defense team called no witnesses. The jury deliberated for a total of 29 hours and 13 minutes over the course of 6 days. On the morning of Thursday, February 13th, 2025, they returned to the courtroom. By a majority verdict of 10 jurors to 2, the jury found David Newton guilty of the murder of Oona Crown. Ultimately, Newton received life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. Leslie Anne Jennings was born on October 5, 1951 in Quonset Point, Rhode Island, a naval air station community located on the western shore of Narragansett Bay. Born to parents William Jennings Jr. and Miriam Jennings, Leslie was one of 8 children in a military family. From her earliest years, Leslie was described by those who knew her as sensitive and kind-natured. In 1963, when Leslie was 12 years old, the Jennings family relocated from Rhode Island to Pensacola, Florida. This was home to Naval Air Station Pensacola, often called the cradle of naval aviation, making it a natural destination for military families. There, Leslie attended Pensacola High School, where she completed her secondary education and graduated with the class of 1969. Following her graduation, she pursued higher education at the University of Florida, enrolling in their journalism program. It was during Leslie's time at the University of Florida that she met Carl Eugene Preer III, who went by the nickname Sandy. Sandy was also a student at the university, pursuing studies in marketing. The two would go on to get married to each other on October 26, 1974. 3 years later, the couple had a daughter named Lauren. Then in 1982, the family moved to Chevy Chase, Maryland, a suburb located right on the border of Washington, D.C. For nearly 2 decades following their move, the Preers built what appeared to be an idyllic life, but that would come crumbling on Wednesday, May 2nd, 2001. The day began as usual, with Sandy getting up to prep for another day of work. Leslie, too, was preparing for her day, getting ready to commute into Washington, D.C. for her job at an advertising production company. Around 7:30 a.m., Sandy left the house, leaving Leslie behind as she continued getting ready. As he departed through the front door, he called out a goodbye. This was heard by a neighbor named Meg Bloom, who was outside loading her child into her car. Another neighbor, Mary Lewis, was also outside that morning with the children she babysat. Lewis spent the entire morning outdoors in close proximity to the Preer residence, engaging in various chores. According to her later statement to police, she did not hear or see anything unusual throughout the morning. No screams, no sounds of struggle, no indication whatsoever that anything was amiss at the Preer home. After Sandy's departure, Leslie should have left for work shortly thereafter. Her commute typically took only about an hour by bus, meaning she should have arrived at her workplace by mid-morning. She was known as a punctual and reliable employee, someone who took her responsibilities seriously. If she was going to be late or unable to come to work for any reason, she would always call ahead to let her supervisor know. This consistency made what happened next all the more alarming. By 10 a.m., Leslie had not arrived at her workplace. As the minutes ticked by and she still didn't appear, her absence became increasingly suspicious. Brett Reedy, her supervisor, grew concerned. She hadn't called to explain her absence, she hadn't left any message, and attempts to reach her by telephone went unanswered. Brett's concern deepened as the morning progressed without any word from Leslie. Deciding that the situation warranted immediate attention, Brett began calling Leslie's emergency contacts. He reached out to both Leslie's husband Sandy and their daughter Lauren to inquire whether they knew Leslie's whereabouts or if there was any explanation for her absence. Both Sandy and Lauren were surprised and confused to learn that Leslie hadn't shown up at work. Lauren, who maintained daily contact with her mother and spoke with her every single morning, was equally puzzled and immediately worried. Brett and Sandy both sensed that something was seriously amiss. They couldn't shake the feeling that Leslie might be hurt, that she might need help, that something terrible might have happened. At this point, both of them decided to go to the Prior residence to see if Leslie had run into some sort of problem. They arrived at around 11:30 a.m., and as they entered the home, they were immediately confronted with a disturbing scene. They called out for Leslie, receiving no response. Then they saw the blood. Streaks of red painted the walls near the front door, while dried bloodstains marked the floor, and in the corner a table had been knocked over. Most disturbingly, the rug that usually lay in the foyer had been dragged into the living room and it was soaked with blood. While Sandy moved through the first floor of the house searching for his wife, Brett immediately contacted police saying, "We just walked in the door, her husband and I, and there's blood in the foyer." As officers arrived and proceeded through the house, they noted additional troubling signs. There was blood on the stairs leading to the upper level. The kitchen's back door was standing open, and there was additional blood found in multiple other rooms, indicating movement through the house after the initial violence in the foyer. It didn't take long for the searching officers to make the discovery that everyone feared. In the master bathroom, they found Leslie. Her body was lying face down, partially inside the upstairs bathroom shower stall. Her legs extended out from the shower doors onto the tile floor of the bathroom, positioned in a way that suggested she had been dragged. The shower was running when police discovered her, water streaming over her body. The chief medical examiner's office conducted the autopsy, though Leslie's death wasn't immediately treated as a major homicide investigation. According to Captain Barney Forsyth of the Major Crimes Division, the scene didn't initially appear to be an obvious homicide, so full evidence processing was delayed until after the autopsy results came back 2 days later on May 4th. This delay meant that several important pieces of evidence, including blood-stained door frames, were not fully processed for several days. The autopsy revealed that Leslie had sustained 7 lacerations to the front and back of her head, consistent with her skull being repeatedly battered against the sharp edges of the baseboards and front door area. She also had multiple bruises on her arms, legs, and torso. Her neck also showed severe hemorrhaging as a result of being strangled. Her death was ruled a homicide resulting from multiple blunt force trauma to the head with strangulation as a contributing factor. Prosecutors later described it as an unrelenting attack that was painful, protracted, and terrifying, noting that Leslie had raised her hands to shield her face as the killer, quote, kept going and going until she was dead. After the official homicide ruling, police first investigated Leslie's husband, Sandy. The original police reports from the initial investigation documented several observations that raised red flags for investigators and contributed to the growing suspicion surrounding Sandy. Detectives conducting neighborhood canvasses spoke with multiple residents living on the same block, gathering information about anything unusual they might have noticed in the hours and days surrounding Leslie's murder. One neighbor's statement proved particularly intriguing. This individual told police that on the night before Leslie's body was discovered, he had observed something unusual about Leslie and Sandy's home. Looking at the house, he noted that, quote, every light was on in the house, illuminating the entire home from top to bottom. However, despite all the lights being on, every single drape and blind in the house was closed, shutting out any view into the interior. The neighbor told police that this had never occurred in the past with the home. This observation raised several questions, the obvious being whether or not this indicated Sandy was up late into the night moving through different rooms for some mysterious purpose. If you recall, I mentioned that one of the neighbors named Meg Bloom reported seeing Sandy leaving his home and calling out goodbye. At that same time, another neighbor stated that Sandy greeted them, which he had never done in the past. This detail may seem meaningless, but investigators felt that it was worth noting as it was another out-of-character behavior. Just days after the murder, detectives brought Sandy in for formal taped interviews. During these sessions, Sandy made several statements that would cast a long shadow over the subsequent investigation and fuel suspicions about his potential involvement. Most significantly, he admitted to investigators that his marriage to Leslie had been strained in the period leading up to her death. Sandy mentioned that one of the primary issues the couple was dealing with was Leslie's drinking. He said Leslie was in absolute love, beauty when she didn't drink, but when she did, she would have a lot. And in all honesty, it's one of the reasons why I'd kind of come home late, because it was getting hard to deal with. Sandy also revealed that both he and Leslie had been feeling pressure at work. They were struggling to keep up with their bills, adding an additional layer of strain on their relationship. When investigators asked Sandy about his whereabouts and activities on the evening before Leslie's death, his response raised additional suspicions. He told detectives that he had been running errands that evening, providing a fairly comprehensive account of his movements. According to his statement, his errands included stopping at the dump to dispose of items. He then visited 3 different stores in his search for a battery charger, moving from location to location as he tried to find what he needed. After completing these errands, Sandy stated that he returned home around 9 p.m., at which point he found everything normal in the household. As circumstantial evidence and suspicious circumstances continued to mount, investigators asked Sandy to submit to a polygraph test. He agreed to take the test and he failed. For investigators already viewing Sandy with suspicion based on the other circumstances of the case, this failed polygraph provided what seemed like strong corroborating evidence of his potential guilt. However, it's important to note that polygraph tests are controversial and far from infallible. 2 months after Leslie's death, forensic test results provided a crucial piece of evidence that dramatically shifted the investigation. DNA analysis revealed male DNA found under Leslie's fingernails and blood samples at 3 locations throughout the house belonging to one unknown male. This DNA did not match Sandy. The profile was compared to several other men in Leslie's life, but all were excluded. The profile was then uploaded into the FBI's National DNA Database, with hopes that a match could someday be found. With Sandy excluded as a suspect and no DNA matches in the database, the investigation stalled. Investigators explored other possibilities, including whether Leslie's death was connected to other unsolved murders in Montgomery County. The case eventually went cold, leaving Leslie's family with devastating unanswered questions. Although police had cleared Sandy, he lived under a cloud of suspicion for years. Some of Leslie's relatives believed he must have been responsible, but his daughter Lauren steadfastly defended him, knowing her parents had shared a loving relationship. Sandy was devastated by his wife's death and mourned deeply. Tragically, he died in 2017 without ever learning the truth behind his wife's death. Lauren later told the Washington Post that she believed her father died of a broken heart. In 2022, the Montgomery County Police Department's Cold Case Unit announced that they would take a fresh look at Leslie's case, reaching out to the public for any information that might have emerged over the intervening 2 decades. With new advancements in technology and the DNA from Leslie's fingernails, a DNA match was found linked to a family line in Romania with the surname Gligor. This name was of particular interest as shortly after Leslie's murder, a tipster had mentioned a man with that same surname as possibly being involved. Further investigation revealed that the suspect's first name was Eugene and he was Lauren's high school boyfriend. He had been warmly welcomed into the family home, going on trips with them, playing board games, and becoming close to Leslie. However, Sandy had reportedly been more cautious about Eugene, telling Lauren that something was off about him, though he couldn't articulate exactly what. Lauren and Eugene dated for approximately 5 years, but their relationship ended amicably after they went off to college and drifted apart. When they ran into each other in subsequent years, there was no apparent tension. In fact, Lauren had even given Eugene's name to detectives as part of a longer list of people in Leslie's life shortly after the murder, though there was no indication in the case file that he had ever been interviewed or swabbed for DNA like the other men on the list. To confirm their suspicions without alerting Gligor, detectives devised an elaborate sting operation. They learned that on June 9, 2024, Gligor would be flying back to Washington Dulles International Airport from London. When he arrived at the airport, customs officers diverted him into a room for a second screening. On a table in the screening room, positioned there in advance by Montgomery County detectives, were several bottles of water. Gligor took the bait and drank from one of the bottles and then discarded it. After he left the room, detectives entered and collected the water bottle as evidence. Within a week, the DNA results confirmed investigators' suspicions. Gleiger's DNA was a direct match to the DNA collected from Leslie's crime scene and from under her fingernails. Armed with this conclusive evidence, Montgomery County Police obtained an arrest warrant. On the morning of June 18, 2024, a surveillance team set up outside Gleiger's apartment in Washington, D.C., where the 44-year-old had been living and working as an account executive for a video surveillance company. When they saw him come outside and take a seat on the stairs of his apartment building, scrolling through his phone and drinking coffee, they made their move. Gleiger was bewildered as the officials brought him into custody and moved him into interrogation. Despite the DNA evidence confronting him, Gleiger denied any involvement in the murder and claimed he had no recollection of that day. As investigators delved into his past, a complex picture emerged. To friends and colleagues, Gleiger appeared warm and seemingly committed to personal growth and self-improvement. He had lived quietly in Washington's U Street corridor, maintaining what appeared to be a normal professional life. However, those who knew him also stated that he had a dark side that could be mean and condescending. In high school, he struggled with his parents' divorce, and what began as harmless teenage mischief soon escalated to allegations of theft and substance abuse. Lauren recalled a disturbing incident when she was 16 years old, where Gleiger was accused of assaulting a woman on a bike path. Police believed he matched the suspect's description, but Lauren didn't think it could be true. She and her best friend went to the police station to defend him, both insisting, quote, "There is no way Eugene could have done this." Decades later, after his arrest for her mother's murder, Lauren wondered if that accusation might have been true after all. Following Leslie's murder in 2001, Gleiger's behavior raised retrospective red flags. Despite his closeness to the family, he did not attend the funeral. Instead, he chose to make a sudden, last-minute road trip to Portland, Oregon on the day of the service. 3 months after the murder, Eugene and his mother moved out of the neighborhood. Over the next 2 decades, he traveled around the country, marrying and divorcing twice. He struggled with alcoholism, and his behavior became increasingly erratic and unpredictable. In 2021, his second wife sought a protective order against him, accusing him of violent outbursts, though her request was ultimately denied. Court records showed that Gleiger had a history of arrests for weapons possession and theft, but he was never charged with any crimes that would require his DNA to be entered into the FBI's database. Gleiger was initially charged with first-degree murder, which carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment in Maryland. Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy announced he would be seeking the maximum charge. However, Gleiger's attorneys launched an aggressive defense, filing motions to have key evidence excluded from the case. On May 6, 2025, he stood in a Montgomery County courtroom and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder as part of a plea deal. By accepting the deal, Gleiger faced a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison instead of a possible life term for first-degree murder. Before his sentencing, Gleiger addressed the court and Leslie's family. Crying, he apologized multiple times, directly addressing Lauren. He claimed that in the days leading up to the killing, he had experienced blackouts due to heavy alcohol and use. According to his statement, he vaguely remembered entering the home around 9:30 a.m. on the morning of May 2nd and getting into a physical altercation with Leslie, but everything after that was a blur. I vaguely remember leaving the house in the morning, but the rest is a blur. I know Lauren and Leslie's family want to know why I was there and what happened. I'm sorry, I'm unable to remember and provide an explanation, Gleiger told the court. He added, "Leslie always was very kind to me, and Lauren and Leslie's family, I'm so sorry for causing you so much misery and hardship." As the judge sentenced Gleiger to 30 years in prison, cheers and yells broke out in the courtroom, with Leslie's family members celebrating. Following the sentencing, Gleiger filed a motion asking the court to reconsider his sentence. As of October 2025, he is serving his sentence at the Maryland Correctional Training Center. Was an 18-year-old high school senior from Zanesville, Ohio, described by her family as a vibrant young woman with a bright future ahead of her. In March 1980, she was looking forward to celebrating her upcoming graduation with friends during a spring break trip to Daytona Beach, Florida. The group consisted of Carol and 7 of her friends. The teens made the journey from Ohio to Florida, traveling more than 900 miles south to reach their destination. They decided to stay at the Treasure Island Motel in Daytona Beach Shores and pool their resources to stay together in one room. For the first portion of their stay, the friends spent time on the beach and explored the nearby area. By all accounts, the trip was going great. However, that would all change in the early morning of March 24th at 2 a.m. A lone gunman approached their motel room and forced his way inside. The intruder was in his mid-20s and armed with a handgun. He used the weapon to immediately establish complete control over the group of 8 and commanded them to remove their clothing. Once they were completely vulnerable, the gunman proceeded to rob them. After gathering all their items of value, he stated that he intended to take one of them with him when he left. Ultimately, his choice fell on a young woman named Pam, one of Carol's friends. Pam began to panic, which agitated the intruder, and it was at this moment that Carol made the heroic decision to swap places with her. The gunman accepted Carol's offer and then commanded that the remaining 7, still naked and traumatized, to go out onto the room's balcony. Once outside, the door was locked and the culprit escaped to a nearby vehicle heading north with Carol as his hostage. Eventually, the group of teens was able to get help from neighboring rooms, and once free, they immediately contacted the police. It was later discovered that the culprit was heading toward Jacksonville, a trip that spanned about 100 miles. As dawn approached on the same day, the gunman exited Interstate 95 near Pecan Park Road and pulled into a nearby park. This area included sections that were relatively undeveloped, with stretches of highway bordered by drainage ditches, scrub vegetation, and open land that provided isolation from outside eyes. Here, Carol was shot in the back of her head. Investigators who later processed the scene found no indication that Carol had struggled with her killer. After killing her, the gunman carried her body to a drainage ditch alongside the interstate. He left her remains there, partially concealed from the road, but not deeply hidden. Later that same day, a passerby traveling along Interstate 95 noticed something unusual in the ditch. Upon closer inspection, they realized with horror that they were looking at the lifeless body of a young woman. Officials were contacted, and upon their arrival, they immediately connected the killing to the robbery at the Daytona Beach Motel. The group of teens was called in to provide a detailed description of the culprit, leading to the creation of a composite sketch that was circulated throughout the state. Detectives investigated known criminals in both the Jacksonville and Daytona Beach areas who matched the suspect's description and looked into similar crimes involving armed robberies of tourists or other violent offenses that might indicate a pattern. They also checked with pawn shops to see if any of the stolen items had been fenced, but no viable suspects emerged. By the mid-1980s, the investigation into Carol's murder had effectively gone cold, and it wasn't until the late 2010s that the case would be reopened and investigated until 2024. But before we discuss this resurgence, it's important to introduce an individual named William Mansfield Jr., often referred to as Billy. He was born in 1956 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and was the eldest of 5 children in a dysfunctional family. His father, William Sr., was a convicted pedophile who had served sentences in both Michigan and Nevada. He also encouraged violence among his sons, creating an environment where aggression and lawlessness were normalized. Despite the toxic family environment, Billy later claimed he had a relatively good upbringing and got along with his family during his early years. That changed dramatically when he was 14 years old. He dropped out of school and altered his birth certificate to fraudulently enlist in the U.S. Army. While serving in the military, he developed alcoholism and began experimenting with various substances. His abuse problems became serious enough that he was sent for treatment at a Veterans Administration hospital in Tampa in both 1978 and 1980. In 1975, Billy married Phyllis Spielmaker, and the couple had 2 children together. However, the marriage was deeply troubled. According to Spielmaker, Billy, who was a closeted bisexual, would bring men home from gay bars and have sex with them in front of her. On one occasion, he discussed a murder with her. She described her husband as generally easygoing but extremely violent when intoxicated. The couple divorced in 1979, with Spielmaker choosing to remain in Grand Rapids with their children. Billy's criminal record also revealed an escalating pattern of violence targeting vulnerable women and girls, beginning in his late teens and continuing through his mid-20s. On January 31st, 1977, he pleaded guilty to sexual misconduct charges against a babysitter in Grand Rapids. He received a sentence of 6 months imprisonment and 36 months probation. Shortly after his release, he violated the conditions of his parole by assaulting 2 teenage girls in a rural area of Grand Rapids. He was sent back to prison for the parole violation. While incarcerated, Billy shared a cell with 27-year-old Albert Lee III, who confided that he had murdered an 11-year-old girl named Linda Vanderveen. Billy used this information strategically, testifying against Lee in exchange for a reduced sentence. After serving approximately 1 year, he was released from custody, a decision that would have catastrophic consequences for multiple young women in Florida and California. By 1979, Billy faced 2 counts of rape in Kent County, Michigan, after being accused of sexually assaulting 2 girls at knife point on New Year's Eve, 1977. However, in exchange for testifying against his cellmate in Linda's murder case, his potential life sentence was reduced to just 1 year behind bars. He was released in February 1980, just 1 month before Carol Barrett's murder. As stated earlier, Billy had a troubled criminal history. He is confirmed to have murdered at least 6 women and girls between 1975 and 1980, though the actual number is speculated to be higher. The first confirmed victim was Elaine Louise Ziegler, a 15-year-old girl from Parkman, Ohio, who was on vacation with her mother Betty and stepfather Blaine Chalker when she disappeared from a campground near Brooksville, Florida on New Year's Eve, 1975. She was last seen going to the camp showers. Witnesses reported seeing a girl matching Elaine's description riding a motorbike and claiming to be returning to Ohio. Others reported seeing her talking to a man in his 20s near the shower area and later entering his light blue 1966 Ford Fairlane with Florida license plates. After an additional week of searching without success, the family returned to Ohio without their daughter. Elaine's remains would not be discovered until 1981 when they were unearthed from the Mansfield family property in Spring Hill, Florida. She had been sexually assaulted, murdered, and buried in a shallow grave. In April 1980, a month following the death of Carol Barrett, 21-year-old Sandra Graham disappeared from the parking lot of Pam's Liquor Lounge on April 27, 1980. She was last seen leaving the bar with a man described as having a biker appearance. She left behind her cigarettes, car keys, and eyeglasses at the bar. Billy was spotted with Graham at the Tampa bar just 2 months after his release from Michigan prison. And like with Elaine, Graham's decomposed remains were also discovered on Billy's property. What led to the breakthrough of these findings in the first place revolved around a woman named Renee Saling. Saling was a 29-year-old married mother of 3 when she met Billy at a tavern in Watsonville, California on December 6, 1980. He was working at a mushroom farm in Santa Cruz at the time and living with his brother Gary. The following morning, December 7th, passing motorists discovered Saling's partially clothed body in a drainage ditch along Buena Vista Road in Watsonville. Her clothes had been torn apart, with her blouse and pants pulled down to her ankles. 4 days after this discovery, a rookie police officer in Winnemucca, Nevada, arrested Billy and his brother Gary. The brothers had lied about their identities and ages, but the observant officer noticed their physical descriptions matched those of the Mansfield brothers wanted for questioning in Saling's murder. They were taken into custody at the Humboldt County Jail. On December 16th, the brothers were arraigned at a Watsonville court on murder charges related to Saling's death. The media dubbed them the Bag Brothers because they wore paper bags over their heads during court proceedings to protect the testimonies of potential witnesses. Both brothers initially pleaded not guilty. The high-profile media coverage of the murder prompted a critical development in Florida. An anonymous tipster contacted Hernando County authorities, urging them to search the Mansfield family property in Spring Hill, Florida for the remains of Sandra Graham, the 21-year-old Tampa woman who had disappeared months earlier. On March 16, 1981, investigators obtained a search warrant and began excavating the family's 6-acre junkyard property in the Weeki Wachee Acres neighborhood of Spring Hill. What neighbors would later call the House of Horrors became the site of one of Florida's most disturbing crime scene investigations. excavations. It took weeks of intensive digging by excavators and sheriff's deputies to unearth 4 sets of female skeletal remains from various locations across the property. Billy would later admit that he wanted to keep the victims close by. Initially, they uncovered bones from chickens and cows before discovering human remains. On October 27, 1981, while awaiting his second trial for Saling's murder, Billy and fellow inmate Ben Berrigan managed to escape from the Santa Cruz County Jail. During recreation time, Billy unchained himself, climbed onto a roof with Berrigan, and both men jumped to the ground and fled. A woman initially spotted the escapees but ignored them, assuming they were joggers wearing orange tracksuits. She eventually notified police, who quickly dispatched patrols and sniffer dogs to search the area. At approximately 11:45 p.m., a citizen reported seeing 2 suspicious men running near his house. Police investigated and found 2 sets of footprints leading toward a river. After 11 hours on the run, a tired and disheveled Billy Mansfield was arrested without incident at Paradise Park, where he was found hiding in bushes and still wearing his prison uniform. About half an hour later, Berrigan was arrested at Lighthouse Point after being spotted by another citizen. After a 2-week trial, Billy was convicted of Saling's murder and later sentenced to 25 years to life in California State Prison. In fear of receiving the death penalty, he also pleaded guilty to the murders of the 4 victims whose remains were found on his property. Not long after his sentencing, several inmates at the Hernando County Prison, including spree killer Robert Dale Henderson, attempted a jailbreak. During this escape attempt, Billy was offered freedom by the escaping inmates but declined to participate, a curious decision for a man already serving multiple life sentences. He has been denied parole multiple times since his first hearing in 1996, with his most recent parole hearing occurring in 2012. As of 2024, he remains incarcerated at the California Healthcare Facility in Stockton, California, where he is 68 years old. In August 2017, members of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit made the decision to revisit Carol Barrett's case after reviewing all available evidence. Careful investigation led them to formulate a person of interest. In 2020, that person of interest, Billy Mansfield Jr., was ultimately identified as the prime suspect in Carol's murder. He would have been 24 years old at the time of Carol's killing, matching the age range that witnesses had provided in 1980. What followed was an interrogation process spanning 2 full years. Between 2020 and September 2022, investigators conducted multiple interviews with Billy at the California Healthcare Facility where he was incarcerated. In September 2022, Billy finally broke his decades-long silence on the incident and acknowledged that he was, in fact, the person depicted in the police sketch that had been created in 1980 based on witness descriptions. He then proceeded to confess to both the armed abduction from the motel and to Carol's murder shortly thereafter. Throughout the reinvestigation process, the sheriff's office consulted closely with the state attorney's office regarding potential prosecution. Following the confession, prosecutors determined that they did not need to seek prosecution for Carol Barrett's murder. The reasoning was that Billy was already serving 1 life sentence in California for Saling's murder, plus 4 concurrent life sentences in Florida for the murders of Elaine Ziegler, Sandra Graham, Teresa Fallingham, and an unidentified Jane Doe. Given that Billy will remain incarcerated for the rest of his natural life, regardless of additional convictions, prosecutors determined that the considerable expense and resource allocation required for a murder trial would not serve the interest of justice or provide meaningful additional accountability. Interestingly, Billy continues to cooperate with detectives in other jurisdictions regarding additional cold cases. This ongoing cooperation may help solve other unsolved murders and bring closure to additional families whose loved ones may have fallen victim to his violence. This next case takes place in Big Water, Utah in 1996 and revolves around a 6-year-old boy named Lance Gavara. According to his mother's later statements to the parole board, Lance was a vibrant child who loved swimming, fishing, and sharks. The evening of August 13th, 1996 began like countless others in the isolated community of Big Water. Lance was eager to head out and play around with the other kids around the trailer park where his family lived. At the time, the community of Big Water was known for its polygamous population. Lance's father, William, was polygamous himself and had 3 wives. One of the closest neighbors to the Gavaras was the Bybee family, who also had a 16-year-old son named Alexander. It also happened that one of William's wives was also Alexander's aunt. This relationship meant the families had lived in close proximity for years, with Bybee having moved to Big Water with his mother when he was 9 years old. On that particular Tuesday evening, Lance made plans with his 10-year-old brother to visit Alexander's trailer home to play video games. Several children were present at Alex's home that evening, creating what should have been a safe, supervised environment for the kids. At approximately 8 p.m., Lance decided to leave Alex's trailer. According to reports, he was last seen departing the home, telling others that he planned to return to his own house to retrieve a video game. He was carrying 2 5-inch Godzilla figurines that would later become critical pieces of evidence in the investigation. The walk from the trailer to his family's home was not long, perhaps only a few hundred yards away, but Lance never arrived at his family's trailer, nor did he ever return to Alex's. The 6-year-old simply vanished, sparking what would become a months-long mystery that would grip the small community and eventually garner national attention. Lance's parents reported him missing to local authorities, and an investigation was launched into what initially appeared to be a potential abduction case. Given Big Water's small size and isolated location, news of Lance's disappearance spread fast. Law enforcement conducted extensive searches of the surrounding area, but despite their efforts, authorities were unable to locate Lance or determine what had happened to him. During the investigation, law enforcement identified Alex Bybee as a person of interest, as Lance had last been seen leaving his home. However, sheriff's deputies encountered significant resistance when attempting to interview the teen. According to the Utah Supreme Court's later opinion, police unsuccessfully attempted to question Alex on 3 separate occasions. In the first attempt, he was playing a video game and refused to stop long enough to focus his attention on the interview. During the second attempt, he would not leave his room, refused to speak to investigators, and yelled that he had already been interviewed enough. In the third attempt, Alex again refused to answer any questions and told investigators not to bother him unless they had a warrant. As weeks passed without answers, the community grew increasingly concerned. In November 1996, 3 months after Lance's disappearance, sheriff's deputies discovered 2 toys belonging to Lance that had been half buried in the area. These items offered renewed hope that the case might be solved. By this time, the investigation also garnered national media attention. On November 8, 1996, Lance's case was featured as a special bulletin on the NBC television program Unsolved Mysteries, hosted by Robert Stack. Despite the publicity and continued investigation by authorities, no breakthrough occurred. The case remained unsolved, and Lance's family endured the agonizing uncertainty of not knowing what had happened to their son. Interestingly, sometime between late 1996 and early 1997, Alexander Bybee made a significant life change. He relocated from Big Water to Las Vegas, Nevada to live with his father. While living with his father in Las Vegas, his mental health deteriorated catastrophically. He experienced severe, debilitating depression that consumed his daily life. It got so severe that he even attempted to end his own life at one point. Following his attempt, Alex's father made the decision to have his son admitted to a mental health facility for intensive treatment. The facility was operated by the Children's Behavioral Services, or CBS. And it's during Alex's time with CBS that vital information regarding Lance's disappearance emerged. In February 1997, Alex's father revealed to the facility that his son had killed the missing Lance Gavara. How exactly he found out about this was never explained, but CBS staff promptly contacted the Las Vegas Police Department to report what Alex's father had disclosed. The Las Vegas police in turn recognized that the alleged crime had occurred in Utah outside their jurisdiction. Following standard protocols, they relayed the information to the appropriate law enforcement agency in Utah. Chief Deputy Alan Johnson acted immediately upon receiving the information. He traveled from Kane County, Utah to Las Vegas, Nevada in order to conduct an interview. Upon arrival, the interview was conducted at the CBS facility, and Alex immediately attempted to assert control over the situation. He refused to allow Deputy Johnson to take written notes or tape record the interview. Despite these restrictions, Johnson proceeded with the interview. During the investigation, trial proceedings, and multiple parole hearings spanning nearly 2 decades, Alex consistently maintained that William Gavara had abused him throughout his childhood in the trailer park. He told authorities and the parole board that his uncle, quote, pretty much ruined my self-esteem and made me afraid of adults in general while I was growing up. He characterized himself as having been frightened of my neighbors to an extreme and described William as a figure of terror in his young life. Alex elaborated further, saying, I didn't know what he would do with me doing something like that. That is what I believe is the main catalyst to why I did what I did. Because of fear, I thought I would be killed by him. William vehemently and repeatedly denied these allegations. During Alex's 1998 sentencing hearing, when defense attorney Carlin Myers accused William of abuse and suggested that, quote, if he had only treated Alex with respect and kindness, Lance would be alive today. To which William shouted in court, I am not the one on trial here. Regardless of what the truth is, Alex decided that rather than seek help, he would kill Lance. He said that he, quote, picked Lance up and took him over the hill to think about it. Alex carried the 6-year-old approximately a quarter mile from their trailers. After mulling over the thought, Alex decided that he would kill Lance by pressing his foot down onto Lance's throat until he died. Once he was sure that the child was deceased, Alex proceeded to dig a shallow grave in the sandy soil and bury the remains. After burying Lance, Alex marked the gravesite with a milk crate. Having murdered and buried Lance, Alex returned to his trailer and to his normal life. When Lance's parents reported him missing later that evening and when law enforcement began their investigation, Alex remained silent. Immediately following the interview, Deputy Johnson met with Alex's father. Johnson explained what had transpired and requested assistance in bringing Alex to Utah to locate the burial site. His father agreed and proved helpful in arranging for his son's temporary release from CBS. Ultimately, Alex cooperated and showed the gravesite to the authorities, who successfully recovered the remains. Because Alex was a juvenile at the time of the offense, significant legal questions arose regarding jurisdiction and procedure. Prior to trial, his defense attorneys filed a motion to suppress his confession to Deputy Johnson on 2 grounds. First, they argued that Alex did not knowingly and voluntarily waive his Miranda rights, particularly because he was a juvenile suffering from severe depression and his father was not present during the interview. Second, they contended that Johnson violated state laws by interviewing Alex in a detention facility without obtaining consent from both the minor and his parent or guardian. Ultimately, the waiver was denied and the second issue was not addressed. Judge McKiff ruled that Alex was, quote, aware of his rights at the time of the interview and did not in any way resist the interview with the officer. This ruling cleared the way for Alex's confession to be used as evidence at trial. With his confession deemed admissible, he faced overwhelming evidence of his guilt. On March 31, 1998, Alex, then 18 years old, entered a conditional plea agreement. He pleaded guilty to the murder charge while reserving the right to appeal the trial court's decision on the motion to suppress his confession. This conditional plea allowed him to avoid a jury trial while preserving his ability to challenge the legal ruling on appeal. If successful on appeal, the conviction could potentially be vacated. The sentencing hearing took place on May 15, 1998. Judge McKiff sentenced Alex to serve 5 years to life in prison for the first-degree felony murder. Under Utah's indeterminate sentencing scheme, this meant Alex would serve a minimum of 5 years before becoming eligible for parole, but could potentially remain incarcerated for the rest of his life depending on parole board decisions. He had his first parole hearing in 2009 after serving over a decade. The outcome of this initial hearing is not detailed, but Alex was not released. He had another hearing in 2013 where he expressed that he said, "Even though I may have failed as a teenager, I believe I've always been a good man." Ultimately, he was also not released after this hearing. Interestingly, in Alex's March 2025 parole hearing, Lance's family actually asked the parole board to give their son's killer a second chance. As of now, it does not seem that there is detailed public information regarding the results of his most recent parole hearing. Colin Pitchfork was born on March 23, 1960, into a working-class family in Leicestershire. His father, Alwyn, grew up in Clown in Derbyshire, while his mother, Molly Beck, came from Newbold, Verdon. The family resided at 6 Brascote Lane in Newbold, Verdon, where Colin attended school in Market Bosworth and Bosworth College in Desford. During his youth, Colin participated in the first Newbold Verdon Scout Group and earned the Chief Scouts Award in September 1976. He was one of 4 scouts selected from Leicestershire to attend the 14th World Scout Jamboree in Norway in August 1975, an achievement that suggested the boy was on a positive trajectory. However, beneath this image, Colin was accumulating numerous offenses. His mother served as the Group Scout leader and eventually removed Colin from the unit once his actions were realized. This was one of the earliest signs that Colin was deeply disturbed and had the potential to do worse evil in the future if not fixed. In 1976, he began working at Hampshire's Bakery in Leicester as an apprentice at the head office. He developed considerable skills as a cake decorator and had dreams of starting his own cake decorating business. According to his supervisor, he was a good worker but had frequent mood swings. Additionally, he couldn't seem to leave female employees alone. In early 1981, Pitchfork married a social worker and moved to a village named Littlethorpe. By 1983, he seemed to have developed a respectable and ordinary life, supporting his wife and 2 young sons, but yet again, this was nothing more than a facade. Taking a deeper look at his criminal history reveals an escalation in crimes typical in serial predators. His offenses progressed from exhibitionism to sexual assault and ultimately into rape and murder. In October 1977, at age 17, Colin was fined £30 by Market Bosworth magistrates for exposing himself to a girl after pleading guilty. This represented his first documented criminal conviction, though during later police interviews, he admitted the behavior began in his early teens. In 1979, at age 19, he forced a girl into a field and assaulted her. This marked a significant escalation to physical contact, demonstrating increasing boldness and willingness to use force. In February 1980, at age 20, Colin exposed himself to 2 girls in Earl Shilton and received a year's probation from Hinckley magistrates. Before his marriage, he was referred for therapy to Carlton Hayes Hospital in Narborough. In October 1985, at age 25, he assaulted another girl, threatening her with a screwdriver and holding a knife to her throat. In June 1986, at age 26, he picked up Liz Knight in Wigston and drove her for 40 minutes towards Great Glen. When Knight grabbed the steering wheel in resistance, Colin's demeanor suddenly changed. He decided to drive her home instead, placing his hand on her knee and stating, "I haven't hurt you yet." He ended the night by asking for a goodnight kiss and saying, "I bet you would never accept a lift from a stranger again." During police interrogation following his arrest, Colin admitted to exposing himself to more than 1,000 women. This admission places him among the most prolific exhibitionists documented in criminal history and illustrates the compulsive nature of his crude behavior. On the evening of Monday, November 21st, 1983, a 15-year-old named Linda Mann was babysitting for a neighbor. Linda lived with her parents, Kath and Eddie Eastwood, and her sister Susan in a close-knit community where violent crime was virtually non-existent. Their quiet village, Narborough, was precisely the type of location where parents allowed their children to walk alone in the late evening, knowing that it was incredibly unlikely for them to encounter danger. At approximately 8 p.m., Linda completed her babysitting duties and prepared to make the short journey home. The child's parents returned home, allowing Linda to set out on what should have been a routine 5-minute walk back to her family's residence. Rather than taking her usual route through the village streets, she made a fateful decision to take a shortcut along a deserted footpath known locally as the Black Pad. This narrow pathway cut through the grounds of Carlton Hayes Hospital, a psychiatric facility whose farmland divided Narborough from the neighboring village of Enderby. The footpath was familiar to locals and commonly used as a convenient shortcut. The Black Pad was darkly lit and isolated, details that made it potentially dangerous after dark. On this particular Monday evening in late November, darkness had fallen earlier than usual and the pathway was completely empty. Linda had walked these paths countless times and had no reason to suspect danger, especially since Narborough's safety record gave no indication that a sexual predator was operating in the area. What Linda could not know was that Colin Pitchfork, then 23 years old, was driving through the area that evening with his infant son asleep in the backseat of his car. Colin had told his wife that he would take care of babysitting on Monday evenings so that she could attend a gym class. His wife would later corroborate this alibi when police initially questioned him. However, rather than remaining home to care for his child, Colin was actually out scouting for potential victims. When he eventually spotted Linda walking alone on the black-pad footpath, he saw his opportunity. According to details that emerged later in the investigation, Colin parked his car near the pathway, leaving his infant son sleeping in the back seat. He then approached Linda under the guise of being lost and needing directions. Once it seemed like Linda let her guard down, Colin attacked and raped her. Following the assault, Colin strangled Linda to death using her own scarf. Colin noted that he simply murdered his victims in order to protect his identity. However, investigators and forensic psychologists uniformly rejected this explanation, viewing the motivation for the strangulations as rooted in perverted sadism rather than necessity. The unnecessary brutality of the attacks, the extended nature of the assaults, and the manner in which the bodies were left all pointed to a killer deriving gratification from the acts of domination, control, and violence themselves. After murdering Linda, Colin left her body on the black-pad footpath just 300 meters from her home. He then returned to his vehicle, where his son remained sleeping peacefully. He drove home and put his child to bed as though nothing had occurred. Linda's failure to return home that evening triggered immediate alarm among her family members. Her parents, Kath and Eddie, along with her sister Susan, who had been home when Linda left for babysitting, recognized immediately that something was wrong. Linda was described as a responsible teenager who was punctual and conscientious about informing her parents of her whereabouts. Kath and Eddie, along with neighbors and other concerned community members, spent the entire night searching for Linda throughout Narborough and the surrounding areas. The family walked the streets calling her name, checked with friends and acquaintances, and grew increasingly frantic as hours passed without any sign of the missing teenager. At approximately 1:30 a.m. on Tuesday morning, November 22nd, Kath and Eddie returned home briefly after an evening out. After their search, they were hoping that Linda would somehow just show up at home. Susan informed them that Linda still had not returned, and Eddie immediately resumed searching the neighborhood. The family contacted Leicestershire police to report Linda missing, and officers joined the search effort. That same morning, a man walking to work along the black pad made a horrifying discovery. He came across the body of a teenage girl lying on the footpath. Police rushed to the scene and quickly identified the victim as Linda Mann, the missing 15-year-old who had last been seen alive approximately 12 hours earlier. Linda's body showed immediate and clear evidence of violent sexual assault. The murder brought panic and shock to the Narborough community. Detective Chief Superintendent David Baker was assigned to lead the investigation. Baker was an experienced detective, and he made a solemn personal promise to Kath that he would find her daughter's killer. This promise would drive Baker's investigative efforts for years and ultimately lead him to champion the revolutionary use of DNA technology that would crack the case. Baker also relocated his entire investigative team to an unused building in Narborough to facilitate intensive coordination and allow immediate response to any new leads. Using the forensic science techniques available in 1983, investigators collected biological evidence from Linda's body and clothing. Semen samples were recovered and subjected to conventional serological analysis. These tests revealed that the perpetrator had type A blood, narrowing the pool to about 40% of the community population. More significantly, enzyme analysis revealed the presence of phosphoglucomutase, which is found in only approximately 10% of males. While this information narrowed the suspect pool considerably, it remained insufficient for identification purposes. In a village like Narborough and its surrounding communities, there would still be hundreds of men who matched this blood type and enzyme profile. Without witnesses or clear physical evidence linking a specific individual to the crime scene, investigators found themselves pursuing hundreds of leads that ultimately went nowhere. Despite months of extensive investigation, exhaustive interviews with potential suspects, and appeals to the public for information, the case gradually went cold. The Eastwood family was left without answers or justice, forced to grieve while Linda's killer remained free and unidentified in the community. In desperation, Kath and Eddie even hired a psychic to investigate the murder, though this yielded no significant information. The psychic did, however, state that the killer would strike again if not apprehended. Nearly 3 years after Linda Mann's murder on Thursday, July 31st, 1986, another 15-year-old girl was preparing for what seemed like an ordinary summer evening in the village of Enderby. Dawn Ashworth lived with her parents Barbara and Robin and her younger brother Andrew, who was 13 years old. Like Linda, Dawn attended Brockington High School, though the two girls had not known each other. On this particular Thursday afternoon at approximately 4:30 p.m., Dawn left a school friend's house with the intention of walking home. The distance was only a few miles, and Dawn was familiar with the route, which included a shortcut along a footpath called 10-Pound Lane. This pathway, like the black pad where Linda had been murdered, cut through the farmland of Carlton Hayes Hospital and provided a convenient shortcut between neighboring villages. However, Dawn's plans for the evening changed when her parents decided they would also be going out. Dawn agreed to stay home and look after her younger brother Andrew since their parents would be absent. Because she couldn't reach her friend Sharon's telephone, Dawn determined she needed to walk to Sharon's house in person to inform her that she would not be able to visit that evening as originally planned. Dawn told her mother that she'd be back by 7 before setting out around 4:30 p.m. to deliver this message to her friend. When 7 p.m. passed without Dawn's return, the Ashworths initially were not alarmed, as teenagers sometimes lost track of time when visiting friends. However, as the evening progressed and 9:30 p.m. approached with still no sign of their daughter, concern escalated to alarm. By 9:40 p.m., Barbara and Robin's worry had intensified to the point that they contacted the police to report Dawn missing. The family's distress was heightened by their awareness of Linda's unsolved murder 3 years earlier in a neighboring village. Police responded promptly to the missing person report and initiated an immediate search effort. Officers, family members, neighbors, and volunteers scoured the villages of Enderby and Narborough and the surrounding countryside throughout the night and into the following day. The search was extensive and covered the routes Dawn regularly took, and expanded outward to fields, woodlands, and isolated areas where a person might have become lost or injured. 2 agonizing days passed before searchers made the dreaded discovery. On Saturday morning, August 2nd, 1986, at approximately 8:17 a.m., Dawn's body was found in a wooded area near 10-Pound Lane. The location was less than a mile from where Linda had been murdered in 1983, and the body's position suggested the victim had been deliberately concealed. Dawn's remains were lying face down approximately 6 meters from the public path. The body was partially covered with twigs, branches, and torn up nettles in what appeared to be a hasty attempt at concealment. The body was found naked from the waist down and showed extensive injuries. She had been brutally beaten, raped, and then strangled to death. The similarities between Dawn's murder and the unsolved killing of Linda were immediately apparent to investigators and deeply disturbing. Both victims were girls who attended the same school and had been attacked while walking alone on isolated footpaths in the Carlton Hayes Hospital area. Both had been raped and strangled, and the crime scenes were less than a mile apart from each other. Detective David Baker, who had led the investigation into Linda's murder and never closed that case, immediately recognized the connection. Biological evidence from Dawn's body was found to be the same blood type and enzyme profile as that found in Linda's case. Dawn's mother, Barbara, worked at Next plc, a major British retailer headquartered in Enderby. The company's founder, George Davies, was moved by the tragedy and determined to assist in bringing the killer to justice. Davies offered a substantial reward of £10,000 for information leading to the identification and capture of Dawn's murderer. Shortly after Dawn's body was discovered on August 2nd, police focused their investigative attention on a man named Richard Buckland, a local 17-year-old with learning difficulties. Buckland emerged as a suspect for several reasons that to investigators at the time appeared compelling. He had been seen near Dawn's crime scene in the vicinity of 10 Pound Lane, where her body was eventually found. Furthermore, he demonstrated knowledge of certain unreleased details about the body and the crime scene, information that police had deliberately withheld from public disclosure to enable verification of any legitimate confessions and to filter out false claims. The police's suspicion was further fueled by his suspicious behavior in the days following Dawn's disappearance and the discovery of her body. Additionally, Buckland knew Dawn personally, which established a connection between the suspect and victim that investigators viewed as significant. On August 10th, just 8 days after Dawn's body was discovered, Richard Buckland was arrested and charged with Dawn's murder. The arrest brought a sense of relief to the terrified community, and investigators believed they had finally identified the serial killer who had terrorized the area since Linda's murder years earlier. What followed the arrest was an intensive police interrogation that would later become a case study in how false confessions can be obtained from vulnerable individuals, particularly those with intellectual disabilities. Buckland was subjected to prolonged, intense questioning about both murders. During this interrogation, he confessed multiple times to murdering Dawn. His confessions appeared to contain details about the crime that seemed to corroborate his guilt, and investigators viewed these admissions as validation of their theory. However, Buckland's confessions contained a critical inconsistency that troubled investigators. While he admitted to killing Dawn, he vehemently and consistently denied any involvement in Linda's death. Each time he confessed, he would subsequently retract his confession only to confess again under continued questioning. This pattern of confession, retraction, and reconfession should have raised immediate red flags about the reliability of his admissions, but at the time, investigators interpreted the retractions as attempts by a guilty man to minimize his legal exposure. While Richard Buckland sat in custody awaiting trial for a murder he did not commit, a revolutionary scientific development had recently occurred just 5 miles away at the University of Leicester. The discovery would not only exonerate Buckland and identify the true killer, but would fundamentally transform criminal forensics worldwide. Professor Alec Jeffreys, a British geneticist, had been conducting research on inherited genetic variation, focusing specifically on differences in DNA sequences. His research revealed that while most DNA is identical, variable spots provide a genetic signature, allowing for the conclusive identification of individuals from samples like blood or hair. After reading about Jeffrey's work, Detective Baker contacted the scientist in 1986 to request assistance with the double murder investigation. Jeffreys was uncertain whether biological samples collected from Linda's clothing 3 years earlier would still be viable for DNA testing, but he agreed to attempt the analysis. When Jeffreys compared Richard Buckland's blood sample with the crime scene samples, the results were unequivocal. Buckland's DNA was completely different from the samples found at both crime scenes. The DNA testing proved that Buckland had not killed Linda. When Jeffreys tested the sample against evidence from Dawn's murder, he again found no match. Despite his confession, Richard Buckland was innocent of both murders. He was released and became the first person in criminal history to be exonerated by DNA evidence. Furthermore, the DNA analysis confirmed suspicions that the same individual had murdered both Linda and Dawn. Detective Baker's next strategy to find the killer was to conduct mass DNA screening of every man within the probable radius of the killer's residence. Research on serial killers indicates they typically operate within a 5-mile radius of where they live. Baker proposed testing the DNA of every man between the ages of 17 and 34 who lived within an 8-kilometer radius of where the bodies were found. Approximately 5,000 men in the villages of Enderby, Narborough, and Littlethorpe. The operation would be labor-intensive, time-consuming, and expensive, requiring the establishment of an entirely new forensic facility. At over £100 per blood test, the project would cost approximately £500,000 in total, a massive sum in 1987. The Home Office was initially reluctant to fund such an ambitious and unproven investigative technique. However, with support from Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, the project ultimately received government approval. Beginning in January 1987, police invited local men to voluntarily provide blood and saliva samples for DNA testing. The initiative became known as the Blooding. Investigators knew the murderer had type A blood, so they would only need to conduct full DNA analysis on the approximately 20% of samples with that blood type, though every man still needed to provide a sample. Men who refused to attend or ignored the invitation received visits from police officers asking them to explain their reluctance. Overall, however, community cooperation was exceptional, with residents eager to help catch the killer terrorizing their villages. By September 1987, police had collected samples from over 4,500 men and cleared approximately 3,000 through DNA testing. Despite this massive effort, no match had been found. The head of the police department began to express doubts about whether the process was working, and serious discussions commenced about terminating funding for the DNA investigation. Then, around noon on Saturday, August 1st, 1987, several colleagues from Hampshire's bakery were drinking in a Leicester pub. Among them was 23-year-old Ian Kelly, who lived outside the area under investigation. During the conversation, Kelly was overheard discussing how he had provided a blood sample on Colin Pitchfork's behalf by using a fake passport to masquerade as Colin during the DNA testing. Kelly revealed that Colin had paid him £200 to take the test in his place on January 29, 1987. Another bakery colleague mentioned that Colin had similarly approached him to take the DNA test. Colin had told Kelly he wanted to avoid police harassment due to his prior convictions for indecent exposure. The conversation was overheard by 28-year-old Jackie Foggin of Fleckney. However, Foggin did not report what she heard to police until September 18th, nearly 7 weeks after the conversation. This delay has never been fully explained, though Foggin later expressed concern about getting involved in such a serious case. Her tip-off proved vital in breaking the case and ultimately led to Colin's capture. On March 18, 1988, George Davies of Next plc presented Jackie Foggin with a check for £10,000 at the company's Enderby head office, the same reward he had offered for information leading to the killer's identification. Ian Kelly was arrested at 31 Stewart Street in Leicester on Friday, September 18, 1987. He later received an 18-month sentence for conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. The following day, Saturday, September 19th, Colin Pitchfork was arrested at 32 Haybarn Close in Littlethorpe by Detective Inspector Mick Thomas. When Colin informed his wife that he had killed 2 girls, she attempted to attack him. At Leicester Crown Court in January 1988, Colin pleaded guilty to multiple charges. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of murder, and more. That same month, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for the 2 murders and 10 years for the victims. He also received 3-year sentences for each assault count and 3 years for perverting the course of justice, with all sentences running concurrently. The Secretary of State initially set a minimum term of 30 years before Colin could be considered for parole. This meant he would be eligible for his first parole hearing in 2018 at age 58. However, in 2009, Pitchfork appealed his minimum term, arguing that 30 years was excessive. 3 judges at the Court of Appeal in London determined that the minimum term should be reduced to 28 years, citing exceptional progress made during incarceration. The sentence reduction drew sharp criticism from the victims' families, who viewed it as minimizing the severity of the crimes and betraying the original sentencing intent. With the reduction, Colin became eligible for parole consideration in 2016, having served 28 years. On April 22, 2016, the Parole Board for England and Wales conducted its first hearing on Colin's case. His advocates presented evidence of his improved character, emphasizing that he had furthered his education to degree level and become an expert at transcribing printed music into Braille for blind people. This work was characterized as demonstrating rehabilitation and pro-social contribution. The families of Linda Mann and Dawn Ashworth vigorously opposed his release. On April 29, 2016, the board announced that Colin's application for release on license had been refused. However, the board recommended that he be moved to an open prison to begin the reintegration process. On May 3, 2018, Colin was again refused release on license. The parole board announced he would be eligible for further review within 2 years. Following a parole hearing held via video link on March 22, 2021, the parole board reviewed evidence from Colin's probation officer and a prison service psychologist. After examining the robustness of the risk management plan, the board concluded its review on May 25, 2021, determining that Colin was suitable for release. On June 7, 2021, the decision was announced publicly, triggering immediate controversy. Justice Secretary Robert Buckland applied for a review under the parole board reconsideration mechanism. On July 13, 2021, the review application was refused, clearing the way for release. Colin was released on September 1, 2021, subject to more than 40 license conditions, described by the Ministry of Justice as some of the strictest ever set. The conditions included placement on the offender's register, residence at a bail hostel, continuous probation supervision, electronic GPS tagging, mandatory polygraph testing, disclosure of all vehicles used and people contacted, strict limitations on contact with children, curfew requirements, technology use, and geographic exclusion zones. The release provoked public outcry and horror from the victims' families. Dawn's mother Barbara said the following: "This news is so upsetting. There are still 15-year-old girls wandering around, and this man could still have 20 years of his life to abuse them." Interestingly, this release lasted exactly 2 months and 18 days. On November 19, 2021, Colin was arrested and recalled to prison after probation staff identified what was described as concerning behaviors. He had been approaching young women while on walks from his bail hostel. Additionally, there were concerns that he had been attempting to cheat mandatory polygraph tests using breathing techniques. In April and May 2023, another oral hearing was held. The panel determined that the 2021 recall decision was flawed and then considered whether Colin met the statutory test for release. Despite differing views among professional witnesses, the panel ruled in June 2023 that Colin could be released. A new panel conducted oral hearings in October and November 2023. And then in December of that same year, the panel determined that Colin did not meet the test for release and would remain in prison. His most recent hearing occurred in October of 2025, where it was stated that he would remain in prison and would not be transferred to an open prison. Faith Danielle Hedgepath was born on September 26, 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina, into the Haliwa-Saponi Native American tribe with approximately 4,300 members. Raised primarily by her mother, Connie, after her parents divorced within a year of her birth, Faith grew up in the small communities of Hollister and Warrenton alongside her older sister, Rolanda, and 2 brothers. In high school, Faith distinguished herself as an honor student, cheerleader, and active participant in numerous extracurricular organizations, including the National Honor Society and the Native American Student Society. Her academic success earned her a prestigious Gates Millennium Scholarship to attend the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, positioning her to become the first person in her family to graduate from college. At 19 years old and entering her sophomore year, Faith was pursuing a biology major with aspirations to become either a pediatrician or an elementary school teacher. Her ultimate goal, though, was to return to her tribal community to provide medical care or education, contributing to the people of her tribe who had shaped her identity. On campus, Faith served as secretary of the Carolina Indian Circle, an organization founded in 1974 to support American Indian students, and sang with Unheard Voices, an a cappella group. Those who knew her described her as bubbly, cheerful, and caring. Chief Ronald Richardson of Faith's tribe, who had known Faith since she was 13, remembered her as, quote, the embodiment of innocence, the epitome and personification of life. At 5:45 p.m. on September 6, 2012, Faith arrived at a sorority rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a historically Native American sorority that she had expressed strong interest in joining. Faith spent approximately 90 minutes at this event. However, at 7:15 p.m., she made the decision to leave earlier than many of her peers. When asked about her departure, Faith explained that she needed to return to her apartment to work on an academic paper about her tribe's history. After leaving, she made her way to Davis Library on the UNC campus, where she arranged to meet her roommate Karina Rosario at 8 p.m. Faith and Karina settled into the library around 8 p.m. and began their respective study sessions. Between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m., she exchanged a series of text messages with her father, Roland. The messages seemed mundane, focusing on Faith's impressions of the sorority and its members. The study session at the library continued for several hours. At some point during the evening, Faith briefly left the library, though the specific reason for this and where she went during this time has not been publicly documented in available records. What is known is that she returned to the library around 11:30 p.m., specifically to pick up Karina. Around midnight, the duo left the library together and drove back to their apartment at Hawthorne at the View. Situated at the end of a secluded road, the complex was surrounded by trees and vegetation, creating a somewhat isolated environment despite being relatively close to campus. The complex also included only one entrance and exit. Faith and Karina's apartment was located on the second floor of their building. The two young women spent less than 30 minutes inside their apartment. During this brief period, Faith and Karina made the decision to go out to a popular nightclub located in downtown Chapel Hill called The Thrill. This location was well known among students as one of the few nightclubs in the area that admitted patrons under the legal drinking age of 21, allowing younger students to enjoy a club environment. Around 12:30 a.m., the two locked their apartment door and headed toward downtown Chapel Hill. The drive from their apartment complex to the nightclub was relatively short, and security footage from the club's entrance cameras captured both women arriving at approximately 12:40 a.m. Once inside the club, the girls began dancing and socializing with the students who filled the building. At 1:23 a.m., an event occurred that would become one of the most analyzed and disputed pieces of evidence in the entire investigation. Faith's cell phone placed a call to her friend Oona Chavis, resulting in a voicemail being recorded. The circumstances of this call have been characterized as an accidental pocket dial. Faith was well known among her friends for frequently pocket dialing people, making this type of accident seem like normal behavior. When Oona initially received the voicemail, she recognized it as likely being another one of Faith's mistaken calls and deleted it without listening to the entire recording, thinking nothing of the incident. At that moment, it seemed like a completely inconsequential event. The voicemail itself was approximately 3 minutes in length. The audio quality was poor, containing garbled, static sounds that made it difficult to discern clear voices or words. Much of the recording consisted of fabric rubbing against the phone's microphone. In the background, there were sounds that could be interpreted as music, though the specific nature of these sounds would later become a subject of intense debate. The timestamp on this voicemail, 1:23 a.m., placed the call during the period when Faith and Karina were inside the nightclub. Investigators, upon reviewing this voicemail, initially concluded that it was indeed recorded while the women were at the club and therefore had no relevance to the case, which they believed occurred several hours later. Meanwhile, as the night progressed, surveillance footage showed Faith interacting with several other patrons, including multiple male individuals. These interactions appeared to be normal exchanges. Investigators would later identify and interview these individuals, collecting DNA samples from men who had been present in the club during the same time frame as Faith and Karina. None of these DNA samples would match the biological evidence recovered from the crime scene. At 2:06 a.m., security cameras captured Karina leaving the nightclub, followed closely by Faith. This departure came after spending approximately 90 minutes at the club. In her subsequent statements to police, Karina explained that she had begun feeling unwell. She described experiencing an upset stomach that made her uncomfortable enough that she wanted to leave and return home. By 3 a.m., the two girls had returned to their apartment. What happened during the period between 3 o'clock and 4:25 a.m. remains the subject of intense investigation and speculation. Joy, the downstairs neighbor, was awake at 3 a.m. watching television in her apartment when she heard 3 distinct thumping noises coming from the apartment above her, the unit occupied by Faith and Karina. She would later describe these sounds as if someone dropped a heavy book bag on the floor, or if furniture was being overturned or moved. Around the same time as these thumping sounds occurred, records show that someone accessed Faith's Facebook account. The exact time of this access has been documented in Facebook's records, placing it in the early morning hours shortly after the women returned home. The identity of who accessed the account has not been definitively established. At 3:40 a.m., a text message was sent from Faith's cell phone to Brandon Edwards, a man who had previously been in a romantic relationship with Karina. The message said the following: "Hey B, can you come over here please? Karina needs you more than you know. Please let her know you care." Brandon did not immediately respond to the text. At 4:16 a.m., 36 minutes later, he finally sent a reply asking who had sent the message. By this time, the situation in the apartment had evolved dramatically, though Brandon had no way of knowing this when he sent his response. His reply text would never be answered. Phone records reveal additional communication attempts during this crucial window. Karina was making her own efforts to reach Brandon around the same time that the texts were being sent from Faith's phone. The simultaneous attempts from both Faith and Karina made it clear that reaching Brandon was a major priority, but it's unknown just why the two were so adamant about contacting him. When Brandon failed to respond to either the text messages or Karina's phone calls, Karina shifted her efforts to another individual, Jordan McCrary. McCrary was a student athlete at UNC playing on the university soccer team. He had some form of relationship with Karina, though the exact nature and timeline of their connection have not been explained. At 4:25 a.m., Karina left the apartment when McCrary arrived in his vehicle and Karina entered his car. McCrary then drove Karina to another acquaintance's home on West Longview Street in Chapel Hill, where she would spend the remainder of the night. According to Karina's statements to police when she left the apartment, Faith was in her bedroom asleep. Karina made the decision to leave the apartment's front door unlocked rather than locking it when she departed. This decision would later be scrutinized extensively as it created an obvious vulnerability. One additional detail emerged that would take on significant importance years later during pretrial proceedings. According to information referenced in defense motions filed in 2025, Karina allegedly had blood on her fingers when she entered Jordan McCrary's car at 4:25 a.m. This detail, if accurate, raises profound questions about what had occurred in the apartment before Karina's departure. Shortly after 10:30 a.m., Karina began making arrangements to return to her apartment. She attempted to call Faith multiple times, but she did not answer her phone. Unable to reach her directly, Karina instead contacted Marisol Rangel, a mutual friend of both young women. Karina asked Marisol if she could provide a ride back to the apartment. Marisol agreed, and around 11 a.m., she arrived to pick up Karina and drive her home. When the girls arrived, they entered through the front door of the apartment that Karina had left unlocked approximately 6.5 hours earlier. The two women called out for Faith as they entered. When no response came, they began looking through the apartment to locate her. Marisol reached Faith's bedroom door first and opened it. What she saw caused her to scream, leading to Karina calling the police at exactly 11:01 a.m. In the recording, Karina can be heard telling the emergency dispatcher the following: "Hi, I just walked into my apartment and my friend is like, she's unconscious." Officers arrived at the apartment at 11:09 a.m. When officers entered Faith's bedroom, it was clear that she had not simply become unconscious, but had been the victim of a brutal homicide. She was found on the bed, leaning against it, covered partially by a comforter that had been on the bed. Faith was unclothed from the waist down, and her shirt had been pulled up, leaving her body partially exposed. Lieutenant Salisa Lee Hugh, who later became Chapel Hill police chief, described the scene saying, "So, Faith was found deceased, partially nude. There was a lot of blood in the bedroom, and she had suffered what appeared to be severe head trauma. Faith was wrapped partially in a comforter that had been located on the bed. There was some blood splatter throughout the bedroom as well as where the pillow might be. Blood was pooled near Faith's body and splattered across the bedroom walls and closet door. An empty Bacardi Peach Red rum bottle was discovered near the bed. This bottle, which was normally kept in the kitchen, was determined to be the murder weapon. The autopsy report, released in September 2014 after 2 years of court-ordered sealing, confirmed that Faith died from blunt force trauma to the head caused by being beaten with this bottle. The autopsy revealed Faith had numerous cuts and bruises, and blood was found under her fingernails, evidence suggesting she had struggled against her attacker. A sexual assault kit was performed, revealing the presence of semen. DNA analysis determined that the profile generated from this evidence matched other DNA recovered from the crime scene. Perhaps the most haunting and perplexing piece of evidence was a handwritten note discovered on the bed. Written in pen on a torn-off portion of a paper bag, the note said, "I'm not stupid, jealous." Police believe the bag originated from Time Out, a popular 24-hour restaurant in Chapel Hill located a short distance from the nightclub Faith and Karina visited earlier. Handwriting expert Peggy Walla noted that the note was remarkably clean with no blood on it, despite the crime scene being covered in it. This suggested it was either written away from the immediate crime scene or before the violence occurred. It was also noted that block letters were used in writing the note, which Peggy stated was an attempt at making investigators focus on the killer and his authority. Additionally, the inclusion of the word stupid suggested the killer was someone close to Faith and was not a random crime. Now, if you recall, I mentioned the voicemail that Oona received was originally brushed off as irrelevant. However, in 2016, forensic audio expert Arlo West conducted an independent analysis of the voicemail for the television program Crime Watch Daily. West, who specializes in enhancing difficult audio recordings, claimed his analysis revealed shocking content. After digitally enhancing the recording by removing layers of noise and static, West said he identified 4 distinct voices, 2 males and 2 females. According to West, the recording contains female voice fragments that sound like, "Ow, my head, help me, get off me." Another female voice says, "Do it," and makes threatening statements including, "You, I'm pissed, I'm gonna kick your face, I figured out that BS, you liar, you intentionally lied, don't be a pussy, put up a fight." A male voice states, "I think she's dying," and another responds, "Do it anyhow." A third male voice says, "I can't believe that you really did it, Rosie," while one female voice instructs, "Go help Eric." West interpreted Rosie as potentially referring to Karina Rosario, who had the same nickname. Eric was possibly Eric Tacoy Jones, Karina's ex-boyfriend. Faith's father, Roland, listened to the voicemail more than 200 times and stated, "I know Faith's voice very well, its particular tone. I can hear in her voice that she was alarmed, that she was being hurt. The first time I heard it, I knew in my heart I was hearing an altercation that led to her death, or the actual death itself." Furthermore, West challenged the validity of the 1:23 a.m. timestamp, citing a known software glitch with the specific brand of phones that both Faith and Oona owned during that period, which resulted in incorrect timestamps on voicemails. He also argued that the audio lacked the characteristic background sounds one would expect from a nightclub. There were no glasses clinking, no percussion or heavy bass from music, and no crowd chatter. Chapel Hill police, however, maintained their position that the timestamp was accurate and that the voicemail was recorded while the women were at the nightclub, not during the murder. They stated that metadata associated with the call reinforced this conclusion. This fundamental disagreement about the voicemail's significance has persisted throughout the investigation. The police department's handling of the investigation drew criticism from the very beginning, particularly regarding their unprecedented decision to seal all case records through court orders, a departure from their usual practice of sharing information publicly. This secrecy would persist for nearly 2 years, fueling speculation and hampering public assistance. From the earliest stages of the investigation, Eric Jones, Karina's ex-boyfriend, became the most compelling suspect. Jones had a documented history of domestic violence toward Karina during their relationship, which Faith had witnessed and attempted to help end. In early July 2012, just 2 months before Faith's murder, Jones attempted to break into the apartment twice even after Karina changed the locks. Faith drove Karina to court to obtain a protective order requiring Jones to stay away from the apartment. Jones reportedly harbored significant resentment toward Faith for her role in ending his relationship with Karina. According to investigative records, he threatened during a phone conversation with Faith to kill her if he could not restore his relationship with Karina. The night before Faith's murder, around 6 p.m. on September 6th, Jones sent a cryptic text message to an acquaintance asking for forgiveness for what he was about to do. 3 days after the murder, he changed his Facebook banner to say, "Dear Lord, forgive me for all of my sins and the sins I may commit today. Protect me from the girls who don't deserve me and the ones who wish me dead today." Despite these deeply suspicious circumstances, Jones's DNA did not match the sample recovered from the crime scene. After initial resistance, Jones complied with police requests for a DNA sample, and testing definitively excluded him as the source of the biological evidence. His attorney later confirmed that Jones had been cleared as a suspect. Police also collected and tested DNA from Brandon Edwards and numerous other men who were present at the nightclub during the same time frame as Faith and Karina. Surveillance footage from the nightclub showed Faith interacting with several males that night, all of whom were questioned and provided DNA samples. None matched the crime scene evidence. In December 2012, the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit joined the investigation to develop a psychological and behavioral profile of the unknown killer. The FBI profile suggested several key characteristics that the killer likely knew Faith personally. Within days of the murder, multiple entities contributed to a reward fund for information leading to an arrest. The initial combined reward reached $29,000. In November 2012, North Carolina Governor Bev Perdue added another $10,000, bringing the total to approximately $40,000. In July 2014, the court finally ordered the records unsealed. Media organizations gained access to search warrant applications, investigative notes, Karina's police call transcript, early morning text messages, and a timeline of the women's actions the night before the murder. On September 23, 2016, 4 years after the murder, Chapel Hill Police released a DNA phenotype composite. This predicts eye color, hair color, skin color, and face morphology based purely on genetic markers in the DNA profile. The analysis revealed that the suspect was very strongly Native American and European mixed ancestry, or Latino. Most genetic markers pointed to Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian ancestry, with some other South American and African countries represented in smaller proportions. The composite predicted with over 80% confidence that the suspect would have a skin tone in the olive range. Fast forward to September 16th, 2021, 9 years and 9 days after Faith's murder, Chapel Hill Police announced that they had arrested 28-year-old Miguel Salguero Olivares of Durham, North Carolina, charging him with first-degree murder. The arrest came as a shock because Miguel had not been an initial person of interest and had no publicly known connection to Faith. Just 2 days before the public arrest announcement, Miguel was pulled over for a DWI traffic stop in Wake County. During the stop, investigators obtained his DNA without his consent. When the sample was analyzed, it came back as a match to the DNA recovered from Faith's crime scene. Investigators also executed a search warrant at his apartment, seizing 6 cell phones and a laptop. Faith's parents, who had waited nearly a decade for this day, expressed overwhelming emotion at the arrest announcement. Her father said, "I want to thank God for allowing me to see this day." Her mother, Connie, added, "When I got the news this morning, I didn't do anything but cry and thank God and praise God. When I cried, it was tears of joy, tears of relief that someone had been arrested in her case." On November 7th, 2025, Superior Court Judge Keith O. Gregory set the trial date for September 28th, 2026. Miguel has been held without bond at the Durham County Detention Center since his arrest. His mother publicly stated that he did not know Faith, though no details about any potential connection between them has been revealed to the public. In July 2025, Miguel's defense team, which had changed from public defenders to private attorneys led by Chris Barnes, filed motions that revealed their strategy. Significantly, the defense is not denying that Miguel's DNA was found at the crime scene. Instead, they appear to be pursuing an alternative theory that attempts to shift attention to Faith's roommate, Karina. The defense motion raises several questions about her potential involvement or knowledge. According to the defense filings, Karina allegedly had unexplained blood on her fingers when she entered Jordan McCrary's car at 4:25 a.m. Additionally, her account of events has allegedly changed multiple times over the years. The defense notes that she left the apartment with the door unlocked while Faith was supposedly asleep inside, which was highly suspicious. It is critically important to note that Karina has never been charged with any crime, and authorities have not accused her of wrongdoing. She has not responded publicly to these defense filings. In what may prove to be the most significant evidentiary issue facing the prosecution, defense attorneys revealed in court that Chapel Hill police documented collecting a blood sample from the bathroom door at the time of Faith's death. But when defense counsel inquired about this evidence, they were informed by the police department that it was no longer available. This missing evidence raises serious questions about evidence handling and chain of custody procedures. As of January 2026, Faith's case stands at a critical juncture. After 9 years of investigation involving hundreds of DNA samples, thousands of interviews, and millions of dollars in resources, prosecutors are highly confident they have identified her killer through DNA confirmation. Miguel Salguero Olivares faces multiple charges, with his trial scheduled for September 28, 2026. Kelsey Barth was born on September 15, 1989 in Washington State. She grew up in the lakeside city of Moses Lake, where her family operated a hay farm. She spent her days driving tractors and bucking bales of hay alongside her younger brother Clint. The two were inseparable growing up, doing everything together on the family property. Her best friends formed what they described as an unbreakable bond among themselves. They stated plainly that Kelsey was beautiful and appeared to be a soft, prissy girl on the surface. But deep down, she was a country girl through and through, someone who was not afraid to get her hands dirty. Kelsey was also a person of deep faith. She grew up worshiping and attending school at the Moses Lake Seventh-day Adventist Church, where her family was an integral part of the congregation. Parishioner Sandy Larson later reflected on watching Kelsey grow up, saying, "They were just a loving family. Everybody loved them and everybody loved Kelsey. We just watched her. She matured through the years, turned into a beautiful young lady." After graduating from high school, Kelsey enrolled in the aviation program at Big Bend Community College, where she began studying to earn her pilot's license. She earned her commercial pilot's license and then took things a step further, qualifying as a certified flight instructor so she could teach others to fly as well. After completing her training, Kelsey landed her first job as a flight instructor. Around the same time, her parents, Cheryl and Daryl, relocated to a small community in northern Idaho, and Kelsey moved out on her own to begin building an independent life. In May 2016, she made the decision to move to Colorado. The move was driven in part by her relationship with Patrick Frazee, who we'll talk about more later on. After arriving in Colorado, she picked up a handful of different jobs before landing the position of flight instructor at DOS Aviation in Pueblo, which she started in late July 2017. DOS Aviation was no ordinary flight school. The company held the exclusive contract to provide initial flight training to United States Air Force Academy graduates. Kelsey was one of only a handful of female instructor pilots in the program, training the next generation of Air Force aviators in aircraft navigation and basic flight operations. As for the previously mentioned Patrick, Kelsey encountered his profile on a dating site in 2015 while she was still living in Washington. He was 32 years old at the time and appeared to be a quiet and rugged man living on a 35-acre ranch in Florissant, Colorado. Patrick worked as a farrier and rancher, making his living trimming and shoeing the hooves of horses and donkeys across the region. His acquaintance Clint Klein, who had known Patrick for about 7 years, described him as a laid-back, solitary figure who was wholly dedicated to ranch life. Patrick also trained cattle dogs on his property, and the ranch housed a variety of animals that required daily care and attention. For Kelsey, a country girl, a rancher was exactly the kind of man she was drawn to. The connection that formed between the two was immediate despite the staggering distance. But whatever spark ignited over the dating platform was strong enough for Kelsey to consider uprooting her entire life. Before Kelsey made the move, the couple maintained a long-distance relationship. Patrick lived on the ranch with his mother, Sheila, who was a constant presence in his daily life. Sheila had lived on the property for roughly 20 years, and Patrick had remained there as well. His older brother Sean, a police officer, had moved away and was not particularly close to Patrick as in recent years. It's known that Patrick traveled to Washington at least once to help Kelsey relocate when the time came. During that trip, Kelsey's parents also got the opportunity to meet him. By all indications, Kelsey's family was supportive of the relationship. In October 2017, Kelsey gave birth to the couple's daughter, Kaylee Jo, in Colorado Springs. The delivery came 3 weeks early, and the premature arrival meant that Kaylee required extra medical care. This prevented Kelsey from having Kaylee in her hospital room immediately after birth. What happened next at the hospital revealed a side of Patrick that deeply concerned medical staff. According to Kelsey's mother, Cheryl, Patrick became extremely upset because he believed that the first few hours after birth needed to be spent together as a family for bonding purposes. He became so agitated and verbally abusive toward the nursing staff that social services was notified. As a result, Kaylee was temporarily removed from the care of both Patrick and Kelsey until a safety evaluation could be conducted to determine whether Patrick posed a threat to Kelsey or the baby. The incident was eventually resolved and the family was reunited, but Patrick's reaction did not fade from memory. Cheryl told investigators that Patrick later said he should have killed the nurse who had reported them to social services. He apparently repeated the sentiment in a joking manner at Kaylee's first birthday party the following year. After their discharge from the hospital, Kelsey and baby Kaylee returned to her condo in Woodland Park where they lived together. Meanwhile, Patrick stayed on the ranch. The couple continued to share parenting responsibilities from their separate homes, with Kelsey handling the majority of the day-to-day caregiving while Patrick took Kaylee for visits at the ranch. To the outside world, the relationship appeared functional if imperfect, two young parents doing their best to make it work across separate households. But those closest to Kelsey could see cracks forming beneath the surface. Her friend Ashley observed that Kelsey seemed increasingly stressed by the difficulty of satisfying Patrick. She said she seemed to be kind of stressed out from the whole thing, that she couldn't make him happy. The dynamic between them appeared one-sided in a way that troubled Kelsey's friends. Ashley noted that Patrick never came to visit Kelsey at her townhome. Instead, on her days off, Kelsey was the one who always drove out to the ranch to spend time with him. The commute was not especially long, but the pattern spoke to a broader imbalance in effort and consideration. When CBS News correspondent Nikki Batiste asked Ashley directly whether Patrick was emotionally abusive, she said, "It appeared that way from what I saw, and it seemed like it was just knocking her spirit down." At the same time, she made clear that Kelsey never reported or described any physical abuse. The damage, as Kelsey's friends perceived it, was more subtle, a slow erosion of confidence and joy. Where this case takes a significant turn is with the introduction of another woman named Crystal Lee Kenny. Kenny was the woman with whom Patrick was having an affair. Kenny's friend Michelle later told the public that she thought Patrick was an incredibly dangerous person. She was quoted saying, "I think he is a true narcissist. He's a master manipulator. He probably manipulates every single person that comes in contact with him because he thinks he can." Kelsey was only somewhat aware of the situation between Patrick and Kenny, but it seemed as though she believed the extent of that relationship was one-sided. Patrick told Kelsey that he had no interest in Kenny and that she was no more than an ex who still wanted to be together, which was, of course, a lie. In 2006, Kenny was about to marry another man, and Patrick called her on the day of her wedding to not go through with it. Kenny ignored Patrick, and the two completely broke off for a time afterward. They reconnected around 2013, and by 2015, the same year Kelsey and Patrick began dating, Kenny and Patrick had started a physical affair during one of Kenny's visits to Florissant. The affair intensified in 2018. Kenny, by then divorced with 2 young children, was making regular trips from Idaho to Colorado to see Patrick. According to her testimony, Patrick never told her about his engagement to Kelsey or about the birth of their daughter. Kenny said she only learned that Patrick had a child when former co-workers mentioned it to her in conversation, a revelation that blindsided her. In early October 2018, Kelsey's parents flew out to Colorado to celebrate Kaylee's first birthday. Cheryl described the visit as short and uneventful, but wanted to return for Christmas. They noticed no sign of trouble, but in the background, something terrible had already been set into motion. Throughout the summer and into the fall, Patrick had been telling people around him a very different version of who Kelsey was. To his acquaintances, to family, and most critically to Kenny, Patrick painted Kelsey as a dangerous, unfit mother. He told Kenny that Kelsey was an alcoholic and had slammed a refrigerator door on Kaylee's hand. He claimed she had failed to properly secure a baby gate, putting the child in danger. He said he had gone to Child Protective Services for help, but that the abuse was too subtle for anyone else to detect. Patrick framed himself as a desperate father watching helplessly as his daughter was harmed, and he framed Kenny as perhaps the only person who could help him protect the child. In September 2018, the conversation shifted. Patrick began telling Kenny that he had people watching Kelsey and that an innocent is going to be harmed if something was not done. The language was vague enough to leave room for interpretation, but pointed enough that Kenny understood what he was asking. Michelle, Kenny's best friend back in Idaho, later told CBS News that around this time, Kenny called her in tears one evening, saying that Patrick asked her to kill the mother of his baby. Michelle was stunned and urged her to simply call the police. The first plan took shape in late September or early October 2018. Patrick told Kenny to purchase a caramel macchiato, Kelsey's favorite drink, from a Starbucks near the Woodland Park townhome. He instructed her to spike it with a lethal combination of substances. Kenny, a registered nurse, suggested Ambien and Valium in a dose large enough to kill. Kenny drove approximately 12 hours from Twin Falls, Idaho to Woodland Park, Colorado. She brought her aunt along for the ride, though her aunt had no idea what the trip was actually about. Upon arrival, Kenny purchased the drink, walked to Kelsey's front door, and knocked. Kelsey answered. She had never met this woman before. Kenny launched into an elaborate story. She said she was new to the neighborhood and that a neighbor had mentioned Kelsey had helped rescue her dogs from some kind of trouble. The coffee, she said, was a thank you for the kindness. Kelsey was confused. She told Kenny she had not helped anyone with their dogs, but she accepted the drink, thanked her politely, and closed the door. However, upon consuming the drink, Kelsey did not die. For whatever reason, Kenny decided to not follow through with her plan of poisoning the drink. Weeks later, Patrick called Kenny again. He told her he would leave a metal pipe from the bed of his truck at the front gate of his ranch property for her to pick up. The instructions were blunt. Drive to Kelsey's townhome at night, wait for her to come to the door, and hit her in the back of the head. Patrick told Kenny, "It's not that hard, make sure there wasn't a lot of blood and no one sees you." Afterward, she was to put the body in a garbage can and drag it away. Kenny once again made the 12-hour drive to Colorado. She picked up the pipe from Patrick's gate, drove to Woodland Park, and approached Kelsey's townhome in the dark. But a dog inside the home began barking, loud enough to rattle Kenny and make her afraid that neighbors would notice. She turned around, walked back to her car, and drove away without knocking. She left the pipe at the front gate of Patrick's property and spent the night sleeping in her car at a gas station, unable to face what she had almost done. At the same time, she was terrified to face Patrick's reaction to her failure. When she told Patrick what had happened, he was furious. According to prosecutor Jennifer Villamon's opening statement, Patrick told Kenny after the second failure that he must have a bigger heart than her, and that he must care more about Kaylee than she does. He twisted her inability to kill an innocent woman into evidence that she did not love his daughter enough. Roughly 1 week later, another plot was set in motion. Patrick told Kenny to bring a baseball bat from her home and drive to Colorado. When Kelsey came to the door, Kenny was to immediately swing at her. Afterward, she was to put the body in a dumpster. Kenny made the drive for a third time. She arrived at Kelsey's townhome and waited outside. At one point, she watched as Patrick and Kelsey stood at the front door exchanging custody of Kaylee. Kenny sat on the curb near the home, baseball bat beside her, and later told prosecutors she was consumed by a single thought. She asked herself how she had gotten to this point. She did not go to the door. She could not bring herself to murder someone. After sitting outside for a period of time, she got back in her car and drove to Patrick's ranch. He was angrier than she had ever seen him. But something else was shifting inside Kenny. She was beginning to pick up clues that the stories Patrick had been telling her about Kelsey might not have been true. She had stood outside Kelsey's home 3 times now and seen nothing that resembled the picture Patrick had painted. At the same time, she remained deeply afraid. Throughout all 3 attempts, Patrick had warned Kenny that he had people watching her. He had made subtle threats against her life and the life of her daughter. It was later revealed that Patrick made another underhanded threat to Kenny by saying, "Little girls come up missing all the time." This threat was alluding to Kenny's own child. By mid-November, things seemed to calm down. Patrick stopped calling with new schemes. The conversations between them returned to something resembling normalcy. Kenny began to hope that whatever dark chapter this had been, it was closing. Thanksgiving was 2 weeks away, and all were simply looking to have a good time with their loved ones. On November 20th, Kelsey texted her supervisor, Raymond Sebring, with a small piece of good news. She had convinced Patrick to come to the company's holiday party with her. Raymond replied warmly, saying he looked forward to getting to know him. Her brother Clint, living in Tacoma, Washington, was exchanging texts with Kelsey that same week about holiday plans. They traded ideas about when each would visit the other and talked about what to do for Christmas. Clint ordered a small ornament for Kaylee and had it shipped to Kelsey's apartment. In a previous call, Kelsey had mentioned something unusual to Clint. Patrick's sister, Erin, apparently had a lawyer who had contacted Kelsey looking for information about Patrick. It was related to a dispute over their late father's assets, estimated at roughly $400,000. Patrick's father had recently died, and the siblings were locked in a legal battle over the inheritance. On top of that, there was a defaulted $70,000 loan that investigators would later find on the ranch. It was clear that Patrick had a lot of pressure building behind the scenes, but Kelsey did not dwell on it. They moved on to lighter subjects. On Thursday, November 22nd, Thanksgiving Day, Kelsey called her mother, Cheryl, in Idaho early in the morning. Kelsey told her mother she had been up until 4 in the morning the previous night because she had driven out to Patrick's ranch to help him check on his cattle and pick up medicine for him. She sounded tired but happy. The conversation ended when Kaylee needed a diaper change. Kelsey said she would call again later. Moments later, Kelsey loaded Kaylee into the car and drove to the Safeway grocery store in Woodland Park. At approximately 12:30 p.m., surveillance cameras captured her pushing her daughter in a shopping cart through the aisles. She purchased ingredients including sweet potatoes. It was the last time Kelsey was seen alive by anyone in public. At approximately 1:23 p.m., a neighbor's security camera recorded Patrick, Kelsey, and baby Kaylee together at the front door of the Woodland Park townhome with a baby carrier. Then at approximately 4:20 to 4:32 p.m., the same camera recorded an individual matching Patrick's physical description leaving the residence, this time without Kelsey and without the baby carrier visible. He walked to his truck and drove away. Something had happened inside that townhome in the roughly 3 hours between those two images, but the camera could not see through walls. The neighbor next door, Angela Gerber, who shared a wall with Kelsey's unit, was in Utah for the holiday. She heard nothing. No one else in the building reported anything unusual. The condos had sound barriers between units, and Kaylee was, by Gerber's previous observation, the best baby. Never loud, never disruptive. Minutes after the camera captured Patrick leaving, phone records show he placed a call to Kenny in Idaho. She did not answer. He called again and again. When she finally picked up, his voice sounded different from anything she had heard before. Kenny later described him as rattled. He told her, "I have a mess to clean up." He did not say outright what had happened, but he gave her enough detail to understand. He told her she needed to come to Colorado. He told her to bring cleaning supplies and to look inside a vent for a tooth. Kenny stated that she could not come that same day. She said she would drive out on Saturday. That night, during a long phone call around midnight, as Kenny had stopped at a gas station in Wellington, Utah, midway through the drive, Patrick provided more detail. He described what she would find inside. There was going to be a lot of blood, concentrated mostly in the living room. He told her to bring trash bags for anything that could not be cleaned. According to Kenny's testimony, Patrick eventually described how it happened. He told her he had taken a sweater from Kelsey's bedroom and used it to blindfold her, tying the sleeves behind her head. He told her they were going to play a guessing game. He had set out scented candles and asked her to identify each one by smell while her eyes were covered. While 1-year-old Kaylee sat in a bouncer in a back room, Patrick grabbed a baseball bat and struck Kelsey anywhere between 10 and 15 times in the head. According to Patrick, Kelsey's last words were, "Please stop." That evening, Patrick sat down for Thanksgiving dinner at his family ranch with baby Kaylee. His mother, his brother Sean, and other family members were gathered around the table. Nobody at that table knew what had happened 3 hours earlier in a home 20 minutes away. Phone records show Patrick made several lengthy calls from the family ranch landline to Kenny that night, one lasting nearly an hour. For the next 10 days, text messages continued to be sent out from Kelsey's phone. One went to her supervisor at 5:06 p.m. on November 25th. It said, "Hi Ray, sorry for the late notice, but I won't be able to make it in this week. I need to go see my sick grandma." Raymond noticed it lacked her usual exclamation points and smiley faces, but chalked it up to urgency. Another went to Cheryl, promising Kelsey would call the next day. She never did. Another text sent from Kelsey's phone to Patrick said, "Do you even love me?" Kelsey's mother became alarmed when she could not reach her daughter for more than a week and reported her missing on December 2nd. Woodland Park Police conducted a wellness check on Kelsey's residence. Her vehicles were still in the driveway. Food was left on the table. Her suitcase was at home, but her phone, purse, and keys were missing. At a December 10th press conference, Cheryl made an emotional public plea saying, "Kelsey, we just want you home. Call us if you can, and we won't quit looking." Patrick told investigators that Kelsey had broken up with him the day before Thanksgiving and that they had agreed to split custody of Kaylee. He claimed she had left the baby with him while she figured out what she was going to do. He painted Kelsey as unstable, telling Cheryl that she might have put her phone on Do Not Disturb to study her mind. The turning point came when Kelsey's brother Clint visited her home and discovered what appeared to be blood on the base of the toilet. When investigators returned with luminol and other blood detection chemicals, they found traces of blood on the bathroom ceiling, wall outlet, bathtub, doorknob, and numerous other surfaces throughout the bathroom. DNA testing confirmed the blood was Kelsey's. Cadaver dogs also detected the presence of human decomposition near her car in the driveway. On December 14th, law enforcement served a search warrant on Patrick's 35-acre ranch. They recovered teeth and bloody sheets among dozens of other items. 1 week later, Patrick was arrested at his property without incident. Meanwhile, CBI agents had been tracing his phone records and discovered frequent contact with Kenny. When Agent Grusing first called Kenny, she denied knowing either Kelsey or Patrick. Confronted with phone records proving otherwise, she changed her story multiple times. Separately, the FBI received a tip from Michelle Stein about the conversation she'd had with Kenny weeks before the murder. Under mounting pressure and after securing legal counsel, Kenny agreed to cooperate with authorities in exchange for a plea deal. She pleaded guilty on February 8, 2019 to a single count of tampering with physical evidence. In exchange, she agreed to testify fully against Patrick. Her initial interview with investigators lasted 4.5 hours and produced a detailed account of the 3 failed murder plots: the Thanksgiving Day killing, the cleanup, and the phone impersonation scheme. Patrick's trial began in late October 2019 in Teller County. Besides the evidence that was already mentioned, a jailhouse informant came forward reporting that Patrick had written notes behind bars arranging a hit. His list of targets included Kenny and Kelsey's mother. On November 18, 2019, the jury deliberated for approximately 3 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Patrick was immediately sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole plus 156 years. In January 2020, Kenny was sentenced to 3 years in prison, the maximum under her plea agreement for the evidence tampering charge. However, in February 2021, the Colorado Court of Appeals vacated the sentence, ruling that the original judge had improperly sentenced Kenny in the aggravated range rather than the lower presumptive range required by law. Kenny was resentenced to 18 months, and having already served more than that in custody, she was released on parole in March 2021. The decision was deeply controversial. Many felt that the woman who had attempted murder 3 times and then cleaned up a brutal crime scene deserved far more than 18 months, regardless of her cooperation. But prosecutors maintained that without her testimony, Patrick might never have been convicted. Prosecutors and Kelsey's family alleged that Patrick's primary motive was gaining full custody of their daughter, Kaylee. A judge awarded temporary custody of Kaylee to Kelsey's parents shortly after Patrick's arrest. The couple intended to formally adopt their granddaughter. Patrick has continued to challenge his conviction from behind bars, filing at least 2 appeals. As of December 2025, his second appeal is still being processed. While the case is officially resolved with the killer locked up, Kelsey's remains were never recovered. In early 2019, law enforcement spent weeks searching Waste Management's Midway landfill south of Fountain, Colorado, based on Kenny's statement that Patrick intended to dispose of any surviving remains in a landfill. The search turned up nothing. An important point to mention is that Patrick still claims that he is innocent. He himself has not come forward with information on where Kelsey's remains could be. In his words, no body, no crime. Ronald and Susan Kungness lived in a mobile home in Bonnie Lake, Washington, a community in Pierce County situated east of Tacoma and near the city of Sumner. By the mid-1990s, the couple had been married for 15 years. Ronald, who was 52 years old in March of 1996, had spent a significant portion of his career working at Boeing. He worked there long enough to have received a gold Seiko quartz watch, engraved with his name and a message thanking him for 30 years of service. Susan, 53, had also worked at Boeing as a computer operator before a knee injury forced her into disability retirement. Despite the injury that ended her professional career, she remained active in her community. She was a devoted churchgoer, a regular volunteer at her congregation, and attended a Bible study class every Wednesday. At home, she filled her days making crafts and working on the family computer, but the household was not without its difficulties. Ronald later acknowledged that his marriage to Susan had been troubled at times. The couple had separated once before, and their arguments were frequent enough to have a visible impact on their son. But by the early months of 1996, the family appeared to be in a stable period. Their son was the center of the household. Jeffrey was born on December 9th, 1981, and by the spring of 1996, he was 14 years old. He was roughly 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed around 160 pounds. He had brown hair and blue eyes and was noted for slouching when he walked. Jeffrey was quiet. His father described him as shy but basically normal. Jeffrey did not have a wide circle of friends. He was the kind of boy who kept to himself, who was more comfortable in his own space than in a crowd. His interests included video games, soccer, and the card game Magic the Gathering. Additionally, his life was more complicated than it looked from the outside. He was dyslexic and had a speech impediment, both of which created real challenges for him academically and socially. School had been a struggle for much of his life, not because he lacked intelligence, but because the standard system was not built for the way his brain processed information. On top of the learning disabilities, he had developed anger problems. On at least one occasion, he damaged his bedroom door with enough force that it had to be entirely replaced. These were not the actions of a violent child so much as a frustrated one. Investigators and family members attributed the emotional outbursts, at least in part, to the tension within his parents' marriage. The arguments between Ronald and Susan affected Jeffrey in ways that a 14-year-old did not have the tools to manage, and the instability at home found its way out through flashes of rage. There was, however, genuine reason for optimism. Jeffrey had recently been enrolled at the private New Horizons school in Skyway, a neighborhood within the greater Seattle area, and the change was making a real difference. Ronald noted that Jeffrey was performing better academically at New Horizons than he had at any previous school. The smaller setting and the more individualized attention appeared to be giving Jeffrey the foundation he needed to start turning a corner. Jeffrey was also described as a homebody who would have no reason to run away from home. He was not accustomed to being on his own, had no history of leaving home, no independent means of supporting himself, and no known destination he might flee to. He was dependent on his parents and his routine. On a potentially interesting side note, he was also known to occasionally use the names Jeffrey Haynes and Stanley Ipkiss. Whether these were online handles, playful aliases, or something else entirely has never been fully explained. Around 1992 and 1993, the Kungness family was introduced to a man named Martin Malcolm. Malcolm was known within the church as someone who could be hired for odd jobs, home repairs, and various projects. Word spread that the Kungness family needed several of their rooms remodeled, and Malcolm was referred to them via their church community. Initially, the meeting seemed cordial enough. They discussed the arrangements, and Malcolm proceeded to complete the remodeling project. However, once the task was done, he did not leave. Malcolm continued showing up at the residence. At first, it may have seemed like the man just wanted to maintain a friendship, but as the weeks turned into months and the months accumulated into years, what had begun as a professional arrangement quietly transformed into something far more entrenched. Malcolm would come to the house simply to visit. He ate meals with the family and would sit in their living room and chat. He even played board games with Jeffrey, and most significantly, he took on the regular responsibility of driving Jeffrey to and from school. He had woven himself into the fabric of the family's daily routine. Ronald later described Malcolm's behavior in a way that, with the benefit of hindsight, was deeply unsettling. Ronald said he always wanted to do things for us. At the time, it may have felt like generosity, a lonely man who found purpose in being useful, who enjoyed the company of a family that had welcomed him. He was always available, always offering, always there. There were smaller frictions that hinted at a dynamic that was not entirely reciprocal. Malcolm had a habit of driving the family's car without ever putting gas in it, a minor detail, but one that suggested a man who treated the family's resources as extensions of his own while contributing little of tangible value in return. These were the kinds of small grievances that accumulate slowly but gradually shift the balance of a relationship from welcome to tolerated to unwanted. What makes the entire arrangement so troubling is what the family knew about Martin Malcolm's past. They were aware from the time of his introduction through the church that Malcolm had a criminal record. Specifically, they knew that he had been convicted of murder. In 1980, he had killed his estranged wife, Sonia. Sonia was just 19 years old at the time of her death and was the mother of Malcolm's child. Malcolm had stabbed her to death during a violent domestic attack. During that same assault, he also stabbed two of her friends, both of whom survived their injuries. Malcolm was convicted of second-degree murder and 2 counts of first-degree assault. Reports indicated that the jury chose the lesser murder charge not because they doubted Malcolm's culpability, but because they feared that a first-degree conviction could lead to the death penalty, a consequence they were unwilling to impose. Malcolm served 12 years in prison for these crimes. He was released in 1992, and after a couple of years, he came into contact with the Kungness family. They believed in second chances and redemption. Ronald believed he was extending grace to a man who had paid for his crime and was trying to rebuild his life. But eventually, the generosity had curdled. Susan had begun to feel that something about Malcolm's continued presence in their home was wrong. According to accounts relayed to investigators, she felt that Malcolm was overstaying his welcome. She was specifically becoming uncomfortable with the nature and extent of Malcolm's relationship with Jeffrey. Records don't contain a detailed account of what Susan observed or whether she confronted Malcolm directly, but it was clear that something had set off her instincts. Fast forward to Saturday, March 2nd, 1996, the day began like normal. Ronald left for work, leaving Susan and Jeffrey at home. At 9:30 a.m., Ronald called home and spoke to Jeffrey. It was a short, routine check-in, but it would turn into the last time he heard his son's voice. What happened inside the Kungness home between that 9:30 phone call and the early afternoon hours has never been fully established through eyewitness testimony. No one other than the people inside the home that day knows the precise sequence of events. What investigators were later able to piece together came from physical evidence at the scene, surveillance footage from elsewhere in the area, and the accounts of neighbors. Ronald arrived back at the mobile home between 4 o'clock and 4:30 p.m. The first thing he noticed was that the front door was unlocked. This, on its own, did not alarm him. Susan's Toyota Camry was also missing from the driveway, so Ronald just assumed she and Jeffrey had gone out. When he entered, he noticed the television was still on. Still, he didn't believe this to be all that worrisome of a situation. He waited, expecting his wife and son to come back soon, but they never did. As the afternoon stretched on and the absence continued, the feeling that something was off began to sharpen. Ronald moved through the home, and at some point, he noticed what he had missed on his initial walk through the door. There was blood in the living room, not a small amount, but a visible trail that began at a chair in the living room and extended through the home, leading down a hallway and toward the couple's bedroom. Investigators would later determine that Susan had likely been attacked while sitting in that armchair. The trail from the chair to the bedroom suggested one of two things. Either Susan, grievously wounded, had attempted to crawl away from her attacker and had made it as far as the bedroom before collapsing, or she had been dragged there after the assault. Ronald followed the trail to the bedroom door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Something was blocking the door from the inside, pressing against it. What followed has generated considerable discussion amongst investigators as well as followers of the case. By his account, he struggled with the door but was unable to force it open. He didn't want to totally destroy the door, and he didn't want to immediately call the police. The reasons for this delay have never been fully explained, and they have been the subject of speculation ranging from shock and denial to darker theories. It was not until approximately 6:30 p.m., roughly 2 hours after Ronald first arrived home, that he was finally able to get the bedroom door open. The exact method by which he managed this is not detailed in public accounts. What he found on the other side was his wife. Susan was on the floor, her body slumped against the bedroom door, preventing it from being opened. She had either crawled to this position in her final moments, collapsing against the door as her injuries overcame her, or she had been placed there by her attacker. The physical evidence was consistent with both possibilities, and investigators never established with certainty which one was correct. Susan sustained multiple blunt force trauma wounds to her head and body. As Ronald processed the horror of what he had found, other details of the scene began to register. If Susan was home all along, then what happened to her vehicle and where was Jeffrey? Beyond these two details, several items were missing from the residence. Ronald's gold watch that he received from Boeing was gone, and approximately $700 in cash was also missing. Finally, Ronald called the police. Their immediate response was to determine the whereabouts of Jeffrey. He had been in the home that morning when Ronald spoke to him on the phone at 9:30. The possibilities were limited, and none of them were good. Either Jeffrey had witnessed his mother's murder and fled, or he had been taken from the home by the killer. There was also the theoretical possibility that Jeffrey had left the home voluntarily before the attack occurred and was simply unaware of what had happened. But this seemed increasingly unlikely as the hours passed, and he made no contact with anyone. From the very first hours of the investigation, Ronald was clear and unwavering about what he believed had happened. The idea that Jeffrey killed Susan was raised, but Ronald rejected it immediately. He acknowledged that his son had anger issues at times, but stated that he was not capable of such brutal violence, especially not toward his own mother. Investigators, for their part, appeared to share Ronald's opinion. Jeffrey was not treated as a suspect in his mother's death at any point during the investigation. What Ronald believed was that Jeffrey had seen something terrible and had been seized by the person responsible. In his mind, Jeffrey was alive and being held somewhere. In the days following the murder, authorities mounted a significant effort to locate the missing teen. Deputies from the sheriff's office distributed flyers throughout the Bonnie Lake area, canvassing neighborhoods and asking residents whether they had seen the boy. A National Guard helicopter was deployed to conduct aerial searches of the surrounding terrain. Bonnie Lake in 1996 was a community that was still in the early stages of development, less built up than it would become in later decades, with large stretches of undeveloped land, wooded areas, and rural terrain surrounding the residential areas. The search efforts were called off around March 11th, approximately 9 days after Jeffrey's disappearance. By that point, the initial urgency of a missing child case had given way to the grimmer reality that Jeffrey was unlikely to be found alive in the immediate area. If he had been taken, he could be anywhere. If he had been killed, his body had been concealed well enough to evade both ground searches and aerial surveillance. Investigators later learned through neighbors that Malcolm was with Jeffrey at approximately 11:30 a.m. on the day of the murder. According to these accounts, Malcolm was taking the boy to get a haircut. Given his history, Malcolm immediately became the prime suspect. It was also stated that Malcolm showed no sign of distress or urgency, which led investigators to believe that the murder had occurred sometime after his outing with Jeffrey. However, it was also possible that Jeffrey simply had no idea about the incident, making it still possible that it had occurred earlier. These same witnesses added that Jeffrey also appeared normal. Shortly after the haircut, around noon, a surveillance camera mounted on a drive-through bank ATM showed Malcolm sitting in the driver's seat of Susan's Toyota. He withdrew about $300 from Susan's account. From the camera's angle, there was no obvious sign of Jeffrey in the vehicle. However, the footage was not the only evidence of who was in the car at that moment. A woman who was waiting in line behind the Toyota at the drive-thru told investigators that she had seen a young person in the vehicle with Malcolm. She could not provide a clear identification, but her account was consistent with Jeffrey being in the passenger seat while Malcolm conducted the withdrawal. No additional witnesses came forward to report seeing Jeffrey after this visit to the bank. At approximately 4 a.m. on March 3rd, roughly 12 hours after Ronald had first arrived home, Susan's Toyota Camry was found abandoned at a convenience store in Auburn. The car was simply parked there, left at a convenience store in the middle of the night, as if its driver had stepped out and walked away. Later that same day, Malcolm walked into a police station and turned himself in. But the nature of what he was turning himself in for was odd. He did not come forward to confess to a murder or report an incident involving Jeffrey. He came forward to admit that he had taken Susan's car without permission. Malcolm's account of March 2nd went as follows. He had been at the Kungness residence that day to pick up Jeffrey to get a haircut. He acknowledged driving Susan's car and withdrawing money from her account. But Malcolm's story diverged sharply from the evidence at a critical juncture. According to Malcolm, after the haircut appointment, he had dropped Jeffrey off back at the family's home at approximately 12:30 p.m. He claimed he then left the residence to run an errand of his own. When he returned to the Kungness home at approximately 2 p.m., Malcolm said he found Susan dead inside the house. He claimed that upon discovering her body, he had panicked and fled in Susan's car rather than call the police. Quickly after giving this statement, Malcolm refused to provide further details or cooperate with the investigation. Almost immediately, Malcolm hired an attorney. With representation in place, he declined to take a polygraph test. More significantly, he refused to speak to investigators about Susan's murder or Jeffrey's disappearance. With Malcolm refusing to cooperate and the available evidence insufficient to support a murder charge, the prosecutor's office could only charge Malcolm with possessing stolen property. He was convicted of the vehicle charge and sentenced to 45 days in jail. Malcolm served his time and was released. He walked out of jail and back into the community as Ronald was left to wrestle with the question of what had happened to his son. For 21 years, the case existed in a kind of limbo. Investigators believed they knew what had happened and who was responsible, but had no way to prove it. Then in October 2017, a discovery made by a group walking through a forest changed everything. This forest was located in a small community called Greenwater. The forests surrounding the location are heavily wooded, and the wilderness areas that border the community stretch for tens of thousands of acres in every direction. Human foot traffic off the highway was uncommon and only really occurred in the fall. October is peak season for mushroom foraging in western Washington, and as such, many foragers are taken off the beaten path, pushing into thicker, untraveled vegetation. The exact details of how the discovery was made are unclear, but the group of foragers eventually stumbled upon human remains. They immediately called the police, and when they arrived, they saw what appeared to be part of a human skull. Deputies and investigators conducted an initial search of the surrounding area, looking for additional bones, clothing, personal items, or any other evidence that might be associated with the skull fragment. The search came up empty. No additional remains were located in the immediate vicinity during this first effort, which was not necessarily surprising. 21 years of exposure to the elements can scatter, degrade, and bury remains across a wide area. From there, the fragment was sent to a forensic anthropologist at the King County Medical Examiner's office for a more detailed skeletal analysis. The forensic anthropologist's findings determined the remains to have belonged to a teenage male. Equally significant was the damage pattern on the skull. The anthropologist identified marks and fractures consistent with blunt force trauma. It did not take long for investigators to dig up the Kungness case and labeling it as a strong potential match for the Greenwater remains. By August 2020, mitochondrial DNA testing was performed comparing the skull fragment to a sample provided by Jeffrey's maternal half-sister. The test returned a positive match, providing the first indication that the remains belonged to Jeffrey. With that confirmation in hand, investigators returned to the Greenwater area in September 2020 for a more extensive search. Over the course of several days, the team covered a broader area near the original discovery site. They recovered additional evidence, including a fibula bone and several articles of clothing, all found in the same general vicinity. In April 2021, these remains were also confirmed to have belonged to the same individual. With Jeffrey positively identified and the cause of death established to be the same as his mother's, investigators moved toward formally charging Martin Malcolm with murder. The evidence, though circumstantial, had only grown stronger with the discovery of Jeffrey's remains in a location consistent with someone disposing of a body far from the crime scene, but the case would never see a courtroom. During the course of preparing the charges, investigators learned that Malcolm had died of natural causes in August 2022 in the Thurston County area. He was 67 years old and took whatever he knew to his grave. In March 2025, the prosecutor's office stated publicly that Martin Malcolm would have been formally charged with murder had he still been alive. Prosecutors expressed confidence in the strength of the case, pointing to the totality of the evidence. With Malcolm deceased and the investigation substantially complete, the sheriff's office officially closed the case. The announcement acknowledged that some minor investigative threads were still being finalized, but the case as a whole was considered resolved. According to investigators, this is how they believed events unfolded. Malcolm was at the Kungness home, while Ronald was away at work. At some point during the day, Malcolm attacked Susan inside the residence, striking her repeatedly with a blunt object and inflicting fatal injuries. After killing Susan and taking some cash and Ronald's watch, Malcolm left the residence with Jeffrey. Whether Jeffrey witnessed the murder, was lured out of the home under a pretense, or was otherwise unaware of what had happened is unknown. After the haircut and bank visit, Malcolm killed Jeffrey using the same blunt force method he used on Susan. He then transported Jeffrey's body to the Greenwater area and left it in the remote forest before heading to the casino to gamble with Susan's money. Why exactly did he do all of this is where the true question lies. We already know that Susan became uneasy as a result of Malcolm's persistent presence in her family's lives. It is possible that Malcolm perceived this as a threat to a relationship or dynamic he was unwilling to lose. Regardless of speculation, the true catalyst of these crimes will remain unknown. Janette Rston was born in Germany in the early 1950s. Her exact date of birth and the specific city have never been made widely public. Very little has been reported about her childhood overseas or the circumstances that eventually led her to leave Europe and settle in the United States. What is known is that by her early 20s, Rston had made her way to the San Francisco Bay Area of Northern California, a region that in the 1970s was undergoing rapid cultural and demographic transformation. She was a young immigrant navigating life in a new country, trying to build something for herself and her family in one of the most dynamic and occasionally volatile corners of America. Before settling in San Mateo, California, Rston had resided in Benicia, a small waterfront city in Solano County situated along the northern bank of the Carquinez Strait. Benicia in the 1970s was a community in transition. Once a blue-collar town with a population of roughly 7,000 people, the city was in the middle of a sustained growth period that would see it add approximately 1,000 new residents per year between 1970 and 1995. At some point, she moved south to San Mateo, a larger and more established city roughly 30 miles south of San Francisco. San Mateo in the 1970s was a city of just under 80,000 people. For a young mother in her early 20s, San Mateo offered a degree of stability and proximity to opportunities while remaining somewhat removed from the turbulence of San Francisco itself. Along with being a mother, Rston was married, though the details of her marriage remain largely private. One social media post identified her husband as a man named Gilbert Bissonnette, and further stated that Gilbert was the brother of Pedro Bissonnette, the executive director of the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization and a prominent figure in the American Indian movement during the early 1970s. If this connection is accurate, it places Janette Rston in proximity to one of the most turbulent chapters of Native American political history. Pedro was a central figure in the resistance against the administration of Oglala Sioux tribal president Richard Wilson on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. He was deeply involved in the events surrounding the 1973 Wounded Knee occupation, the 71-day armed standoff between AIM activists and federal law enforcement. Pedro was shot and killed by Bureau of Indian Affairs police on October 17, 1973, under circumstances that many considered suspicious. He was only 29 years old. Dennis Banks, one of AIM's co-founders, called it a federal assassination conspiracy. This possible family connection is significant for understanding the broader context of Janette Rston's life, even if she herself was not directly involved in AIM or the events at Pine Ridge. If she were married into the Bissonnette family, she would have been part of a network of people who had experienced political violence, federal surveillance, and deep personal loss at close range. It also lends weight to a claim made by a person identifying as a close relative of the victim on Reddit, who stated that police at the time, quote, didn't care to do an investigation, in their own words, because she was mixed race. When another commenter pushed back on this claim, noting that Rston appeared Caucasian in photographs, the relative responded saying, "Yes, your opinion from photos are better than what her mother told me. Thank you for your insights into my family's phenotype." The exchange suggests that Rston's racial identity was more complex than what might be assumed from the surface, and that this complexity may have played a role in how seriously law enforcement treated her case in its earliest and most critical hours. By early 1977, Janette Rston was around 24 years old. She had recently separated from her husband and was by several accounts in a period of personal discovery. She was a young mother to a 6-year-old boy named Alan, and she appeared to be looking ahead, trying to figure out what the next chapter of her life would look like. Divorce in 1977 still carried a social stigma in many communities, though it was becoming increasingly common across the country. On the night of January 31st, 1977, she had plans to go out with friends. The group met at a bar called the Lion's Den, located at 1500 Almaden Road in San Jose. San Jose sat roughly 30 miles south of San Mateo. When Rston arrived, she was described as happy to be out of the house and around friends. It was her first event in a long time that she was genuinely looking forward to. Rston and her friends were dancing, talking, drinking, and having a good time. She was smoking her favorite brand of cigarettes named Eve. The cigarettes themselves were distinctive, long and slim with a floral design printed directly on the filter end. The packaging was similarly decorated, adorned with flowers. These cigarettes would go down as the single most important piece of physical evidence in the events that followed. The evening progressed without incident, when suddenly, after midnight, Rston told her friends she was stepping outside. She said that she would be back in 10 minutes. Her friends noticed, however, that she was not stepping outside alone. She was leaving with a man, someone none of them recognized. Her friends were uneasy and urged her not to go, but Rston waved off their concern. There has been considerable speculation about what prompted Rston to leave the bar with a man she did not know. Her friends could offer no clear explanation because they themselves did not understand it. One possibility that has been frequently raised is that the man could have been enticing Rston with illegal substances. Regardless of the reason, she did not come back. The promised return within 10 minutes quickly passed, and her friends knew that something was wrong. They would eventually report everything they had seen and heard to law enforcement. Investigators would use their accounts to produce a composite sketch of the man Rston was last seen leaving with. Detectives also took audio recorded statements from the key witnesses, but with essentially no real evidence to work with, officials didn't really have a solid foundation to start on. However, this would soon change. That same morning, February 1st, a woman named Grace Delaney was going about her routine, managing properties as she owned one of the apartment buildings on Graham Avenue. Eventually, she walked through the carport of her building and noticed something weird. There was a car parked there that she did not recognize. It was a Volkswagen Beetle. What made this particular Beetle noteworthy to Grace was simply that it did not belong to any of her tenants. It was an unfamiliar vehicle parked in a space that was meant for the people who lived in her building. She approached the Volkswagen and looked through the window. What she saw haunted her for the rest of her life. There was a partially unclothed woman inside the vehicle. Her body had been forced into the cramped space between the front and back seats, crumpled face down. After further inspection, Grace also noticed a long-sleeved dress shirt tied around the girl's neck. Grace also noticed signs that someone had attempted to set the car on fire. Burn marks were visible inside the vehicle, but the fire never got strong enough to actually destroy it. When law enforcement arrived, they determined that the woman was none other than Janette Rston. In fact, even the car she was found in was hers. The location where the car was left was no more than 5 minutes from the bar she had visited with her friends. At the scene, investigators found Ralston's pack of Eve cigarettes inside the car with a thumbprint left behind. Biological material was also recovered from the dress shirt around Ralston's neck and her fingernails. The fingerprints recovered from the scene were submitted to the FBI's fingerprint database. In 1977, the fingerprint records were maintained on physical cards. Millions of them were filed and cross-referenced in a massive archive. Searching for a match required either having a specific suspect whose prints could be compared or conducting a broader search, which could become impractical depending on the scale due to the time period. Without a name to attach to the fingerprint and without a witness who could positively identify the unknown man from the bar, the investigation began to lose momentum. For 47 years, the suspect remained anonymous. And then, in the summer of 2024, a name finally emerged from the FBI's database: Willie Eugene Sims. Sims was born in the mid-1950s, placing him at approximately 21 years of age at the time of Ralston's death. Very little has been made public about his early life. What is known is that by January 1977, he was serving as a private in the United States Army, stationed at Fort Ord in Monterey County, California. Fort Ord was one of the most significant military installations on the west coast of the United States. At its peak, as many as 50,000 troops were stationed there in a single year. The distance between Fort Ord and the bar was roughly 68 miles, so Sims was obviously not a regular at the establishment. He had simply wanted to venture out of his immediate area, which eventually led him to the Lion's Den in San Jose, and ultimately his chance encounter with Ralston. We're already aware of the events that followed Ralston's departure from the bar, but what happened in the months and years after that night reveals a pattern that makes those events even more disturbing in retrospect. In 1978, just 1 year after Ralston's death, Sims was convicted of assault with intent to commit murder. A jury found Sims guilty and he was sentenced to 4 years in state prison. After serving his sentence, Sims was released from prison and made the decision to leave California entirely. He relocated across the country to Ohio, eventually settling in Jefferson, a small village in Ashtabula County in the far northeastern corner of the state. As of the 2020 census, Jefferson had a population of just over 3,000 people. It is a quiet, modest, unassuming place, a location where a man with a violent past could, if he kept his head down, live for decades without attracting attention. And that appears to be exactly what Sims did. According to the New York Times, he had no criminal record after his 1978 conviction. He served his time, left California, moved to Ohio, and lived the next 4+ decades without another arrest or conviction. The pivotal development came thanks to a 2018 enhancement to the FBI's fingerprint search algorithm, which allowed for more precise and comprehensive matching against the Bureau's vast database of prints. This upgrade expanded the system's ability to find partial or degraded prints that older algorithms might have missed. In August 2024, Deputy DA Rob Baker made a decision he later described as a long shot. He directed that all of the fingerprints recovered from the Ralston crime scene be submitted to the FBI database one more time. This time, the result was different. The latent thumbprint found on Ralston's pack of cigarettes came back as a match to Willie Sims. After nearly 5 decades, the unknown man who left with Ralston finally had a name. However, while a fingerprint match was powerful, that alone was not enough to build an airtight murder case nearly half a century after the fact. Prosecutors needed more. It was later brought to officials' attention that Sims had registered his DNA sometime in early 2025. This created an opportunity for investigators to finally compare the DNA evidence they had obtained from the crime scene back in 1977. Promptly after testing the sample and the evidence, it was determined that the DNA found with Ralston was consistent with Sims. Equipped with dual confirmation, both local investigators and a group from California traveled to Sims's residence in Jefferson, Ohio for an arrest. By this time, Sims was 69 years old. He appeared at an extradition hearing on May 6, 2025, where he waived his right to contest an extradition order. He was subsequently transported back to California. As of the most recent reporting, Willie Sims remains in custody in Santa Clara County, held without bail on a single charge of murder. He had not entered a plea as of his arraignment, and his defense attorney has urged the public to withhold judgment while the legal process unfolds. His next scheduled court appearance was set for August 2025, and the case continues to move through the California court system. When told about the recent update, Ralston's son Alan had the following to say: "I'm just glad that somebody cared. You have undoubtedly made a 6-year-old kid happy after all these years. Thank you from the bottom of my heart on a job well done." Furthermore, Alan's birthday was approaching at the time of the arrest, and he described the news as feeling like a wonderful birthday gift. Dorothy Tate, commonly referred simply as Toby, was originally from Dallas, Texas. She grew up alongside her younger sister Priscilla, with whom she shared an extraordinarily close bond with from the very beginning. Their mother often remarked on their connection, telling Priscilla, "You were Toby's baby." Their bond was so strong that at one point, when Priscilla was studying abroad in Europe, the two exchanged letters daily. In a time long before text messaging and email, this was a remarkable level of devotion to one another. After completing high school in Dallas, Toby enrolled at Austin College, a private liberal arts institution located in Sherman, roughly an hour north of her hometown. Austin College was and remains a small, academically respected school. However, her time at the college was cut short. She left because the cafeteria food did not contain enough vegetables for her liking. While this might sound like a trivial complaint to most people, her family quickly stated that this is exactly the type of thing Toby would do. She was nothing short of an adventurous free spirit. Despite never completing her undergraduate studies at that time, she harbored serious academic aspirations that would resurface later in her life. Priscilla revealed that Toby had plans to study biology and pursue a career in what she described as medicinal healing. She was drawn to wellness, nature, and understanding how living things functioned. Toby's journey eventually brought her to Estes Park, Colorado, a mountain town situated at the eastern entrance of Rocky Mountain National Park, perched at an elevation of roughly 7,500 feet in the Front Range of the Rockies. She settled there and found work as a waitress. As time passed, Priscilla reunited with her sister and followed her to Estes Park, sharing a home together. By the time she reached her early 40s, Toby had built a fulfilling life for herself. Fast forward to November 15th, 1983, a passerby traveling along Highway 1 in San Luis Obispo County, California, noticed something that seemed out of place. A 1970s Chevrolet van was parked at a turnout along the road. To most, this van appeared totally normal. However, there was something jarring enough for this individual to call the authorities. Deputies were dispatched to the location, and when they arrived, there was nothing alarming about the exterior of the van. But when the deputies looked inside, the scene told a very different story. To understand what the officials were walking into, it helps to understand who had been traveling in that van and what she had been doing in the days leading up to November 15th. The van belonged to Toby, who had driven to the Central California coast from her home in Colorado. She was on a solo vacation, traveling with her 2 dogs. She had been staying in the San Simeon area, likely at or near the Creek Campground, a popular camping spot along the Highway 1 corridor. At some point on this trip, Toby had spoken with her younger sister Priscilla by phone. During that conversation, she shared a plan for the next day. She told Priscilla she was going to take the dogs down to the beach so they could see the Pacific Ocean for the first time. And she did. What investigators would later piece together confirmed that Toby followed through with her plans and later safely returned to her van with her dogs. However, it seemed that she was unaware that 2 men may have been keeping tabs on her during the visit. Back to the investigation, when officials moved to examine the back of the van, they found Toby's lifeless body with a gunshot wound to her head. Her 2 dogs were found alive at the scene, still near the van. Detective Cole, working from the physical evidence collected at the scene, later developed a reconstruction of how the murder unfolded. He believes that Toby was shot from the driver's side window of the van while she was seated inside the vehicle. She likely never had time to react. A thorough search of the van and the scene made the motive clear. Toby's personal belongings had been stolen. Her purse was gone, which contained approximately $400. Her credit cards were also missing, along with her Nikon camera. Upon further inspection, a blood trail was found leading away from the van. This blood was later determined not to have belonged to Toby. The second major piece of evidence was a Coca-Cola can found at the scene. Investigators recovered usable fingerprints from the surface of the can, but like the blood evidence, the fingerprints did not produce an immediate match against the databases available to law enforcement in the early 1980s. Of all the items stolen from Toby's van, the camera emerged as the most promising lead in the early years of the case. Cameras had a tendency to surface at pawn shops and secondhand dealers. If investigators could trace the camera's path from the crime scene to wherever it ended up, they might be able to work backward to the person who originally sold or pawned it, and from there potentially to the killer. For several years, detectives pursued this lead, and eventually, sometime between 1985 and 1987, they succeeded in tracing the camera to a pawn shop in Bakersfield, roughly 150 miles southeast of the scene of the crime. But the breakthrough that detectives had hoped for never materialized. By the time they tracked the camera to the pawn shop, it had already been bought and sold multiple times through a series of subsequent transactions. Each sale added another layer of separation between the camera and whoever had originally pawned it. In the end, the sales history was so tangled that it was impossible to definitively link it back to a suspect in the homicide. The trail dissolved into a web of unrelated commercial exchanges, and investigators were left with nothing actionable. The camera, which had seemed like the case's best hope for a break, had led them to a dead end. With the camera lead exhausted, the investigation's remaining hope rested with the blood evidence collected at the scene. As forensic DNA technology advanced through the late 1980s and into the 1990s, the sheriff's office submitted the blood samples for analysis. Scientists developed a male DNA profile, but it didn't match anything in the FBI's databases, and so the case went cold. That silence would last for more than 40 years. The case was eventually reopened by cold case detective Clint Cole. Working alongside Detective Jeffrey Robasciati, he undertook a comprehensive review of the original evidence, reports, and forensic material in the case. Cole recognized that the blood evidence collected at the scene in 1983 represented a strong opportunity. In 2023, the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office entered into a partnership with Othram to develop an updated DNA profile. This ultimately led to the identification of an individual named Stephen Richard Hardy as the source of the blood evidence from the crime scene. However, officials noted that this particular case presented an unusual challenge. During the genealogy research, it was discovered that Hardy's biological father was not the man listed on his birth certificate. This kind of discovery can significantly complicate the process of building an accurate family tree, because the genealogist is essentially tracing a genetic lineage that doesn't match the documented paper trail. Despite this complication, scientists were able to work through the discrepancy and successfully identify Hardy. Hardy's identification was then confirmed through a DNA comparison with a close family member who was still living, providing definitive proof that the blood at the scene belonged to him. The second individual linked to the crime was named Charlie Sneed. While Hardy was identified through the DNA and genealogy process, Sneed was identified through the fingerprints that investigators had recovered from the soda can. Those prints were matched to Sneed, placing him definitively at the location where Toby was murdered. It was also revealed that Sneed had a documented history of violent behavior. Prior to Toby's homicide, he had, quote, cranked off a round while drunk in the middle of town. And then in 1985, just 2 years after the murder, he committed an aggravated kidnapping. Hardy, by contrast, had a less violent criminal record, with offenses described as more transient in nature, such as urinating in public. Both Hardy and Sneed were residents of Texas at the time of the 1983 murder, and unfortunately, both men died before the case was solved, meaning neither would ever face prosecution. At a press conference, Priscilla expressed profound gratitude to the detectives and forensic specialists who had worked to solve her sister's case after more than 4 decades. She said, "It's enabled me to put a period at the end of the sentence and we can lay Toby to rest, and I thank you all from the bottom of my heart." She expressed a desire to revisit the area where Toby was murdered, stating that she wanted to go down there because it was a location that Toby loved, and that she wanted to remember all of the happy things involving her. Logan Federico was a 22-year-old aspiring elementary school teacher whose life was violently ended in the early morning hours of May 3rd, 2025. Logan grew up in Waxhaw, a small town in Union County, North Carolina, situated near the border with South Carolina. She was the daughter of Stephen and Melissa Federico and the older sister to her beloved younger brother Jacob. The family was close-knit, making sure to uphold family traditions to keep their bond strong. One such tradition was simply exchanging a nightly text message. Every evening, the family would send each other messages reading, "Good night, we love you." This small act became a sacred part of their family life, a reassurance that despite the busy demands of work, school, and social commitments, they remained tethered to one another. On the night of May 2nd, 2025, Stephen sent his regular message to Logan. However, he never received a reply, later saying that he is still waiting for her response months later in an interview. Stephen, who worked in construction, described his relationship with his daughter as immensely close. He mentioned how Logan viewed him as her hero, which pained Stephen as he couldn't help her when she needed help the most. Logan graduated from Marvin Ridge High School in Waxhaw in 2021. Following graduation, she enrolled at South Piedmont Community College, where she pursued her education degree with plans to transfer to a four-year university. Logan's path to teaching was not immediate or obvious. For much of her late teens and early 20s, she was still exploring her interests, working multiple jobs, and figuring out what direction her life would take. But in the summer of 2024, something clicked. Neighbors asked Logan to babysit their children full-time during the summer months. This experience proved transformative. Suddenly, Logan's trajectory gained focus and momentum. Her father said that she started really locking in on her schoolwork with a passion. She wanted a role in life where she could impact the future of kids. While attending community college, Logan also worked two jobs, one of which was bartending at Caroline Steep Sports Bar in Ballantyne. On May 3rd, 2025, Logan would find herself in the middle of a violent crime spree involving systematic failures of the justice system. The incident took place at the 2700 block of Cypress Street in Columbia, South Carolina, which sits in a quiet neighborhood adjacent to the University of South Carolina campus. The area is populated predominantly by rental properties occupied by USC students, many of them fraternity members living in shared houses. Logan was staying at one such rental home during the first weekend of May. She had made the roughly 90-minute drive south from Waxhaw to visit friends who attended USC. The trip was not originally scheduled for that particular weekend. Logan had initially planned to visit on Thursday, May 1st, but those plans fell through, so she rescheduled for the following day, a decision that would prove tragic. On the evening of May 2nd, Logan and her friends enjoyed a typical night out in Columbia. The group returned to the rental home before 3 a.m. on Saturday, May 3rd. Upon entering the home, the group dispersed to their respective bedrooms, planning to sleep late on Saturday morning and recover from their night out. Logan settled into the guest room where she was staying. However, no one locked the doors. Unbeknownst to Logan and her friends, a predator was already roaming the neighborhood. The said predator was 30-year-old Alexander Dickey. He was scouring the area, searching for opportunities to steal not long after the group returned home. Dickey had driven a stolen vehicle into the neighborhood and parked on the street. He began targeting homes, testing doors, and looking for easy entry points. He first broke into a home adjacent to the rental property where Logan was staying. He moved through the residence, rummaging through rooms and searching for valuables. During this burglary, Dickey stole several items, including keys to a vehicle, a firearm, described in some reports as a shotgun, credit cards, and a wallet. With these stolen goods in hand, Dickey moved to the neighboring property, the rental home where Logan lay sleeping. Entering the second residence, he continued his burglary. He stole additional items, including more credit and debit cards. Then, while inside the home, Dickey entered the room where Logan was located. What happened next has been described by authorities and Logan's father as terrible and brutal. She was simply a victim of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. In his congressional testimony months later, Stephen provided graphic details about his daughter's death. According to his account, Logan was, quote, dragged out of bed naked, forced on her knees with her hands over her head, begging for her life, before Dickey shot her. Nancy Grace, the television crime commentator who later covered the case extensively, emphasized this point in a broadcast. She said, "At first we were told she was killed in her sleep, just like we were told in the Idaho prosecution. They said the 4 victims were killed in their sleep, like they fell asleep and never woke up. That's not what happened there, and that's not what happened here. She was forced out of bed naked to kneel at the feet of her killer before she was executed dead in cold blood. That's what happened." There were no other apparent signs of injury on her body beyond the gunshot wound. After shooting Logan, Dickie allegedly ransacked her belongings, searching for money and valuables. Her friends, sleeping in other rooms of the house, did not immediately hear the gunshot, which has been attributed to the size of the house, the late hour, and the possibility that residents were in deep sleep. Logan's body lay on the floor of the guest room for approximately 7 hours before it was discovered. Around 11 a.m. on May 3rd, friends and roommates in the Cypress Street rental home began to stir. Some reports suggest that the group was awakened by sounds in the house or became concerned when Logan failed to emerge from her room. Eventually, they made the decision to enter her room to check on her, and that's when they found her lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. At 11:14 a.m., a call to authorities was placed reporting a stolen vehicle from one of the Cypress Street homes. 1 minute later, a second call came in, this one reporting that a female victim had been found deceased inside a home. After murdering Logan, Dickie fled in a stolen vehicle, taking with him various pieces of stolen property. Rather than attempting to disappear or lie low, he embarked on what was described as a shopping spree. Dickie drove the stolen vehicle to West Columbia and began making purchases at multiple stores in Lexington County using Logan's stolen cards. Police would later review security camera footage from businesses listed in Logan's bank transaction records and identified Dickie on video. Investigators recognized him immediately, not through sophisticated facial recognition technology, but because they had arrested him multiple times before. Afterward, Dickie continued driving to Saluda County, where he attempted to make additional purchases. It was here that his spree ended as his stolen vehicle broke down. Stranded, Dickie made a decision that would ultimately lead to his capture. He called a towing company and arranged for the disabled vehicle to be transported to a residence in Gaston, South Carolina. The home belonged to a female acquaintance of Dickie's. By this point, law enforcement had connected the dots between Logan's murder, the stolen vehicle, and the fraudulent credit card transactions. The Columbia Police Department was working in coordination with the Lexington County Sheriff's Office and the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division to track Dickie's movements. When Dickie called for the tow truck, investigators were able to trace the call and identify the Gaston residence as his destination. As law enforcement from multiple agencies converged on the Gaston home where the stolen vehicle had been towed, Dickie fled into nearby woods. This triggered an intensive manhunt that lasted through the night of May 3rd and into the morning of May 4th. The search was conducted under severe weather conditions, with officers tracking Dickie through wooded terrain in darkness and rain. Around 4 p.m. on Sunday, May 4th, a resident of Lexington County reported seeing a man emerge from the woods and steal a vehicle. The description matched Alexander Dickie. He drove the newly stolen vehicle a short distance before wrecking it. He then fled on foot and made his way back to the same Gaston residence where the original stolen vehicle had been towed, the home of his acquaintance. This time, Dickie forced entry into the home, which was unoccupied at the time. He barricaded himself inside as law enforcement officers surrounded the property. Officers issued repeated commands for Dickie to surrender. Instead of complying, Dickie set the home on fire. As smoke and flames began to engulf the structure, deputies made the decision to enter the burning building. They found Dickie inside the master bathroom and extracted him through a window. He was immediately taken into custody and transported to a hospital. After being medically cleared, he was booked into the Lexington County Detention Center. Afterward, investigators arrived at the detention center and interviewed Dickie for several hours. A Lexington County judge promptly denied bond on the Lexington County charges, which included first-degree burglary and second-degree arson. Columbia Police Department investigators subsequently secured arrest warrants charging Dickie with an extensive list of crimes related to Logan's murder and the associated crime spree. At 30 years old, Dickie had nearly 40 arrests, at least 25 felony charges, and a decade-long pattern of violence. Despite this, he had spent only approximately 600 days in prison. His freedom on May 3rd, 2025, preceding the incident with Logan, was not the result of rehabilitation or second chances earned. It was the product of systemic incompetence, bureaucratic failures, and lenient plea bargaining that allowed a dangerous predator to slip through the cracks again and again until an innocent young woman paid the ultimate price. Stephen Federico himself calculated that Dickey had been committing an average of 2.65 crimes per year since he was 15 years old. Court records and law enforcement databases reveal that his earliest documented arrest occurred on April 9, 2013, when he was approximately 18 years old. The most pivotal and perhaps most damaging failure in Dickey's criminal history occurred in 2014, when he was charged with burglary in Lexington County. This case, more than any other, exemplified how incompetence transformed what should have been an open and shut case of repeat offender prosecution into another opportunity for Dickey to avoid serious prison time. In November 2014, he pleaded guilty to second-degree nonviolent burglary. Under normal circumstances, Dickey would have faced enhanced sentencing as a repeat offender. South Carolina law provides for significantly longer sentences when defendants have previous convictions for similar crimes, precisely to protect the public from habitual criminals. But Dickey's prior convictions from other South Carolina counties were missing from his official report. The prosecutor handling the 2014 case, reviewing Dickey's report before making a sentencing recommendation, saw what appeared to be a defendant with no significant prior criminal history. The judge, presented with a plea agreement based on that incomplete information, sentenced Dickey as a first-time offender. He received a 10-year sentence, but it was entirely suspended, meaning he would serve no prison time as long as he complied with probation conditions. Instead of being locked away for years as a repeat burglar, Dickey walked free. The second major failure in Dickey's criminal history occurred in 2023, just 2 years before the event involving Logan. He was charged with first-degree burglary. This was a serious felony charge that, given his extensive criminal history, should have resulted in substantial prison time. However, through a plea agreement, the charge was reduced to third-degree burglary, a lesser offense that carried a shorter maximum sentence. Dickey pleaded guilty to the reduced charge and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Even this reduced sentence, if fully served, would have kept Dickey incarcerated through May 2028, but instead, he did not even serve half of his sentence. He was credited with over 410 days of time already served and was granted additional sentence reductions for good behavior while incarcerated. In early 2024, after serving just 410 days, Dickey was released from prison and placed on probation. As of now, Dickey has already been charged and indicted. He was indicted on June 25, 2025, on 12 charges and faces additional charges. Dickey remains in custody without bond at the Lexington County Detention Center, where he has been held since his arrest on May 4th, 2025. Multiple judges have denied bond, and he will remain incarcerated until his case is resolved. As of January 4th, 2026, no trial date has been publicly announced or set. The case remains in pre-trial status approximately 8 months after the murder occurred. Born on February 22, 1955 in Bismarck, North Dakota, Arless Dykma grew up in a tight-knit, conservative community where faith and family were the central pillars of life. Her father, Marvin, was a respected figure in the community, and her upbringing was sheltered, grounded in the values of the Reformed Church. By all accounts, Arless was vibrant, popular, and social. At Bismarck High School, she was a standout figure selected for the cheerleading squad for 3 consecutive years. She was also described by friends and teachers as optimistic, kind, and trusting. It was at Bismarck High that she began dating Bruce D. Perry, a fellow student who seemed to match up well with her. Bruce was an athlete, a track runner, and a high-achieving student with his sights set on medicine. They became high school sweethearts, a couple that seemed destined for success. While Bruce graduated and moved to California to begin his pre-med studies at Stanford University in 1973, Arless stayed behind in Bismarck. She attended Bismarck Junior College for a year, working and preparing for their future life together. During this year of separation, she devoted much of her time to her church. The couple reunited in the summer of 1974. On August 17th, Arless and Bruce were married at the Reformed Church in Bismarck. She was 19, while Bruce was roughly the same age. Almost immediately after the wedding, the newlyweds packed their belongings and moved 1,500 miles west to Palo Alto, California. They settled into Quillen Hall, a residence for married students located in Escondido Village on the Stanford campus. The transition was abrupt. Arless went from being a beloved, well-known figure in a small community where she had lived her entire life to being an unknown individual in a sprawling, high-pressure academic environment. This marked a difficult period of adjustment for Arless. While Bruce was immediately immersed in the rigorous demands of his sophomore pre-med curriculum, Arless found herself adrift. She secured a job as a receptionist at a law firm in nearby Palo Alto. While this provided some structure to her days, it did not provide the community she craved. The cultural gap between Bismarck and the Bay Area in the mid-1970s was significant. Stanford was a hub of liberal thought, counterculture remnants, and intellectual intensity that could be alienating to someone with Arless's traditional small-town background. Letters she wrote to friends back in North Dakota during these 6 weeks revealed her deep sense of loneliness. She expressed feeling out of place and isolated. The California lifestyle was foreign to her, and without her own circle of friends or the support system of her church back home, she relied heavily on Bruce for social interaction. Despite these challenges, Arless sought to maintain her spiritual life. She was drawn to Stanford Memorial Church. The church was non-denominational, but offered a quiet, sacred space that reminded her of the comfort she found in her faith. She frequently went there to pray or simply to sit in the silence, finding a refuge from the unfamiliar world outside. Eventually, things would come to a head on October 12, 1974. That night, Arless and Bruce were in their apartment, and around 11:30 p.m., they walked out to the parking lot to check their car's tire pressure. The young couple, both dealing with their own stressors, had just gotten into an argument. Arless told Bruce she wanted to be alone and intended to go to Stanford Memorial Church to pray. Bruce acknowledged this and returned to their apartment, expecting her to return shortly. Witnesses on campus reported seeing Arless walking toward the church shortly before midnight. She was dressed in blue jeans, a blouse, and a beige jacket. 2 witnesses inside the church recalled seeing her enter the church around 11:50 p.m. She took a seat in the pews on the left-hand side near the front row. At this time, the church was quiet but not empty. A few other visitors were leaving and the atmosphere was peaceful. At midnight, Stephen Crawford, the 28-year-old night security guard, began his closing routine. Crawford was a former police officer who had been demoted to security guard following a departmental restructuring, a setback that had reportedly left him bitter and resentful. Crawford later told investigators that he locked the main doors of the church at approximately 12:10 a.m. He claimed to have performed a sweep of the interior to ensure no one was left inside. In his initial statement, he asserted that the church was empty when he secured it. This claim was critical. If Arless was inside, as witnesses suggested, Crawford either missed her during his sweep or found her and chose to ignore her. Given the open layout of the sanctuary, missing a person in the pews during a security sweep was highly improbable. Crawford stated that he returned to the church at 2 a.m. for a routine check. He told police he checked the exterior doors and found them all locked. This timeline implies that if Arless was still inside the church after the lockup, then she was trapped inside for 2 hours. Back at Quillen Hall, Bruce grew increasingly anxious. Arless had been gone for over 3 hours, far longer than a typical prayer session. At 3 a.m., he called the Stanford Police Department to report her missing. Officers were dispatched to check the area. They arrived at Memorial Church and checked the perimeter. They found the outer doors locked and observed no signs of forced entry. Crucially, because the doors were locked and the interior was dark, they did not enter the building. They assumed that if she wasn't outside, she wasn't going to be inside either. At 5:45 a.m., Crawford called the Stanford Police Dispatch and said the following: "We have a stiff here." Crawford claimed that when he arrived to unlock the church for the morning, he found the west side door forced open from the inside. He then led officers to the east transept of the church near the altar. When police entered, they found Arless's body lying face up, positioned between the pews near the altar. An ice pick was buried deep into the base of her skull behind her left ear. The handle had snapped off, likely due to the force of the blow or a struggle, and was missing. From the waist down, she was nude with her jeans lying across her legs. A large altar candle was inserted into her private area and another was placed across her chest. These specific elements of the crime scene led to the popularity of the satanic narrative surrounding the crime. Initial forensic analysis identified a fluid found near the body which investigators initially believed to be sperm, but 1970s analysis later identified it as candle wax, complicating the sexual motive theory. However, faint traces of biological material, later identified as DNA, were present on her clothing. While there were signs that someone attempted to open a door from the inside, there was a lack of evidence indicating forced entry. This implied that the killer either hid inside the church before lockup, possessed a key to the building, or was let in by someone with a key. This detail should have focused suspicion narrowly on those with access, yet it was gradually obscured by the sensationalism of the satanic theories. As is standard procedure in almost all homicide investigations, the victim's husband was the first person of interest. Bruce Perry faced intense scrutiny in the immediate aftermath of his wife's death. He admitted to the argument and to letting Arless walk to the church alone late at night, admissions that, while honest, painted a picture of domestic friction that police often view as a precursor to violence. However, Bruce's cooperative demeanor and consistent story began to clear him. He voluntarily submitted to interrogation and, crucially, a polygraph test. In 1974, law enforcement placed heavy weight on polygraph results, often treating them as near-definitive indicators of truthfulness. He passed his test with no signs of deception. Furthermore, witness testimony from his dorm mates at Quillen Hall corroborated his timeline, confirming he had returned home and remained there until he called the police at 3 a.m. While he was eventually cleared as a suspect, the cloud of suspicion hung over him for years. In 1974, DNA profiling did not exist. Investigators found a partial palm print on one of the candles used to desecrate Arless's body, but it did not match Crawford or Bruce. They also collected biological samples from Arless's jeans, stains that had biological material potentially containing the killer's DNA. However, without the technology to analyze them, these stains were essentially useless, locked away in an evidence locker for over 4 decades. With physical leads exhausted and the primary suspects seemingly cleared by polygraphs, the investigation stalled while the media continued to sensationalize the crime. During this period is when a compelling theory emerged. In the late 1970s, journalist Maury Terry began investigating the Son of Sam murders in New York City. He conducted extensive research into David Berkowitz's claims and developed a theory that fundamentally challenged the official narrative. Terry believed that David did not act alone, but was instead part of a nationwide satanic cult called the Process Church of the Final Judgment. According to Terry's research, this cult was allegedly responsible for ritualistic murders across the country, spanning multiple states and lasting years. The theory was particularly intriguing because it offered a compelling explanation for the bizarre and grotesque elements of the Arless crime scene. The location near the altar, the ritualistic arrangement of the body, and the deliberate placement of candles in the victim's body all suggested to Terry the work of organized cult operatives rather than a lone predator. He meticulously compiled evidence, or what he believed was evidence, linking the Arless Perry murder to other alleged cult killings and to Berkowitz's activities in New York. In 1987, Terry published his theories in the book The Ultimate Evil: The Search for the Sons of Sam. The book presented a detailed narrative that connected disparate crimes across the country through a supposed satanic network. For many readers and investigators, the book seemed to solve a puzzle that had confounded law enforcement. The theory exploded into the mainstream and gained immense credibility when David Berkowitz himself began communicating with investigators from his prison cell. Berkowitz, serving a 365-year sentence for the Son of Sam murders, sought to leverage his notoriety for purposes that remain unclear to this day. Some theorists suggest he wanted to dilute his own personal responsibility by suggesting he was part of a larger conspiracy. Others believe he simply relished the attention and the power that came from possessing or claiming to possess information about unsolved murders. Berkowitz began writing letters to the North Dakota Police Department, citing Arless's home state as the origin point of the alleged cult's interest in her. In one package, he sent a book about witchcraft with handwritten margin notes. One note in particular burned itself into the minds of investigators. The note said, "Arless Perry hunted, stalked, and slain. Followed to California, Stanford University." This specific reference convinced many, including experienced detectives, that Berkowitz possessed genuine inside knowledge of the crime. Berkowitz spun an elaborate tale that Arless had been specifically targeted because she had attempted to convert cult members in Bismarck before moving to Stanford with her new husband. According to this narrative, the cult had followed her to Palo Alto to silence her and prevent her from continuing to spread her Christian faith. The murder in Berkowitz's telling was not a crime of assault, but a ritualistic execution designed to send a message to others who might oppose the cult's agenda. This theory fundamentally redirected the investigation. Detectives flew to New York to interview David Berkowitz in person, hoping he would provide verifiable details that would confirm the theory. They also traveled to North Dakota to interview cult members that Berkowitz claimed had been involved in Arless's death. Berkowitz was incredibly cryptic. He provided riddles, suggested connections, hinted at larger conspiracies, but offered nothing definitively provable. Every time investigators seemed close to confirming a detail, he would hedge or deflect, maintaining his mystique without ever providing information that could be verified or falsified. Fast forward to 2016, detectives took a fresh look at the evidence with a new perspective. The satanic angle was finally and definitively discarded in favor of Occam's razor, meaning the simplest explanation is often the best when multiple are present. In this case, it was the man with the keys who had committed the crime. Using modern DNA extraction techniques that were completely unavailable in the 1970s, criminologists isolated a DNA profile from the fluid and stains on Arless's jeans. The result was a definitive match to Stephen Crawford. This physical evidence directly contradicted Crawford's 1974 claim that he had merely found the body. On the morning of June 28, 2018, sheriff's deputies arrived at the Camden Avenue apartment complex in San Jose, where the 72-year-old Crawford lived. They had both a search warrant and an arrest warrant, equipped with the forensic evidence that had finally proven his guilt. Deputies knocked on the door and announced their presence as law enforcement. Through the window and open blinds, they observed Crawford sitting on his bed. Upon seeing the uniforms and recognizing the inevitable, Crawford produced a handgun. Deputies ordered him to drop the weapon, but instead of complying, Crawford fired a single fatal shot at himself. He died at the scene, bringing an end to his life and robbing the justice system of its opportunity to prosecute him in open court. A subsequent search of Crawford's apartment revealed that the murder had likely haunted or perhaps obsessed him for decades. Police found the jacket cover of Maury Terry's The Ultimate Evil, the very book that falsely attributed Crawford's crime to a satanic cult. It is speculated that Crawford kept this as a trophy, or perhaps out of dark amazement that the public had been so thoroughly deceived by theories that pointed away from him. A 2-page typed note was also found, believed to have been written around 2016 when detectives had interviewed him again regarding the renewed investigation. In the note, Crawford did not explicitly confess to the details of the murder, but expressed despair over the renewed investigation, stating, "I have no desire to spend the rest of my life in some 8x10 cell." It was later realized that in 1992, Crawford was arrested for a series of thefts at Stanford. He had been systematically stealing rare books and historical documents from the university libraries while he worked as a security guard. He was convicted and sentenced to prison for those crimes. He appeared to be a non-violent, albeit dishonest thief with no connection to Arless's murder. For the Perry family and Bruce, the resolution brought closure but no justice in court. Bruce, who went on to become a renowned child psychiatrist and expert on trauma, lived under the cloud of this tragedy for over half his life. The psychological burden of suspicion and the loss of his young wife shaped his career and his understanding of human suffering. The sheriff of Santa Clara, Laurie Smith, stated after the incident, "We had enough evidence to arrest him, and we believe we would have had enough evidence to convict him. Had modern DNA technology and investigative techniques been available in 1974, the case would have been solved in days, not decades."